most of the beginning though, because there's people doing work on the house, so it'll be a little bit noisy
that
for
reminds me.
a while.
I have an opener.
Okay. Well, you could do that before this because I only have this and then use wraps and opening stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We really should partner with PBS. They're helping us out a lot.
Like if this video I'm pulling up right now, if it's somehow claimed, I'll be shocked.
What is it?
It's just a video that's been stuck in my head. So we were playing like earlier today I was playing with some people and there's a bile titan and we were just like standing there uploading the data to the pod and it's just like standing like 80 meters away and I'm just going, we got to pack some heat so they just know, you don't want to scare the animal or hurt the animal. You just got to know that, I think you're really neat and I respect your distance.
Whose fault was it?
My mother's. Nobody's.
Yes, it turns out it was neither of our fault. But I was spamming messages to your Instagram for like 20 fucking minutes because I wanted to start at 10.
I had my fucking I had the room open for like 40 minutes while I was running around the house.
Well, you definitely weren't in there because I was sitting in there since 9 o'clock. So I don't know what
time is
fucking
it
room
now?
you were in. So I was in there for an hour. I started spamming you halfway through because I was setting up the list. I was sitting in there while setting up the list.
Busy.
You were definitely
I was busy
not
dealing
there.
with shit.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
I saw your text. It said 20 minutes and I put my phone down and I said, okay, in 20 minutes I'll hop on. And then I did.
A response would have been great.
I was busy. I was already like having to run down the stairs and then be attacked by a dog.
A dog. Come on, this video is fucking hilarious. The suspense is killing me.
What? Well, go.
This video I'm gonna play. What do you
want me to play
do?
mine first?
Yes, you said you were gonna do it.
Oh, I meant like go ahead because I lost where I put it now. I don't know what tab it went to. Watch, I like posted it because I copy and pasted it somewhere.
I'm like, as soon as I saw the clerk was an Indian bloke, I'm like, oh no, he's gonna whip out a Sikh sword. And what did he fucking do? He fucking did.
This is probably in New York, right?
This one. When I see him in the store, it could possibly be. It could possibly be Canada.
Because like there's in New York, that bodega owner stabbed that guy to death.
Oh really?
Yeah, and people were pissed that he got charged and spent any time in Rikers because it's a holding jail, I think.
Yeah.
Right. So like, first of all, the girl came in, her card was declined, and she just wanted him to give her free stuff and started threatening him. The boyfriend comes in and says, "Why are you doing? Why are you playing with us? Blah 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 blah." Right. And the guy's like, "What do you want me to do about it?" And so the guy comes around the counter, and the guy's like old, he's like in his 60s, 50s, 60s, and he pushes him back, and there's a knife behind him, and he picks up the knife and stands up and just fucking stabs the guy in the neck multiple times, kills him right there in front of his girlfriend.
Wild.
Right? Clear self-defense. The guy was old. He had already been hit in the face.
Like previously, he's had like
No. The guy was attacking him.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So he literally was pushed back and fell onto like the stool he works on. And his
he got punched though. He got punched and fell back.
Yeah, he got hit and he fell back and then picked up the knife and it hit the guy with it.
Okay,
people were
because
pissed
I'm
that
like
he got any time in jail because of
you said
pulled him before trial.
Like
I don't remember exactly if it was a push or a punch, but like he was hitting him. He was hitting him when he was like down.
Because if it's just a push, I don't know. It's
No, if you watch the video, it's like textbook self-defense. So like
okay.
that's why people were pissed that
Yeah.
Eric Adams, Mr. fucking
Mr.
cop,
Policeman, yeah.
made sure he fucking went and was held in jail, but he was only held briefly, and then people were like people, the outrage got him released basically.
Yeah. Well, also, I think he could possibly be Pakistani too.
Yeah, the guy I'm talking about was Arabic, I think.
No.
I
I'm
think he was
talking about this
Egyptian.
guy.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
guy. So he could also be Pakistani because I think those swords are also in the Pakistan as well.
I mean, it's that type of saber is kind of Arabian.
Oh, is it?
The curved, yeah. But India has
Even
unique
I
swords
swear
too.
India had ones like that as well.
They're
They're a bit skinnier, aren't they? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with the swords. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm very wrong.
Well, just think about Aladdin.
Yeah. Like the pose is great.
He had it backwards and flipped it around
did.
carefully.
In his thongs too.
Content warning, this is extreme racism.
What is happening?
Extreme racism. Oh, there's going to be a lot of racism today. People are freaking out about what Biden said,
no.
and so I can't wait to get your analysis of it. Okay.
Actually, you know what? We could actually do this one as an opening one. That's actually fine. I was like,
Okay.
maybe not, but you know what? No, actually, we'll.
So,
go on.
I swear to God, if this video gets claimed, it's 14 years old, right? But this is me playing Helldivers today.
For me, nature is one of the neatest things on this planet. That's why Rodney and I started Nature Walk, because we want everyone to know how neat nature is, instead of just me and Rodney knowing it.
If anything's going to get claimed, it's this dumb
How
music,
neat is that?
right?
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, maybe.
Without a doubt, coming out into nature is one of the neatest things there is to do. But you also have to be careful. That's why I always try to pack a gun. It's just a little bit, pack some heat. Now this isn't much of a big boy. I don't want to kill the animal, but I do want to warn it and say, hey, I think you're pretty neat, but I respect your distance. There's bears out here, there's mountain cougars, and biting goats. How neat is that? That's pretty neat. Oh, wow, score! Look at this. This is an aspen. You can tell that it's an aspen tree because of the way it is. Wow. Wow. What a beaut. You know, it'd be a great capper to a great day. It'd be seeing a wild animal. I always get real excited at the opportunity to maybe see an antelope or a fox, you know, or some sort of mountain beast. So what I do sometimes is I'll try to, you know, shake things up a little bit, get the earth moving, and call out to them, you know. Here we go. Up, up, up. Hip. Hip, hip, hip. Come on.
What is happening?
Come on, girl.
They're trying to summon an animal.
Nothing. Gee, dang it. I see it coming out right now, but I'm not giving up yet.
Are you playing the whole thing?
It's only like a 2-minute video.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Not too often you get all this neatness in one location.
That's very
That's
funny.
called nature.
Hilarious.
That, I mean, like, especially
here?
the biome that's the map today. Like, it just, for some reason, all I could think about was that video while I was playing.
A black woman was protesting for Palestine, and a bunch of frat boys People
Feels
made
like it's
allusions
been
to
an
this
hour.
imagery being
Gee,
very
dang
much
it.
like the
It's
counter.
because he keeps interluding with the music, you know? It's not like a constant video. The interlude is like, oh, we're doing another interlude, and it makes it feel great. But like that, I mean, 14 years ago, this shit was experimental. There wasn't a process that your brain was
That's
designed
true.
around. Speaking of
There's
which,
in
when
the
we
civil-
get to the TikTok stuff, um, Ethan said something funny about it that was more correct than anyone I've seen so far.
Is there more than like the couple videos that I got off there?
There's like, it's just like, it's not much. It's just like, hey,
Okay.
it's just an update on what they're doing and how they're
Yeah,
saying
I was just making
no.
sure because there was only like 3 or 4 videos that I had.
It's not a huge story.
civil rights movement.
We should have never let these guys use our flag. They should have to be using the Confederate flag to do this crap.
That's exactly the energy they bring to this. They make a bunch of racial kind of restored circles.
Well,
you know,
thanks to you wokesters, it's not appropriate to wear that flag anymore. So maybe you should have thought of that before you went and ruined it for everyone.
keep that image up because it's important to see. When people talk about intersectionality, right? Like this is an amazing example of it because, I had a theory about why you had people go from Obama to Trump in 2016. And I'm sure there were some who were like,
having
just
effigies of President Obama hanging at Ted Cruz rallies, even. You think it had something to do with that, Sam? The racism?
full on have gone nihilist, or some who are like sort of in some way disillusioned by Obama. But people are like, how can you be racist if you go from Obama to Trump against a white woman and Hillary Clinton? Racists don't think I'm a racist, but I'm also a proud feminist.
Right.
People who are racist, broadly speaking, it's not that it's just about race in their mind. It's also about just the other. And
I was talking to someone about, they brought up Sydney Sweeney, right?
She
And they
saved
sent me
us from wokeness.
Sent me a video, and I only really know her as the chick with the tits. Because that's the only context I've ever known her is it's like she's the chick with the tits that ended wokeness.
Yeah,
that's
like,
all I know.
I don't even know what thing she was in that had her tits that ended wokeness.
It was probably Euphoria.
I don't know.
I looked at what she was
I
in.
didn't see only news.
Nothing that I've seen. Handmaid's Tale, Euphoria, just stuff like that. I'm sure she's great, but I'm just like, and I said to her, I was just like,
I watched one episode of Euphoria, and I was like, this show is for pedophiles. I'm gonna not watch that ever again.
It's one of those, is it?
Dude. Like, I think, Big Mouth, like, that show's kind of weird too.
Yeah.
But, like, I think that show's fine in comparison to Euphoria.
Interesting, because that show is not fine. That show is not fine. Yeah, that show is strange. But it's very interesting that all these things have these kind of pedophilic tints to it.
Yeah.
Kind of after
Cuties
Netflix.
was a good movie, right, Sneeko?
Of course, right? And that was what I was about to say is curiously right after Netflix kind of normalized it. How interesting.
Oh, come on. It's always been normalized.
You don't think?
Bro,
You don't think
remember how we were
Netflix
talking about how
having
weird it
pedo
was?
bait?
How
Literal
weird it
pedo
was that,
bait?
like, literally, like, 2 years ago, you would go online and it would be, like, teen category, and now they've stopped using those categorizers because it's, like, instead it's just, like, 18 plus now, right? Like, it's always been conditioned. Like, it's just part of the culture that's still been conditioned, that's left over from centuries of child fucking for men, both boys and girls.
I mean, it's a fair point.
Like, they try to act like it's the biggest crime, right? They overcompensate it, like libertarians.
It's only been like 100 years,
right? It's like they overcompensate their hatred, being like, we're gonna cut their balls off and stuff. It's the worst crime ever. It's like, you're overcompensating a little there, buddy. Nobody
Although
here wants to diddle kids, okay?
No, but I do agree that they should go in wood chippers. If you touch a kid wood chipper, there's no talking. It's like you are going feet first.
I'm not a psychologist, so.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, I just took a crim justice class, and a psychologist who specifically works in a sex crime prison came in and talked about the profiles and how these people work.
I'm not talking about the psychology. I'm saying if you touch a kid,
no, but
and you abuse a kid,
what she does is like she
she
rehabilitates child diddlers and stuff. It was a very interesting.
That would be an interesting class.
It was one day that she came in to talk about it, but she also talked about like some specific crimes to scare the kids too.
Oh, that's funny.
To scare all the kids to make sure they lock their doors and don't talk to strangers. But it was like a senior year plus class.
Yeah, one of those ones. That is interesting though, having someone in to talk about something that is like instinctually you would be against.
Yeah, it was more than just that, though. That was just something. That was the first time, it's always the libertarians who go, actually, they're hebephiles. Right? It's like she was the first time I've ever heard that type of stuff.
Used accurately in psychology.
Like those arguments that, like a pedophile is specifically this, and like just like a lot of people like are probably like non-offending pedophiles, right? So it's like you could be genetically born to have that attraction or something, but only like a scarce amount act on it.
Interesting.
And I think like everyone else just segregates it to an appropriate nature where they do like daddy girl foreplay in the fucking bedroom and stuff,
Right. Yeah, they're into the BDSM stuff.
Yeah. I imagine. I don't know.
On the kink side of thing, yeah.
This was a long time ago when I had this lecture.
That is actually pretty interesting that it would channel it into that kind of thing. That is very interesting. And you kind of role play it. Yeah,
who is the one guy who said we all want to fuck our moms? I don't want to fuck my mom.
No.
Freud?
I don't know.
You think he diddled kids?
Probably. I reckon a lot of those guys probably did.
Yeah.
But what I was gonna say is, I said 100 years. I'm like, no, not even 100 years. It's still happening.
That reminds me, I needed to post something about Drake.
Yeah, there's child marriage and shit in a lot of countries.
I mean, like it's cool. That's also changing, but. I've said this before, but Nigeria, for example, has the highest rate of child marriage, but its average age is still above the legal age.
Right.
Right. Because so few happen that it balances out to still be high.
Right. But it's still a thing. Exactly. This is why you don't read theory.
In many instances, people were saying like
philosophy equals pedophilia. Yes, true. Psychology, I guess, is curing it. I don't know if there's a cure or anything.
Don't know. You don't.
We had one non-normal president. I'm not going to have two in a row. We're going to go back to the normal president. And if you look at the image of all these people there's one thing that's pretty striking. They're all men.
And they're all white.
They're all white men.
Oh, I make a meme today. I'm sure it's been done before, but it's funny. Why is it? I hate this. It doesn't focus. You get the point. Why would
RM Brown covered this today.
Oh, really?
Showed some Fox News stuff where like people are like praising these kids, and they're like, we're gonna have a party, and they raised a fundraiser to have a celebration for defending the flag, and they're gonna fucking, and like some country music star is gonna come play their party.
Cringe.
Right?
I'd be like, is there another party that I can go to?
And which is not to say that there's no women in that crowd. I'm sure there's some, maybe, but the vast majority of them are men. And it's no coincidence.
Honkies.
Let's play it.
You see that?
Yeah. It's the whole fucking crowd.
No, but did you see the monkey boy?
The one in the blue on the side.
The monkey man. Beating his chest like a gorilla.
I didn't say that. I was looking at the guy jumping around.
Okay, he's beating his chest like a gorilla.
This guy in the blue.
You can't see because I'm covering it. Yeah, he's beating his chest like a gorilla and making monkey noises. First, idiot. Gorillas don't go hoo hoo ha ha. That's monkeys. No. You fucking moron.
Dipshit.
Dipshit.
A doofus.
I just want to get a clear shot of him. Let move us to the side here. Just to really get it in here. Like, what a cool dude, right? What a very cool guy.
There's a woman. I think.
Yeah, it's probably a journalist.
I think.
I mean, yeah.
You saw guys jumping around like making a monkey thing. I mean, there's all sorts of a ton of racist crap going on in there.
Some excited KinderClan kids.
Yep.
When you say the intersectionality point, like people will say, do those kids, those young fine men, even understand what Zionism is? And that's not necessarily the point, right?
Of course.
The point is that they reflexively are aligning themselves with Israel. And what's the point? Why is that?
Did you say anything?
No.
The point is like, where's the video that goes in there and like mocks them for not understanding the finer points of Zionism?
Oh, I know. Right.
These guys have no idea.
They don't want to debate me.
No, yeah, exactly. I mean, the point is that like they're aligned because they are aligned with the oppressors.
Yep.
In one form or another. I mean, this is like, this is a perfect example of all.
It's funny. Like I had a pretty viral tweet go on. What is this, Bradley? Is this?
Well, we should point out that a Republican representative tweeted this out proudly.
Republican,
really?
Put this
Ole Miss taking care of business, and in the video, he does a freaking monkey gesture towards that black woman. This is a Republican.
It's Mississippi. No fucking shit. It is. This totally makes sense now.
Freedom Caucus member bragging about this.
Yep.
Fucking hell.
And it's also that Richard Hanania guy. Isn't he like Nazi? But wasn't he like
no, I believe they changed it recently.
Oh, it's actually kind of nice now. It's like a flower.
What is it?
It's like a it's like a white flower on blue and red. It's like a blue square, red side.
Yeah.
Like sort of mainstream, or
he still is. Robbie Soav of the Hill keeps retweeting him. I don't know what he's trying to tell us about that, but yeah, Hanania is a big time Nazi. Who apparently used to keeps retweeting
for a while, like sort of mainstream, or
he still is. Robbie Soav.
Oh, Robbie Soav. See,
isn't it Robbie Soav?
It's quite nice.
It's much better.
Mm-hmm.
Much
you can get rid of that In God We Trust, though. Cringe.
Yeah, very cringe. Oh, what can you do? You can't win them all.
Of the Hill keeps retweeting him. I don't know what he's trying to tell us about that, but yeah, Hanania is a big time Nazi who apparently used to suck, and now he hopefully doesn't suck anymore. But
is he putting this out there to expose Mike Collins or to amplify?
Yeah.
I mean, give me a break. But this is I don't know. There's so much that you can take from this. It's disgusting.
Yeah, and I mean, it can get caught up on Mississippi playing to type there, and I would look into some of those frats and maybe the history, particularly when you talked about systemic rape. You might want to look into that. But I also want to shout out the protesters actually that did that, because that I think it takes a lot of bravery to be in Columbia, do it, to be in Mississippi, and knowing that guys like that are ready to trot out for the flag, and you point out that actually you're doing this for Israel. Like, no, I'm just doing it for the flag. You guys are flying the stars and bars 10 months ago or 10 years ago. Don't tell me you care about America's flag.
Yeah. So apparently that kid, JP Staples, he first bragged about it on Twitter and then locked his account like a coward.
Good run.
Was kicked out of his fraternity, Phi Data Delta. But
for closing down his Twitter account?
I mean, yeah, you were supposed to own it, bro. We'll see.
Well, he did own it, and then he ran.
Well, right.
Is that the guy in the blue? This is who they're talking about. He got kicked out. I think
so.
Mm.
Exactly. We'll see if Ole Miss
running rebels.
Though.
That's what we call him.
We'll see.
Was it Phi Delta Theta?
Closing down his Twitter.
Data Twitter and then locked his account like a coward.
Good run.
Was kicked out of his fraternity, Phi Data Delta. But
for closing down his Twitter account.
I mean, you were supposed to own it, bro. We'll see.
Well, he did own it, and then he ran.
Well, right, exactly. We'll see if Ole Miss
running rebels.
Though.
That's what we call him.
Is the fraternity going to have more of a more of a backbone than the university? Because maybe take some action to protect your students, your black students there.
Are they going to cancel commencement to protect people there?
It's a very easy playbook, though. Anytime one of these frats turns our people out against these protests, look up their frat name in the local news and see how far back you have to go to find something horrible.
Oh yeah, and I would not be shocked at all if there are some right-wing groups
about these Pi Kappa.
Are we going to see Alan Dershowitz out there with?
Oh yeah, but if these right-wing groups are actually maybe reaching out to some fraternities and say, hey, we'll
Ackman put up $10,000 on the GoFundMe.
Exactly. We'll fund your next kegger if you can go out there and make life miserable for these people. That's my working theory, and I don't think
no, Emma, that happened. Come on, you didn't dig. How far did you guys dig into this story? Hang on, I gotta interject. We gotta interject with a breaking Charlie Kirk.
Oh, you see, he's a college graduate, and as you well know, going to college is the most important thing in the society, isn't it?
Wrong.
He grew up in a musical family. He got a bachelor's degree in music from the Manhattan School of Music, where he studied double bass. Bass. Bass.
That's okay.
Bass.
You idiot.
That's okay.
Idiot.
No, you had it right. He was a very Yoko Ono style experimental musician. He just banged two fish together. He went like this. Boom, boom, boom. And that was his music.
You see,
is that Tim Pool?
Music, it's bass. In fishing, it's bass.
Yeah,
double bass.
You could have just re-recorded this.
Meanwhile, you got these protesters with a bunch of, you got Tent City, the ugliest, laziest people that society has to offer. I don't mean ugly even from an aesthetic standpoint. I want to be very clear.
Yeah, clean that one up.
I mean, because you can't control your looks, and you should never make fun of how somebody looks. I mean ugly from how they present themselves to society.
Oh, right.
I mean the choices of how they dress.
Right.
I think that's very important.
Okay, yeah, this is one of the newsmen we like to check into to get what's up in the world. He's getting a little catty about protest fashion. These numbers can't be real, by the way, on Rumble. Says this has almost doing a little bit of this to the numbers on Rumble.
Well, there's this scandal.
Calm down.
Oxford, Mississippi.
Calm down, man.
So there was a scandal over the weekend, allegedly. And it really has the media upset and even some weak-kneed conservatives running for the hills.
Perverts.
There's this ultra-viral clip of a morbidly obese anti-Israel protester facing a group of frat bros who were counter-protesting. And they were mocking her. Mostly because
on the frat bros side,
she makes Lizzo look skinny.
Whoa, Charlie.
One of those protesters in a short clip is seen allegedly making King Kong-type noises at the woman. This somehow is a huge story, bigger than the southern border, clipping and all this. You guys be the judge for yourself. I'm not defending this alleged behavior, but it's a college campus, a bunch of frat bros. Get over yourself.
Okay,
Play cut 31.
That sounds like a defense, kind of. I'm not defending this, but come on, they're having a good time doing the kind of like racist stuff. I'm not defending this, but it's fine. Come on.
Donated nearly $500,000 to throw the greatest kegger for the fraternity boys of all time.
Who donated to that? Okay, money well spent there.
Joining us a moment are some of the fraternity brothers who protected the American flag after the protesters tore it down.
Okay.
Okay, two of these are the same guy.
With us now, John Rich, country music star, who says he's going to play the party for free to celebrate the kids. John, it's good to see you.
Wait. I thought you guys liked these kids. Why are you punishing them like this? Make them listen to John Rich's music? That you think that's good. Oh, okay, sorry.
And I reached out and I said, boys, I sure am proud of you. When you have that big rager you guys are talking about on GoFundMe, I'd like to show up and play you a free concert.
And they hit back and they said, yeah.
Okay, that's And that's the updates that they missed. That there actually was a GoFundMe, and Charlie Kirk thinks it's great. A congressperson also endorsed this too, I believe.
Yeah, they already showed that. Anyway,
in the day's other
time.
headlines, the House of Representatives voted overwhelmingly tonight to keep House Speaker Mike Johnson in his job. Georgia
I'm
Republicans.
going to start making posts on Threads as well, because if people post on there,
what about TikTok?
Fuck TikTok.
TikTok.
Marjorie Taylor Greene had moved to oust Johnson for pushing Ukraine aid and other
Oh
actions
yeah,
that
how'd
she
that
and
go?
other far-right Republicans opposed.
By passing the Democrats' agenda and handcuffing Republicans' ability to influence legislation, our elected Republican Speaker Mike Johnson has aided and abetted the Democrats and the Biden administration in
there was a
destroying
better
our
time
country.
to play this sound.
Democrats joined the overwhelming majority of Republicans in supporting Johnson.
The
appeals court will consider former President Donald Trump's bid to oust the district attorney in his election interference trial. That decision today could mean the trial gets delayed past the November election. Mr. Trump is appealing the trial judge's ruling that let DA Fani Willis stay on the case. The special prosecutor that she named stepped aside after acknowledging they'd had a romantic relationship. Parts of the Midwest surveyed the damage today after a night of extreme weather that spawned tornadoes. 3 twisters struck in Michigan, including in the town of Portage, with reports of others in Indiana and Ohio, as well as West Virginia. One of the Michigan storms obliterated a mobile home park and several businesses. It also tore the roof off a FedEx facility. No serious injuries were reported. But in Tennessee, officials there say a man was killed when high winds blew a tree into the vehicle he was in. In Ukraine, Russia unleashed a barrage of more than 50 missiles and drones overnight, ending a recent lull in attacks. Ukrainian officials say nearly a dozen energy facilities were hit, causing serious damage and blackouts. Several homes in the Kyiv and Kharkiv regions were also struck. But in Moscow, Russia's foreign ministry said the war could end soon under one condition.
What is needed for de-escalation? The European Union's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, already said it. He said that if you stop supplying weapons to the Kyiv regime, everything will be over in 2 weeks. That is the true formula for peace, voiced by the Westerners themselves.
The EU's Borrell did say this month that Ukraine would lose the war if it wasn't supplied with more weapons, but that he did not want that outcome. Also today, EU nations reached a tentative deal to let Ukraine use the proceeds from frozen Russian assets to buy weapons. An appeals court in Hong Kong has agreed to let officials ban a popular protest
That's
song
actually hysterical. Like that is really spitting in the face of Russia, is selling the shit that they seized and giving the money to Ukraine. That's great. I fully support this. This is excellent.
Glory to Hong Kong. Today's decision overturned an earlier ruling. The song was frequently sung during massive anti-government demonstrations in 2019. China's foreign ministry said today the ban will maintain national dignity.
This is not a diplomatic question. I would like to stress that stopping anyone from using or spreading the song in an attempt to incite division and insult the national anthem is a legitimate and necessary measure.
Banning.
I thought Hong Kong wasn't China. I thought Hong Kong was autonomous. What is going on here? Is this more fascism with Chinese characteristics? Oh my God.
The protest song is the latest step in Beijing's crackdown
Remember how I
on
was
civil liberties
saying
in
that
Hong Kong.
the closest country to 1984 is China?
Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani
They're
pleaded
proving it
guilty
again.
today to bank tax fraud in the theft of $17 million. Federal prosecutors say
No,
he
I think they're
used the money to cover gambling debts.
The Chinese-backed government that they basically forced into place voted to make Hong Kong part of China now.
Ah, really?
Yeah, I think that's like basically what happened.
Great. Well, sucks
That's
to be
what
them,
the
I
student
guess.
protests that Drew supported
Yeah.
were about.
Well, I hope everybody left that city-state and got the fuck out of there while they could.
Wifey was like,
it's
should I be
never
worried
going
about
back.
my family in Hong Kong? And I was like, probably.
Yeah. Yes. The answer is yes.
Could face more than 30 years.
Like, you can't even fly there anymore if you've said anything negative about the Chinese government. It's wild.
In prison. Concert promoter Live Nation has settled nearly all of the wrongful death lawsuits involving the 2021 Astroworld Festival in Houston. 10 people were killed when fans surged toward the stage. as
Live
rock star
Nation
Travis
is
Scott
responsible instead of, I guess they should have taken control of the show.
Yeah.
A lawyer for Live Nation said today only one of the resulting suits is still active. The bankrupt cryptocurrency exchange FTX now says it will distribute at least $14.5 billion to creditors. In a court filing late Tuesday, the company announced it has the assets to cover what it owes and a little more. FTX collapsed in November 2022.
I don't know who I was watching,
Earlier
but it
this
was
year,
like
former
someone
CEO and
giving
founder
their
Sam
like
Bankman
graduation speech, and he brings up Bitcoin, and it's like a stadium, and they all start booing him.
That's awesome.
You know, like the valedictorian.
To 25 years in prison for fraud. On Wall Street, stocks mostly drifted for a second day. The Dow Jones Industrial.
I don't know what that means.
Other headlines: TikTok sued to overturn a new law that could ban the video sharing platform inside the U.S. The statute says that TikTok has to end American operations unless it's.
Keep going.
You're gonna play it now, not wait.
No. I'm gonna play it. If I'm gonna follow it up to put it in this TikTok
Chinese
segment.
Parent company ByteDance sells it within 9 months. The lawsuit says that mandate is, quote, simply not possible, not commercially, not technologically, not legally, and that it violates the First Amendment. In Ukraine, the State Security Service says it foiled a Russian plot to assassinate
How do you
President
feel about
Volodymyr
that?
Zelensky and others. Investigators arrested 2 colonels in the Guard.
I'm not convinced.
Unit that protects high-ranking Ukrainian figures. Investigators say they plan to kidnap and kill Zelensky before Russian President Vladimir Putin's inauguration. That inauguration took place today as Putin was sworn in for his 5th term
I'm just gonna
after
have it
almost
ready.
25 years in office. At an elaborate Kremlin ceremony, Putin vowed to defend the Russian constitution. He said he was open to working with the West despite bitter divisions over Russia's war in Ukraine.
We have been and will be open to strengthening good relations with all countries who see Russia as a reliable and honest partner. And this really is the global majority. We do not reject dialogue with Western states. The choice is theirs.
Putin now begins a 6-year term.
I mean,
that
they're
will keep him
honest
in
to
office
Assad.
through 2030, when he will be eligible to run again. It turns out a U.S. Army soldier arrested in Russia last week was not
This is the
authorized
funniest
to be
story,
there.
by the
The
way.
Army says that Staff Sergeant Jordan Black
I
was on
don't
the
know
lead
how
and
much
was supposed
news
to be
coverage will dive into the background of it.
Well, if you can find background, more than happy.
Project Leaflet has posted about it, but it's just funny because it's a honeypot.
Yes.
To Texas.
And it's also, she called him, like the nickname she called him is literally a derogatory term.
Yes. Very funny.
But Pentagon officials say he never got permission.
The 4th time she's done this for the Russian government.
Oh my God.
Leave to Russia is strictly prohibited, and that's
And the
pursuant
guy
to the
was
DoD
like
foreign clearance.
Weird, fashy, like pro-Trump. Russia's great. NATO's awful. It's like you're why are you in the military, dog? They really got to screen better.
Now he should defect and fucking go fuck himself.
Well,
that'd be great.
Now he has the opportunity. He's going to be chopping our hardwood floors for a minute.
It would be a shame if America dragged their feet on this one.
Oh, I don't think they're going to do anything.
They're going to be like, please give him back. Oh no!
Why?
Why? Oh, honey, Russia, please give him back. We definitely
it's like fucking.
You can't hear the sarcasm in my voice.
It's like Lord Miles at this point, you know?
Yeah.
Fuck
like, just like say that they've been trying, and like send a memo that's like, give him back, please, and then never say anything again. Cool. I think people would be fine with that.
Is also informed by the State Department guidelines.
I'm assuming people are digging up like his social media and shit.
Oh yeah.
Now, I believe that is at I believe it's category 4, which is do not travel to Russia.
Russian officials say Black went to Russia to see a girlfriend, but the couple argued and he was arrested for stealing money from her. Separately, Moscow's court system says a U.S. civilian is being held there after he was spotted in public.
Every time she says that, by the way.
Officials in London say the
doesn't
British
matter if she
military's
stole from
payroll
her or
system
not.
was hacked,
That's what the
exposing
charges
names,
always are when
banking
she
details, and
turns
even
these
home
guys
addresses.
in.
As many as 272,000 soldiers, sailors, and Air Force members were affected, both current and former.
This is so fucked, right?
Today that China was involved, but British officials would not confirm that publicly. Rescuers in South Africa.
I missed it because I'm focusing on the fact that my
big
dog
cyber attack.
is
Everyone
barking.
in the British Armed Forces, Air Force, Navy, Army, everyone has been doxxed. All their information has been released, and it's supposedly China did the cyber attack.
Even the SAS, like
everyone.
Wow. Well, the UK might as well get rid of their military at this point. Because if they have no operators, they're fucked. Because that's like all that they're good at this point. It's their only useful thing. So at this point, they should just give up. Like, just turn into Japan and have a self-defense force. The British Isles Defense Force. The BID.
worked today to free 11 people trapped under a collapsed building. The 5-story apartment
Please
complex
do not
was under
show
construction when it gave
footage
way on
of
Monday.
people dying. PBS are the wild
Crews have
cards,
been
you know.
combing through the wreckage, searching for bodies and survivors. Nearly 40 people are still unaccounted for. Here at home, a federal judge in Florida has indefinitely delayed former President Trump's classified documents trial. Judge Aileen Cannon, a Trump appointee, canceled the trial date of May 20th, but she gave no new date, saying, and she has yet to rule on several key legal issues. Pleaded not guilty to 40 federal counts. A tornado ripped through a small Oklahoma town last night, killing at least one person. It happened in Barnesdall, north of Tulsa. The town had already been hit by an earlier tornado last month. This time, the damage was far worse. Debris littered lot after lot where homes once stood. The mayor said the crews are still sifting through the wreckage.
We've got drones, we've got dogs, we've got infrared stuff. We're going through the debris very thoroughly. All the search and rescue teams are going through with a fine-tooth comb because nobody wants to miss anything.
What is she trying to pat? I forgot in the original video.
It's a fucking black bear.
Okay.
It's a black bear coming up to the porch and she's like, "Can I pat that dog?" Hilarious. So funny.
Reports of 16 other tornadoes across a swath of neighboring states. A scathing new independent report has found rampant sexual harassment, racial bias, and other misconduct at the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, or FDIC. The report said that leaders at the banking regulator, including its chair, Martin Gruenberg, ignored the problems and that those who complained faced retaliation. Gruenberg called the findings sobering and pledged to make changes. After more than a century, the Boy Scouts of America will change its name to simply Scouting America. The rebrand reflects the organization's
children
shift
of all
towards
genders
inclusivity,
can get diddled.
namely allowing
What?
Hilarious.
girls to join the ranks. In
Do
an interview,
something
President
about
and
it, then.
CEO Roger Crone said, quote, "In the next 100 years,
Yeah.
we want any youth."
Also, isn't there a Girl Scouts? Why bother?
Well,
merge the two then.
Girl Scouts is different. It's worthless.
So merge the two and make them a thing.
That's
like make it together a thing.
Well, that's basically what they did. So like Girl Scouts, I don't even know what happens there. And like I don't think it goes. It does. Yeah, that's literally all it is. And they don't go up very high. Like Boy Scouts goes all the way to like your school years.
Yeah.
Youth in America to feel very, very welcome to come into our programs.
I mean, that's
on Wall Street, stocks mostly drifted in lackluster trading today. The Dow Jones
honestly,
it's literally just camp.
Delete gender from everything.
It's just camp. That's all it is.
Yeah. Like honestly, just delete it from everything. Just delete gender from everything. Who gives a shit at this point? Just get the fuck over it. Just have everyone compete and do shit together. Like there is no disadvantage for having girls learning the shit that boys learn at shit like this. And this extends to a lot of things, not just this.
Average gained 32 points to close at 38,884.
Well, this is also
Nasdaq fell 16.
This is also correct. Like as numbers dwindle, they become more inclusive. Right? That's what the workforce did. That's what capitalism did. That's why women got the ability to work, is because in World War II they needed workers, and they're not going to be like, "Oh, women, you can't work." Of course they're going to be like that. And then they didn't account for the fact that when the guys came home, they wanted their jobs back. And look, you got a feminist movement. Crazy.
Points in the S&P 500.
What war was that?
To come.
2.
You think?
And
you think that's when it happened? The feminist movement?
No, I'm aware that it was hundreds. It was over the 100 years of the 20th century, and there would have been multiple movements. But it was the big one post World War II was kind of because of this tension when they came home. I'm almost certain. Second wave, unless it was before. I'm actually not sure. It's actually an interesting point. 60s to 70s.
The first Seneca Falls Convention was July 19th and 20th, 1848. urging the removal of this conference, but Frederick Douglass, who the convention's sole African-American attendee, argued equantly for its inclusion, and the suffrage resolution was retained. Exactly 100 of the 300 attendees signed the document, mostly women. Okay. And the documents were a
specifically talking about the workforce. I'm specifically
okay. But this is all
talking
part
about
of this.
work.
Okay, but this is all part of it. This is where
I understand.
But you said now you have a feminism movement.
Oh my god! I was
that
being
was
facetious.
It was the Civil War.
I'm continuing.
It was the Civil War.
I'm continuing.
President Biden denounces
This
the
is
rise in
irrelevant.
anti-Semitism.
Quakers, bro.
This
What about
is
the
irrelevant.
Quakers?
This is irrelevant. I was being fucking facetious.
They have the oatmeal.
It doesn't
Just
matter.
like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org.
You see Jerry Seinfeld is in a new terrible movie.
Welcome to Democracy
No,
Now!
but I saw he went on old dude who sits in couch and holds a joint for an hour but doesn't smoke it. His show. What's his name?
Bill Maher.
Yeah, he was on his show.
I just thought of it because the Quaker oatmeal guy was in the
United Nations warning Gaza could run out of fuel and drinking water today following Israel's seizure of the Rafah border crossing. Israel's facing mounting global pressure not to launch a broader ground invasion of Rafah, where more than 1.4 million displaced Palestinians have sought refuge. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres warned there's no safe place for people in Rafah to go.
Even the best friends of Israel are clear. An assault on Rafah would be a strategic mistake, a political calamity, and a humanitarian nightmare. I appeal to all those with influence over Israel to do everything in their power to help avert even more tragedy.
We
have a name for fantasy realized. It's called nightmare.
Are warning Israel's seizing of the border crossing and its intensifying attacks on eastern Rafah could lead to thousands of more deaths. Marwan Al-Hams is the director of Abu Yusuf al-Najjar Hospital in Rafah, which was forced to close and evacuate its patients Tuesday due to Israeli military operations.
The closure of the Rafah crossing means the death of thousands of patients, thousands of injured will be martyred. Nutritional resources, medical resources, and humanitarian aid won't enter the Gaza Strip, which means more diseases, more patients needing treatment that isn't available, more patients with chronic diseases, new diseases we won't find medication for, and therefore the number of patients will pile up.
The Israeli newspaper Haaretz reports Israel's planning to hand control of the Rafah border crossing to a private U.S. security company. The paper did not name the firm, but said it was made up of veterans of elite U.S. Army units. Meanwhile, the New York Times has confirmed reports the Biden administration withheld sending 3,500 bombs to Israel last week out of fear the bombs could be used to attack Rafah. But the administration's gone ahead with approving another $827 million for other weapons and equipment for the Israeli military. This comes as Politico reports the Biden administration's indefinitely delayed issuing a report to
This fucking cunt in a tank. He's like, I love Gaza as he drives over the fucking
and they're like
crossing.
doing stunts at
Scum.
the Egyptian border when Egypt is already threatening a war. Like,
Unfucking believable. Like the hubris. Like, okay, you fly too close to the sun, you'll see what happens.
determine whether Israel's violated U.S. and international law
Of
in
course
its
they
war on
have.
Gaza. Negotiations are continuing in Cairo 2 days after Hamas agreed to a ceasefire proposal mediated by Egypt and Qatar. On Tuesday, family members of hostages held in Gaza rallied in Tel Aviv. This is Shahar Mor Zahiro, whose uncle
We'll
Abraham
see.
Munda is being held hostage.
We heard from sources involved in the negotiations that the one thing preventing this deal from happening, the one thing separating us from the return of our loved ones, was and remains an Israeli guarantee of an end to this war. To Netanyahu and the government of Israel, we clearly say from this stage, if the only way to get the hostages back is by providing an Israeli guarantee to end this war, then end this war, bring them back and save their lives.
The police crackdown on peaceful
Yeah.
student protesters continues across the United States. In Illinois, police cleared an encampment at the University of Chicago. Here in New York, police forces raided a protest camp at the Fashion Institute of Technology, arresting dozens of protesters Tuesday. Meanwhile, in Europe, police arrested more than 100 activists at university.
I would argue there's already it's already started, but it's just slowly building. It just needs a slight kick and it will pop off. I think Iran will have a lot to do with it, possibly the Kurds as well.
City of Amsterdam. Police also dismantled an encampment at Berlin's Free University. Despite the police repression, new encampments continue to form. In Cambridge, Massachusetts, students at MIT restarted a Gaza Solidarity encampment. Meanwhile, at the Rhode Island School of Design, RISD, students barricaded themselves inside a campus building, which they renamed Fatih Gaben Hall, after the acclaimed Palestinian artist who died after being unable to get care in Gaza. This is Santiago Alvarado of RISD Students for Justice in Palestine.
Fatih Gaben is a Palestinian artist who was martyred after being unable to receive treatment because of the Israeli occupation. And as artists, I believe that it is our moral duty to call for an end to genocide.
Here in New York, a local real estate developer.
I wonder if they know that they got that scarf was potentially, possibly, maybe, can't confirm right now, but looking into it, made by slaves. Or have chains in slave labor. I wonder.
Was arrested after driving his car into a crowd of pro-Palestinian protesters who'd gathered outside the home of a Columbia University trustee. The driver's been identified as Reuven Kahana. He's a cousin of the late extremist Jewish Rabbi Meir Kahana, who publicly advocated for ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Meir Kahana served one term in Israel's Knesset before he was convicted of acts of terrorism. Meanwhile, in Arizona,
after like the main phase of the United States wars in the Middle East, from like Libya to Iraq, there you had the Arab Springs come immediately after, and then like one of the main reasons that they failed is one, because of the governments, but also because of the rise of ISIS.
Scholar at Arizona State University named Jonathan Udelman has been placed on leave after he was
to happen in Iran first.
Yeah.
Woman in a hijab.
It needs to be successful, and it needs to see women sort of at the front of it for anything to happen. It needs to be unable to be hidden to sort of, I think, spur something in the region.
You know, that's why I truly believe that we can bring down regimes with your help. You know, you see that Patreon link, you know, give us money. I mean, like, I can't even talk about it yet, but the source that our agents got me today, oh boy.
Very exciting.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker, because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
Yeah. You know, it's either our way or John Bolton's way.
Tempe. On Tuesday, President Biden spoke at the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum's Days of Remembrance. He condemned what he called a ferocious surge of anti-Semitism in the United States.
My commitment to the safety of the Jewish people, the security of Israel, and its right to exist as an independent Jewish state is ironclad, even when we disagree.
The group Jewish Voice for Peace criticized Biden's speech, saying he, quote, disgraced the memory of the Holocaust by using our history of persecution to justify the Israeli military's genocide of Palestinians, unquote. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, Senator Bernie Sanders announced plans to introduce a resolution to condemn bigotry in all forms.
No to anti-Semitism, no to Islamophobia, no to all forms of racism and bigotry.
Adult film star Stormy Daniels testified Tuesday about her brief affair with Donald Trump. That's at the center of the criminal hush money case against the former president. Daniels' testimony prompted Trump's legal team to request a mistrial, but Judge Juan Merchan rejected the motion. The judge also ordered Trump to stop audibly cursing during the trial. Meanwhile, in a major development in another Trump case, federal judge Aileen Cannon has indefinitely postponed.
What if I
Trump's
told
trial
you
over his mishandling
that
of
if this
classified
person
documents?
says yes,
Cannon,
it will be
who
way
is a
cooler
Trump
than getting
appointee,
Kim Jong-un's
said there are too
daughter?
many pretrial issues to resolve before a trial date could be set. In Brazil, search and evacuation efforts continue for survivors of catastrophic floods in the southern state of Rio Grande do Sul, as the death toll has reached at least 90 people. Over 130 are still missing. The city of Porto Alegre has been almost entirely cut off by the flooding. The airport and bus stations closed while main roads blocked. Tens of thousands have been left without a home, forced to sleep
I
in the
actually
street while
agree.
others are fleeing to other regions on foot.
Honestly, more of an icon. That will be.
It's like when we pulled fucking Emma from the woke military ad.
Yes.
She just had her kid, by the way.
Survivors are.
Oh, really? Good for her.
We're also struggling to find food and other basic necessities. Chinese President Xi Jinping has arrived in Serbia after visiting France, where he began his first European trip in 5 years. She arrived in Belgrade on the 25th anniversary of NATO's deadly bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgrade on May 7th, 1999, during the war in Kosovo. The attack killed 3 Chinese nationals. The state of Florida and the Catholic Medical Association have sued the Biden administration over a new federal rule protecting transgender people from discrimination in healthcare access. The policy was published by the U.S. Health and Human Services Department Monday and draws from an anti-discrimination provision in the Affordable Care Act. Florida law bans gender-affirming care for trans children and youth. And a cleaning company based in Tennessee has been fined over $649,000 after a U.S. Labor Department investigation found it was employing at least 24 children, some as young as 13 years old, to clean slaughterhouses and meatpacking plants.
What did I tell you? Slaughterhouses, meatpacking plants.
Mm-hmm.
Work overnight cleaning shifts at times using corrosive materials to clean, quote, dangerous kill floor equipment at facilities in Sioux City, Iowa and Accomack, Virginia. On Monday, New York Times reporter Hannah Dreier won a Pulitzer Prize for exposing how thousands of migrant children, most of them from Mexico and Central America, risk their lives working at meatpacking plants and factories. Go to democracynow.org to see our interview with Hannah Dreier, as well as other Pulitzer winners this year, including Nathan Thrall, Justin Elliott, and Jonathan Eig. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now! Democracy Now!
But what about the rest? That's only some? I want all the headlines. Oh boy. Here we go.
Thanks for joining us for CBN News Watch. I'm Wendy Griffith. Today, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Israel has taken a key step in destroying the remaining military capabilities of Hamas as the invasion of Rafah gets underway. But the Israeli action has strained ties between the Biden administration and Israel. Families of victims of Hamas making clear before the assault on Rafah why it was so important for Israel to take action to finish off the terrorist group. Our CBN Studio 5 look at the new movie Unsung Hero, about a family taking a leap of faith.
The passage in Rafah today is a very
and future. As Chris Mitchell reports, long-awaited military operation against Hamas in the city of Rafah. One day after it began, Israel and the White House weighed in on its impact and future. As Chris Mitchell reports from Jerusalem, the operation is straining relations between the U.S. and the Jewish states.
In the face of U.S. pressure, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu explained why the War Cabinet approved its operation into Rafah.
Seizing the passage in Rafah today is a very important step, an important step on the way to destroying the remaining military capabilities of Hamas, including the elimination of the 4 terrorist battalions in Rafah, and an important step to damage the governmental capabilities of Hamas, because as of this morning, we denied Hamas a passage that was essential for establishing its reign of terror in the Strip.
The White House, which has strongly opposed an invasion of Rafah, says it's monitoring the operation.
What we've been told by our
Was that the largest Nazi flag ever?
Israeli counterparts is that this operation last night was limited and designed to cut off Hamas's ability to smuggle weapons and funds into
at the fucking border.
Yeah, no,
and shit.
Mm.
It just goes to show
Our
you
views on
that
Rafah
I'm always
remain the
right.
On Tuesday at the Capitol Hill ceremony to remember survivors of the Holocaust,
come on,
President Joe Biden.
You're just like goddamn. Like that's one thing, you know. It's like not only do the peacemakers they're already in prison for the Palestinian sides, not only have they empowered Hamas, but we don't have Nazis like Sadat anymore. And let me tell you, Nazi, okay. But guess what? But overnight he went from this dude literally quotes Hitler. No.
Not even.
No. He's the Egyptian
literal
nationalism.
Nazi.
No, Egyptian nationalism is way different. So it's like
interesting.
Nasser. So like they have like Egypt has this like period where they go more regressive and conservative with like Muslim Brotherhood being a political power and stuff.
Yes.
And then Nasser comes in, and Nasser is like almost like anti-Muslim.
Oh.
There's this famous clip of him, and he says that like some Salafist comes to him and says that they want to mandate the hijab, right? And he says, "Doesn't your sister not wear it?" And he says, and he's like, basically, he's just like, "Oh, so you want to come to me and order all these women around when you can't even control your sister? Like, get out of here, you bitch," you know? And like, this is like a famous thing that to this day Islamists hate him for. And then Sadat comes in, and Sadat is literally an Adolf Hitler quoting Nazi.
Yeah.
And then overnight he becomes the greatest peacemaker in the world because he did the Camp David agreements, right? And so like because of Sadat, so much was able to move forward, and because of that, the precursor to Al-Qaeda kills him. The Egyptian side of Al-Qaeda kills him, and Zarqawi ends up, or Zawahiri ends up in prison for the assassination.
Yeah.
Because he's linked to the group who does it. But they eventually let him out, and he goes to Afghanistan.
Condemn the recent rise of anti-Semitism and the Hamas massacre on October 7th.
Now, here we are, not 75 years later, but just 7.5 months later.
I think one of the reasons he's so scared, and like what's funny is we just recorded a very interesting episode, and then like also Faris from Arabia, he also posted something talking about how the two most likely regimes to fall is Egypt and Iran. And I think Sisi is very aware of this. And like the last guy, like literally just went out the door because a bunch of kids with tiki torches came, basically. You know,
Very cool.
like college kids drove the last government out, and then like the Muslim Brotherhood came in and like into that power vacuum, and then they were like, get the fuck out of here. And they kicked the Muslim Brotherhood out, and Sisi came in and was like, this is a military dictatorship, but it's run by a fucking pussy. You know, like all he does is imprison journalists.
We're already forgetting that Hamas unleashed this terror. It was Hamas that brutalized Israelis. It was Hamas who took and continues to hold hostages. I have not forgotten, nor have you, and we will not forget.
Also on Tuesday, the Biden administration confirmed it's withholding a large shipment of 2,500-pound bombs, fearing it would be used against Rafah.
Good.
Republican Senator Lindsey Graham blasted that decision on Fox News.
This is the worst possible signal to send to all the bad guys that America would be withholding weapons and ammunition to the Jewish state who's under siege on multiple fronts. That is just inciting more violence.
Israeli journalist Gadi
You're a fucking idiot.
Taub tells CBN News it comes while Israel is fighting for its life.
They are now holding us by the throat because they are withholding ammunition from the IDF.
Oh my God.
Wow. Okay.
Israel needs to fight this war.
I
if it is to
Lindsay's
survive, it will need to fight more wars.
His is
because
kind
it
of
would
good
need to
in
break
retrospect. You know? You know movies that
new
like, you know, movies where the sequel is so bad, you're like, okay, I kind of like the first one better. You know, like Attack of the Clones.
that Iran has been constructing around us. And the United States is protecting that news.
The U.S. still believes a ceasefire can be worked out between Israel and Hamas. Today, CIA Chief Bill Burns is expected to meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Boo!
And Chris Mitchell is with us now from Jerusalem. Chris, you just mentioned the U.S. says it thinks a ceasefire can still happen. Does Israel believe a ceasefire and hostage deal is possible?
Well, Wendy, I don't think it's possible on Hamas's terms. For example, they're not going to end the war, and that's one of the stipulations of Hamas, that they want to end the war and have all Israeli troops pull out of the Gaza Strip. Israel, on its side, won't allow Hamas to survive. And as Gadi Taub said, you know, it's really a matter of survival.
Oh my God!
For the Jewish state.
Hang on. Dude just said the deal won't happen on Hamas's terms. Like, it's Hamas's fault for it not happening. And then it's like, because Israel doesn't want the war to end. They want to destroy Hamas completely. Like, boomerang framing right there, just to like frame it in such a way. Like, come on, bro.
It was reported that the U.S. actually had said to Hamas that they would be a guarantor that the war would end. Netanyahu, to combat that, went public and said Israel didn't agree to that. And that's why the war cabinet decided to go into Rafah. So without a deal, I think
because like anyone who's the thing where it's like Palestine deserves better than Hamas. Okay, then fucking learn how to do it from the United States for once, instead of like, why is Israel training everyone like our police and stuff? No. Like look at America's actions in Iraq, right? Is ISIS there? Is Al-Qaeda there? No. Did they care about the IRGC being there? No, only ISIS and Al-Qaeda. IRGC is not a threat to them, they believe. It's a threat to the Middle East, but the U.S. does not care about that. So just wake up, bro. If Israel actually went in and just 50% more ethical, even, they may be making a huge difference on the PR side. But just chilling the fuck out and not doing shit like where you're running over the Gaza side. And like people are freaking out because it's in here, but Mitt Romney says, "What's with the bad PR?" Right? And it's like, can you believe he's bad PR? Can you believe he said that? And it's like, no, seriously, get your troops in line though. Like, you're making everyone look bad, Israel. Like, when you could do your goals, but it just shows that it's a genocide because they can't control it.
No, they can't. It's literally a genocide. They've stated their intent.
like
They said
Russia,
they
bro.
won't stop until it's done. It is genocide. The intent is there. This is the most cut and clear case of genocide I think we've looked at for the last 30 years. I think this is more obvious than Serbia.
Oh, I was gonna say the Yazidi, but that's like small.
It's kind of different because it's
small.
non-state too.
It's also a small group. It's like it's not like more Palestinians have died than Yazidi, but they're also not that many.
Because 90s, maybe Chechnya, 20% of the population.
But that's also something that could be debated. The Yazidi genocide can't be debated.
Is undebatable. And at this point, I would say this is non-debatable as well.
No, it can be debated though. That's the thing.
Well, Israel can debate it with their fake statistics and unreality, sure, but it's in actual fact-based arguments.
Well, that's literally Israel's ICJ argument is that ISIS wouldn't argue that they were like, yeah, we're doing a genocide, right? So even ISIS wouldn't argue against what they were doing. They're like, no, we're killing them all.
The Rafah operation will continue because Israel believes that's exactly what it needs to do to defeat Hamas eventually. But there's a lot of pressure on the Netanyahu government from the U.S. internally and from other nations.
Yeah. Well, after the Biden administration withheld weapons, does the Israeli government feel it cannot depend on them now?
Well, it certainly has strained relations. Probably the biggest action yet.
What Mitt Romney video was there? Because the only one I've got is a TikTok one.
It might just be the short of him saying it because it's a whole it's like him and Blinken sitting down for like a big talk. I mean, we'll see. There's going to be people covering it throughout the show, so we'll see it a few times.
Withdrawing ammunition, really a sign of the U.S. displeasure by Israel going into Rafah. But as I mentioned, Rafah is essential for an Israeli victory. But we'll see what happens. I mean, I think right now, Wendy, that meeting with CIA Director Bill Burns and Netanyahu is going on.
No, we can move on.
Remember also that Israel's not just fighting Hamas, but they're fighting Hezbollah too.
Oh, fuck off.
A large mobilization of Israeli police to oversee the demolition of nearly 50 different homes in this Bedouin community.
This isn't even the West Bank, bro. This is Israel proper that they're doing this. So,
really?
Yeah. Let me pull up a source real quick here.
It's an area of the Negev desert with a population of nearly 1,000 Palestinians. 400 of them now have nowhere to live. Israeli authorities say these homes were built without a permit. But Palestinian Israeli members of the government are criticizing the move and calling for a fair solution.
This is Ben Gvir's police. This is Netanyahu's government, the extremist and nefarious government that only knows the language of destruction and demolition. And so, this is the situation today in the Negev.
The local Bedouin community has protested against the government decision, with some members setting fire to their homes that were threatened with demolition. Israel's National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir says he's proud to lead this policy.
What was that name?
The demolitions
Can we hear that
this
one
morning.
again? Itamar Ben-Gvir
says he's proud threatened with demolition. Israel's National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir says he's proud to lead this policy.
The demolitions this morning in the Negev are the result of an intensive work that we are doing, which implements my policy, sovereignty, and governance.
We got a
The
little
law
thing
breaker.
here. So This is Israel proper, not West Bank. The Israeli government refuses to acknowledge villages where up to half Bedouin Arabs live, refusing to connect them to municipal services, and every now and then demolish them. Remember that it is nearly impossible for Arabs. Basically, like what they're saying is like to live in Israel is what they're saying.
Yeah, so they're saying that this is the apartheid being enforced.
Yeah, even inside, it's not just West Bank.
Yeah.
Understand that the days of them building wherever they want, doing whatever they want, are over.
The Negev Desert is home to nearly 200,000 Bedouins. Half of them are now at risk of being displaced. Hamda Salhout, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our.
That's what I'm talking about. Can you just like not? Just stop. You know? You're muted.
Like, how hard is it not to do it? Really?
Yeah. Like, just wait
just
until
don't.
people aren't looking, you fucking morons. Like, it's like, I'm critiquing them, like, I hate them as, like, a human being, but then, like, as a policy person, right? I'm just thinking, it's just frustrating me the way that, like, average politics does. And just, you know, like, Assad is better at it, bro. Like, Assad is better at fucking hiding the shit that he was doing. And it was, like, very out in the open as well.
انه مرمى علينا مناشير من الصبح قالوا لنا اطلع واحنا يعني لقيت الصراحه احنا عم طلعنا صار علينا الخبط وقصف يعني بالطلعه يعني فرفع.
And what we plan to do
is topple the Iranian regime.
We'll be able to undermine that ability to suppress information theoretically, because we'll have people on the ground with phones that can record stuff.
Well, that's why they're banning TikTok, haven't you heard?
Sure.
Because of Palestine?
Sure. I thought it was because of China.
No, it's because of Palestine. It's because Palestine videos are on there.
Interesting. So it's interesting that these people that say TikTok's being banned not for national security reasons keep changing the reason that TikTok's being banned. Interesting. It's almost like it's not based in fact and reality. Interesting.
ما ضلش مكان آمن عنا، احنا ما ضلش مكان آمن عنا بالمرة يعني، صرنا الواحد يجي عليه الليل يعني خايف.
I just want to make sure people got all that. He's saying that, sure, the IDF dropped leaflets, but there's nowhere for them to go. So they drop leaflets, don't make sure that they've gone, then say, sure, civilians have left, knowing that they have nowhere to go, dropping bombs on them, and then go, look at what Hamas did. This is what the IDF does. It's fucking insane that nobody has realized this to the point that it's like, well, nobody. So not nobody. It's like, are you trying to make a meme?
No, I mean, it's just the template, but it's the, you know, he's already, you can imagine it. The leaflets in his hand.
Pretty much. It's like the door knockers. It's like, oh, bomb is coming, by the way. We're letting you know, so this is humane now because you know that you're going to die.
It's like, you know, it's polite, like how the girl in the ring calls you and let you know you have 7 days before you die. See the fucking picture of the kid's crushed and the fucking eyes popped out of the kid's head?
I didn't actually see that photo.
Oh, I sent it to you on Instagram, I think.
I'll have a look.
لا طهي ولا في بترول ولا في شيء للمواصلات، المواصلات شحيحه وغاليه جدا اذا توفرت، غاليه جدا، فعشان هيك احنا حنضلنا نستنى الموت لما يجينا.
I may not have sent it.
قالوا لنا امان رفح، هو اول ما بدينا قالوا لنا اطلعوا على الجنوب، الجنوب امان، انو امان، صارت تخطر من غزه لقيتها، خلصوا من غزه وخلصوا من خان يونس لقيتها بدوا في رفح، وبدايتهم جباره يعني طول الليل صارت انفجارات وحزامات ناريه، الاف 16 والمدفعيه ما سكتتش طول الليل، طب هذا برعبنا واحنا بني ادمين، بني ادمين مش حمل اصوات الصواريخ هذه اللي بنسمعها والشظايا، بعدين في شيء يلقى عنا يا خال، احنا عايشين في نايلون وعلى الرمل زي البهايم الله يعزكم، زي البهايم عايشين لنا 7 شهور، عايشين على الرمل.
There you go, I refreshed it for you.
It's a lot of kids.
As reported earlier,
Yeah,
an Israeli delegation
that's
has
why
arrived in
like
Cairo
phrasing
for
it as a
crucial
war against
ceasefire
women and
talks.
children is
A
correct.
way better. Yeah,
Because if
that's actually
Hamas
really
is
good.
only men and they're all underground and they're not really getting killed by it, who is the Israeli government fighting then?
I did watch that. I didn't realize that's what it was.
What the?
Yeah.
Did you saw it now?
Yep.
Isn't that fucking brutal?
A day
Yeah. Yeah.
after Hamas
I saw
said it
another
had
one.
accepted an Egyptian
I was
Qatari
on
proposal
Instagram,
to
maybe
explore
by a PSL account that's probably banned now, but they're literally picking up goop off the ground, people goo, and putting it in a bag just to get as much of the
I
remains as
saw
possible.
there was a protest sign that said, I'll find it exactly because it'll be in the archive because I posted it yesterday, I think. It
Speaking
said
of
something.
posts,
I didn't actually see
did you
the
see
video of
Instagram
that.
post?
No, the video. I did post the Instagram. It says if a man holding his children's body parts in a plastic bag doesn't convince you, you're evil. I'm like, yeah, that's probably true. I'm like, I don't really want to see that video, but I'll watch it because you kind of need to. You need to know what this is.
You know, tag.
No, I did not.
You slut.
Give me a second. Dirty whore. Did you see the fucking the friend of mine sent me graffiti that was written on a wall in North Melbourne somewhere, and it said, did you say it was it said Jack is, what did it say? It's just crazy. I'll find the picture. It's very funny. Brainworms. Brainworms.
or what could happen next. We turn now to Hussein Ibish, senior resident scholar at the Arab Gulf States Institute Group at the think tank here in Washington. Hussein, good to see
Oh
you.
my God, fuck off.
So let's begin with
I was trying
the
to
Israeli troops
close it
seizing
and I
that
accidentally
critical
hit a
Rafah
video
border
on the way
crossing
out.
today. What does that say to you? That there's some larger incursion imminent or a different kind of strategy?
No, it doesn't say that. What it says to me is that the Israelis are going ahead with key parts of their original war aim. At the beginning of the war, they definitely wanted to seize the Philadelphia corridor, which is
It was on a wall.
of land
My
between
friend who lives north of Melbourne, like inner suburbs, I pointed out how good the political graffiti in the area is because she's a socialist, right? And I was pointing out sending stuff because I follow a lot of these pages that post political graffiti.
Mm-hmm.
And I sent her some stuff. I'm like, this you, because they're all from where she is. And I guess she started looking for it. And she found that and sent me a picture of it. I'm like, that is hysterical.
the Egyptian border and
I had to
Rafah
post
and
it.
the urban
It's very
areas
funny.
most south of in Gaza.
I was gonna
And this
make
is
it
a
my Twitter banner profile, my banner photo, but it's too wide for the banner, unfortunately.
crucial, strategically crucial area, which the Israelis agreed not to occupy in the peace treaty with Egypt, and then again in 2005 when they redeployed their troops out of Gaza, and then again after 2007 when Hamas took over. They've agreed many times with the Egyptians not to take it, but I think they're determined after October 7 to reoccupy it, to create a buffer zone in the south that will mimic the buffer zone that they are going to beef up and greatly strengthen in the north, the one that Hamas and the others breached on October 7. And lastly, I think they're thinking about maintaining troops in a buffer zone in the center of Gaza, dividing Gaza in half between north and south. And this sets up a potential set of targets for a long-term insurgency against Israeli troops. So it's the kind of long-term plan that Hamas likes to hear about, frankly.
Well, at a time when we have the head of the World Food Program saying there's already a full-blown famine in northern Gaza moving south, what does the seizing of this border crossing mean in terms of its impact on the ground?
Well, it's dire because every parcel of food that goes through is crucial because people are living on the brink of starvation, and in the north, they are starving. And there have been trucks going through the Rafah crossing, the crossing that is now blocked off by Israeli troops through Egypt. And the Israelis have been very restrictive through the crossings they control, including Keren Shalom, which is the one that could really handle large amounts. And that's why the United States has been trying to build this maritime pier, and other countries have done air.
Oh, so what you're saying is that other countries around the world are trying to build avenues for aid because Israel is actively stopping aid from getting in, just like they were told to stop by the ICJ, lest it be genocide. Interesting. I think it's about time You go and arrest these cunts.
Drops, but it is a potentially huge problem, adding to the famine conditions in Gaza.
What about the negotiations over a potential ceasefire and hostage release? We heard U.S. National Security spokesperson John Kirby today say that they believe the text is close. Yeah. Do you share that optimism? Do you think both sides are incentivized to make a deal right now?
I think that both the Netanyahu government, especially Netanyahu, and also Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas in Gaza, believe they profited politically off of the war, and they would both like to keep it going. But Hamas is under so much pressure from their own leaders outside of Gaza, from the people of Gaza, from other Palestinians and from Arab countries, that they've had to shift their policies very greatly. They were calling for a total ceasefire. They're now apparently willing to accept a series of short-term ceasefires, and they've shifted a lot. So it's possible there could be an agreement. But Netanyahu keeps talking about a Rafah operation with or without a ceasefire. He's really kind of sabotaging the talks. And the Israeli delegation is a mid-level delegation meaning they don't have any authority. They're just there to be there. They really are there for show. And that's a big problem. So we'll see. Netanyahu's under a lot of pressure, to get hostages out if he can. But if he can avoid this ceasefire, he's going to do it. And I think we can see how the Israelis are going to do the Rafah operation without confronting the Biden administration. Piecemeal, little bit here, little bit there, rather than a giant smashing attack like they did in Khan Yunis, reducing the place to a moonscape in a few days. They would just salami slice it off bit by bit. The problem for Biden is that may take the war into the summer, and that's bad news for his campaign.
Hussein, what about the Saudi influence here? We heard the foreign minister just refer to the war and use the word genocide for the first time in an English language press release, we should say, so it's for outside consumption. How do you read that? Why now?
Well, it's also going to be consumed inside Saudi Arabia, and I think the Saudis are trying to exercise their influence. They've made a lot of progress with the United States on bilateral issues that could contribute to a triangular agreement with the U.S. and Israel that would involve them normalizing with Israel, which would be a huge win for the U.S., a huge win for Israel, and good for Saudi Arabia as well.
Very happy
they need these Israelis to recognize.
I don't think the lizard was very happy I woke him up.
Right to a state, which Israel has never done, and agree to enter into a process.
All right, let's continue. Keep moving.
Why is an Israeli attack on Rafah in Gaza causing so much concern? Well, you could say there are about 1.5 million reasons. That's a number of Palestinians who have packed into the area as months of war has killed tens of thousands of people.
Can't hear you over your mix.
Take a look at this map. In October, when Israel
your voiceover's too low. Okay, now it's fine.
To move south of this line. Then in December, it focused its attacks on Khan Yunis. So this forced yet more Palestinians to flee further south to Rafah. The government was once home to 260,000 people. But thanks to Israel's war, the majority of Gaza's population had to cram.
What are you about to fucking play Doom or something?
In size. Now, Israel's been planning its Rafah offensive for months as part of its stated aim to wipe out Hamas. Israel says the group still has battalions in Rafah, but U.S. intelligence...
Why is the music so loud? I'm so confused.
It's fucking TikTok, bro.
Hamas won't be defeated, and world leaders have for months...
Oh my god.
Dude,
please change the video. I can't stand how bad this mix is.
Welcome to the News Hour. The Biden administration has suspended delivery of thousands of bombs to Israel, a rare move by a White House that has said its commitment to Israel is, quote, ironclad. Israel seized the Rafah border crossing from Gaza into Egypt on Monday and said it would invade Rafah City if Hamas does not release the hostages it holds by week's end.
Criticism of the suspension from many Republicans and some Democrats was swift. Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell co-signed a letter to the president denouncing the delay. The Biden White House also delayed delivery to Capitol Hill of a congressionally mandated report on whether or not the Israeli military is adhering to international humanitarian law. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin defended the weapons pause at a Senate hearing this morning before being interrupted by pro-Palestinian protesters.
We're going to continue to do what's necessary to ensure that Israel has the means to defend itself. But that said, we are currently reviewing some near-term security assistance shipments in the context of unfolding events in Rafah. Some of the security assistance that we're providing to...
Following all of this is our Nick Schifrin, who joins me here at the desk tonight. Nick, good to see you. Let's just start with what exactly the administration has suspended here.
The administration froze the shipment of 3,500 American bombs to Israel. These are weapons that were already congressionally approved, specifically 1,800 2,000-pound bombs, which Israel has used mostly in northern Gaza. You see the aftermath of one right there to target Hamas tunnels deep underground. But these are the bombs that have caused the most civilian casualties because of their size and because they are unguided. A senior administration official says, quote, "We are especially focused on the end use of 2,000-pound bombs and the impact they could have in dense urban settings." That is a reference for Rafah, where, of course, 1.2 million have fled in southern
keep those
Gaza.
away from them.
Yes.
and Israel is threatening to assault, as you were saying before, especially Rafah City. Now, Israel has more than enough weapons, Amna, to be able to assault Rafah. So this is not about readiness. This is what one official tells me is a message. And that message is being sent also because the U.S. is saying if Israel does not go into Rafah, then there will not be further frozen shipments. Not only those 3,500 bombs that we talked about already, but a separate.
I'm glad they actually
attack munitions or JDAMs.
I'm shocked because remember
they
how
actually
I said,
cracked the whip.
Like I said, I'll be shocked if they actually suspend weapons over Rafah.
Yes.
The fact that they've even done one and it's just a delay, and it might be just because it's Boeing. You know, the fact that it happened even one time
is wild.
Hi,
it's also.
do you want to know how to
precedent
fix this? Stop.
Pretty much.
Kits that turn unguided munitions
But
into
the more
precision-guided
the more
munitions
important
that
thing
Israel
is
is
it's
also
precedent.
asking for. But
There is now
the US is
precedent
not
of
blocking
suspending
defensive
arms
weapons, that includes
sales
missile defense, nor is
to
it blocking
Israel.
recent appropriated financial foreign financial money for Israeli weapons. In total, the U.S. has sent Israel billions of dollars since October the 7th, but it's a major step for President Biden, who's criticized this idea in the past. The fact is that this is the largest leverage that the U.S. has over Israel, the weapons.
Oh, fuck off. No, it isn't.
Both here at home and overseas.
The Democrats who have called for the U.S. to use
Like
this leverage
Mehdi
hailed
Hassan
this
made a great
idea, but
point that like
Republicans
fucking
criticize
Reagan
that the
ended
chairs
this
of
with a phone call.
Yeah.
the House Foreign Affairs and Armed Services Committee said they were, quote, appalled by the decision, and they said it weakens deterrence against Iran and Lebanese Hezbollah. And a source briefed on the details tells me that, quote, Israeli officials expressed deep frustration at the delay of the shipment and the U.S. briefings to the media on the matter, raising concerns that the move may jeopardize the hostage deal negotiations.
Maybe if you just
like
moment.
And that's
killed
what makes
50% less people, you'd have those bombs, Israel. Did you think of that when you were fucking killing women and children? Just 50% less, and the U.S. would
Basically
probably still
only
give them
women
to
and
you.
children.
Yeah.
This moment so critical. CIA Director Bill Burns is in the middle of trying to convince the Israelis to accept a hostage deal as Israel threatens this week to go into Rafah if there is no hostage.
They're going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Fox News alert now. The White House is confirming it's holding back a key shipment of about 3,500 bombs
I can't
to Israel
believe
over
he's
concerns
done this.
they'll be used in Rafah. It comes as negotiations for both Israel and Hamas negotiators have arrived in
That's not
Cairo
the best
to
picture
work
to
out a
show, guys.
I can really see
Guys.
how it would be so tempting as a
Guys,
Palestinian to
you
get an
could have picked a better
RPG.
photo.
To pick up an
not the
RPG
fucking
and
flag at the
RPG
border
one of these
crossing,
fucking
guys.
tanks. That I understand. I can totally sympathize. That looks like fun. Free targets.
Possible ceasefire agreement with them there is the CIA director here in America. Fox News foreign correspondent Trey Yanks has been covering the war from day one, and he begins his day.
Oh,
with
this
us.
guy's
Trey,
back
great
in
to see you.
America now?
Your reaction to the U.S.
He
stopping
actually,
this
like,
weapon
this guy,
shipment?
honestly, to give him credit, like, considering he was working for Fox News, he was a pretty good on-the-ground correspondent.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he did like he even if Fox would talk to him and they would do the spinning, and he'd be like more direct, being like talking about how the IDF like took massive losses to like an ambush or something like that.
And then the host would spin it.
Yeah, because like he was just like, well, he'd just be like, well, Israel wants to do this and blah blah blah. He wouldn't be like defending Israel's position or anything like that.
He's just doing his job.
Yeah. But he was still, I mean, he's working for Fox, so it's like still like he could be working for CNN, you know what I'm saying?
So look, we're talking about 500-pound bombs.
Well, yeah, no, they all interbreed with each other anyway. Everybody works for each fucking company. It doesn't matter who the fucking company is at the end of the day. They're journalists for money. They'll go to whatever company they want to go that'll pay them money.
But I want to say he was there. He was in Israel when October 7th happened.
Possibly. Well, they said that he's been covering it since day one.
And 2,000-pound bombs. These are explosives the Israelis have been using in Gaza since the war erupted following the October 7th massacre against Israelis. And they are bombs that have been quite controversial in this war because they have led to the deaths of civilians. But the Israelis will point to the fact that they're wrapping up their operation inside Gaza. Rafah is the last stronghold of Hamas. It's the last area that hasn't been cleared by the Israelis.
See, it's
and many of these
okay,
bombs aren't
you know,
planned to be used inside.
Look.
Like he he used terms like massacre. I mean, sure, you know, we didn't.
No,
really
listen to this though.
Of Hamas, it's the last area that hasn't been wrapping up their operation inside Gaza. Rafah is the last stronghold of Hamas. It's
spin.
Yeah. No, there is a little. But he also
oh my God,
like
you spoke
Israel.
again.
Israel, yeah, well, maybe wait for me to finish talking before you hit play. But Israel, he says Israel would point to the fact that they're wrapping up operations, you know? Like, he's not going to be up here and, like, say something that's, like, pro-Hamas or anything. But
No.
I'm just saying,
I
for Fox
was making
News,
a point.
it ain't bad.
Yeah, I was making a point.
Inside Gaza.
Right? That they're saying it's the last stronghold,
Is the last
realistically.
stronghold of Hamas. It's the last area that hasn't been cleared by the...
Realistically, that's the truth. It's the last place Israel hasn't gone.
Mhm.
That's the truth. It's got nothing to do with Hamas. It's making sure that they know.
No, they're underneath the tunnels, just like they were underneath the hospital. Didn't you see the calendar?
Israelis, and many of these bombs aren't planned to be used inside Gaza, but
Come
rather
on,
in
why?
Lebanon, when what
Fox,
Israeli officials
you
say
need to
is an
understand the
operation that
context
must
of the
happen,
images you're
will take
showing
place
to
to
get
clear
your
Hezbollah
spin.
back from the northern
You
border.
idiots.
It looks like it consists of 800-pound bombs, 2,000-pound bombs, as well as 1,700, 500-pound bombs. So that you said they need them for Hezbollah, and today you said there's already been operations against Hezbollah outside Beirut.
Yeah, absolutely. Following the October 7th massacre, Hezbollah got directly involved in the fight, launching drones and missiles and rockets into northern Israel. And they've been doing that ever since. And so the past 7 months have seen not only nearly 100,000 Israelis evacuated from the northern border, but also constant fire into northern Israel, drawing Israeli responses. So overnight, there were new airstrikes in southern Lebanon amid that conflict.
Just to seal up Rafah, your defense minister, the defense minister over in Israel, Gallant, says we're going into Rafah. The Secretary of State Blinken has said twice, we do not support you into Rafah. I mean, how does this get resolved?
The Israelis say they need strength to negotiate with these people in...
Did you know Israel is its own state and they can actually make their own decisions, and the US has no right, nor should they ever have the right to control how a government does anything, whether their actions are right or wrong? Like, shut the fuck up. America doesn't run the fucking world. Grow up.
See how he sourced again there, though? Like, that's traditional training that you don't have at Fox News.
Cairo and in Doha, and they will continue to operate in the southernmost city of Rafah. The question here is, what do they do with the Palestinian civilians that are currently sheltering there? Since the beginning of the war, they've...
Internationally, yes, Israel is a state, yes. And yes, they have their autonomy just like any other state. The only time people don't have autonomy is when they're not recognized by the international community, and then they get shit on. See list of examples.
Told Palestinians to evacuate to the south. They've now reached the Egyptian border. There are an estimated 1.5 million Palestinians in Rafah, and these evacuation orders that we saw just 48 hours ago only account for 100,000 of those Palestinians.
When you find out, and it becomes public that the U.S. and Israel are sparring, that there are demonstrations here in America pro-Hamas, pro-Palestine, how does that affect negotiations and operations in Gaza?
There's clearly pressure on the Biden administration to make this.
They're not, though. They just aren't.
Well, I mean,
they leverage America's love of money to get.
I would say they're heavily
weapons.
reliant. It's not an actual dependence.
Yeah.
It's like what they say is like, oh, you know, like what they say with like why welfare will be bad for people. Right? That's kind of what's going on. Like it's just
like at the end of the day, America could cut Israel off and there'd be no difference. The only thing that they'd lose is their
they would have less
system.
Yeah, they would have less air defenses to defend against when Iran launches an all-out attack, where most of the missiles get intercepted by U.S. forces in Jordan.
But it's like that's the only thing that they would lose realistically is the Iron Dome, because that's basically just America. The Iron Dome is America defending Israel. Now, Israel loses America, and now that maybe they'll think.
In my
twice about
opinion,
being
that's the only thing
cunts.
they should give them.
In my opinion, that's the thing that they should take away from them.
The Iron Dome
leverage. Yeah, they should be like, oh, you want to be cunts in the area? Okay, we're going to take away your air defense.
We're going to take away your air defenses. Now you're going to get bombed. But Hamas,
yeah, because
Hamas will be able to launch rockets.
Good. You know what? And you know what? Maybe if Israel
you're right, though.
might
You're
have
right,
a
though.
threat,
That is a real
let me
threat.
talk. Fucking hell. If Israel had a threat towards it that didn't have a defense system to stop it, maybe they would think twice. But because they have the air defense systems to stop it, they don't give a fuck. So they will go and commit genocide and tell the international community to go fuck themselves because America is going to continue giving them missiles for air defense. America's biggest leverage is the air defense. Take away that, and what does Israel do? Please give it back to us. We'll stop.
Yeah, the fact that like for so long now Israel has held the leverage over America when they actually don't have it. It's just like an illusion of leverage.
It's completely an illusion.
Like the fact that they're able to pressure America to do all these things and they just do it blindly.
Yes. Well, it's not blindly, it's the lobbying money.
It's more than that.
Oh, I guess it's conditioned, like culturally conditioned too.
Yeah. And
but
also,
a lot of like the money is how they get people in, and that's how they keep politicians. Not anymore. Not anymore. They have their independent.
I mean, like I said,
now.
APAC is just NIAC with an A.
Yeah.
Right.
Decisions as it relates to Israel, because it's a story that's playing out.
The Air
here
Force
in the
is dependent on the U.S. technically because they have F-35s and F-16s.
Are the F-16s not? Do they not have a repair, like a right to repair those?
Well, also the F-35 they have is the F-35I. It's theirs, so they probably
exactly.
have
So that's
controlled it as well.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying that not really.
But they probably still need the parts and ship from Boeing and Lockheed.
That being said, the Netherlands did cut off F-35 parts, so maybe they still are dependent on some parts.
Well, that's the thing with the F-35 is like the only way F-35 can be built, and this is why Russia and China can't compete with it. The only way it can be built is the magic of capitalism. Look at the marvelous pencil, Jack. This eraser, the rubber, it comes from South America.
But the CR war, when it comes to the information war that is running parallel to this conflict on the ground. But
yeah, I don't know much about the F-16s and the diplomacy that was relayed with them. All I know is there's a fucking lot of F-16s around.
But something that the Middle East understands that maybe some in the United States don't when you look at college campuses is the difference between being pro-Palestinian and the idea of a two-state solution that could lead toward peace in the Middle East and being pro-Hamas. And those are two very different things that are playing out here in the United States on these college campuses and in the Middle East.
And the biggest story is they only understand strength in the region. This administration seems to have a hard time understanding that. And the other thing is the major threat is that Iran could be a week away from a nuclear weapon.
Oh my
God.
God. Shut up.
Absolutely. When the Israelis are making these calculations about the weapons that they need, they're not just looking at Gaza's southernmost city of Rafah. They're looking.
That's fucking hysterical. Yes, they only have 36 of them. I just looked it up to see how many they have. They actually only have 36. Australia has 90.
Well, the F-35, one of the main things that they have it for is to be able to do a first strike capability against Iran on one tank. So
looking at southern Lebanon with the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. They're looking at the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen. They're looking at the Iranian-backed Iraqi and Syrian Shia militias that are operating across the region.
Notice how he's not
Iran itself that launched hundreds of ballistic.
What about the nukes, though? Is he going to mention those? That was the thing that he said, though. He said, absolutely, they're looking at all these things that aren't the nuclear weapons that could be coming.
And drones toward Israel, as we reported on the ground last month. And so the Israelis are concerned about the possibility that Iran goes to that nuclear breakout and ultimately creates a weapon that they use against the Jewish state.
And how are you doing? You went from Ukraine to
They
Israel.
are concerned. That is true. They are concerned.
I'm doing.
Bro, he was in Ukraine, then Israel.
Yeah. Isn't he in?
Damn.
Yeah.
All right, man. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Talk about working properly. Like, for working for the corporate press, I say he's probably the closest to being a real journalist you can probably get. Like, actually going down there and doing it, that's... No matter how you spin it, like, that's, it's respectable.
Well, we're focused on the mission to get this story out to our audience, and we'll continue to do it.
All right, you going back?
Absolutely, tonight.
Going back tonight. All right, Trey, you probably won't be wearing a suit for a while.
Nope.
I'll look forward to seeing you in the field. You do a fantastic job.
Good for him.
I'm jealous. I miss it.
Me too. I also don't want to work for the corporate press. So
Hamas unleashed this terror. That's what President Biden reminded
everyone
at a Holocaust remembrance ceremony.
I wanted normal coverage, Fox coverage, these psychos.
Evil.
testimony yesterday.
Well, at the same time, the president's administration is withholding weapons that would help the Jewish state defeat Hamas. CBN's Chris Mitchell reports on the increasing tensions between the United States and Israel.
In the face of U.S. pressure, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu explained why the War Cabinet approved its operation into Rafah.
Seizing the passage in Rafah today is a very important step. An important step on the way to destroying the remaining military capabilities of Hamas.
I'm always wigged out by how fake their flag looks, like in this picture, or like whenever he's in his office.
Too shiny?
It's too shiny. There's something fake about it.
Nation of the 4 terrorist battalions in Rafah, and an important step to damage the governmental capabilities of Hamas, because as of
The
this morning,
translator's
we denied
voice
Hamas
sounds
a
like he's
passage that
Italian.
was essential for establishing its reign of terror in the Strip.
The White House, which has strongly opposed an invasion of Rafah, says it's monitoring the operation.
What we've been told by our Israeli counterparts is that this operation last night was limited and designed to cut off Hamas's ability to smuggle weapons and funds into Gaza. Our views on Rafah have remained the same.
Dude, that's so funny. So as soon as they said the frat name from that video earlier, I was like, that sounds familiar. It does sound familiar because like half the people that on my floor when I was at the American University were in there.
Tuesday at the Capitol Hill ceremony
That makes
to
sense.
remember survivors of the Holocaust, President Joe Biden condemned the recent rise of anti-Semitism and the Hamas massacre on October 7th.
Now, here we are, not 75 years later, but just 7.5 months later. And people are already forgetting. They're already forgetting.
Forgetting
But
what?
Hamas
Fuck.
unleashed this terror.
Oh, come on,
It was
bro.
Hamas
No.
who brutalized
Stop.
Israelis.
Stop. First of all, nobody has forgotten that date. Okay, maybe the Israelis who went back to work, right after, but like, come on. And also, just shut up. Just shut up. Like, you have to also, the audience he's talking to.
Yeah.
It was Hamas who took and continues to hold hostages. I have not forgotten, nor have you. And we will not forget.
Also on Tuesday, the Biden administration confirmed it's withholding a large shipment of 2,500-pound bombs.
It's
fearing
so
it would be
crazy
used against
because
Rafah.
Hamas
Republican
is
Senator Lindsey
fucking
Graham blasted that
like awful.
Mm.
They're not like the worst out of like all the terrorist groups in the
Mhm.
region, but they're fucking awful. They're better than
Yeah.
IRGC groups, and I don't consider them one. See, even they're autonomous. They're not a puppet state either. But like, Hamas is so fucking bad. The fact that it makes it morally gray still, that you can have some people who are
I'm
so
Anna.
outwardly bad, and you're still so fucking genocidal that it goes back to like the morally gray area, and people can actually debate who's on the right side of something.
Yeah.
Like, you
Wild.
shouldn't have to debate like if you're better than Hamas or if Hamas has the right to do something. Like, you fucked up at that point.
Sarah Famidu. I'm a first-year medical student at the University of Oxford, and we're currently in the Oxford Encampment, which is a
British.
collection of members of the community of Oxford and the
British.
university in support of the people of Palestine. So what we want ultimately is for the university to acknowledge this as
White.
genocide. We
British.
want there to be condemnation for the actions of the Israeli government and for the complicity of European governments, including the United Kingdoms, as well as the United States,
Okay, so hang on.
in not acknowledging this.
Their demands are that the university recognize it as genocide.
Yes.
Okay, easy. And then something about complacency of recognize Europe is complacent in that genocide. Is that basically the second point she said?
Genocide. We want there to be condemnation for the actions of the Israeli government
Condemnation.
and for the complicity of European governments, including the United Kingdoms, as well as the United States,
Okay.
in not acknowledging this as it needs to be. And further to that, funding and arming Israel as a nation and its army and allowing for this to happen. And beyond that, we know that Oxford has investments in Israeli companies and Israeli business. At a college level, this is unclear. So as well as wanting clarity for how these investments are made at the college level, we want for
Only
Oxford University
asking
as it
for
is-
transparency. I mean,
Transparency.
I'm sure
and
this is going to
media.
be reasonably dealt with. I mean, there's no reason to crack down on this protest. Very reasonable, easy demands. You can just
Yeah.
lie about half of the demands they're making.
institution to divest from these companies and to stop
Nope,
funding
there
genocide
it
in
is.
this way
Now it's
indirectly
the-
as well as
oh,
directly.
uh-oh.
And hopefully the action of
Now they
institutions. So
won't
we're not the
listen.
only encampment in the UK. I think there's 9 or 10 of us currently. Hopefully, these institutions responding in this way puts some pressure on our government as well to mirror these actions and to do the
Hey,
same at a
where'd you
national
guys
level.
get those scarves? John
We will
Oliver
stay here.
covered the protest, right? And he was
Mm.
just joking about how they could make it a conspiracy. And he goes, in fact, if you search cheap, shitty tent on Amazon, the first tent that comes up.
As long as we can, and as long as it is safe for us to do so, given how much help we've had from the community and how much aid we've had in the form of food and supplies, wooden planks so we don't walk through the mud, help in any form, and also donations to keep the camp going.
You guys are basically soldiers in the front lines of World War
Soldier
I.
in the bunker.
Dealing with trench foot and shit. You guys are working hard here.
I think we're in a good position.
Honestly, though, the
peas,
the
gross.
demands are not unreasonable nor hard to meet.
Like
Oxford,
peas, ruined dishes. Get them out.
wrong.
Fuck off.
To remain
No.
here, obviously not forever, but I think I would be
Peas are
very
great.
surprised
No,
if
they're
we
not.
have no response from the
Let's see. Toward reparative uni. Poetry circle.
university at all.
Film screening. Fuck yeah.
I would like to think that the
Can't
people
clean up. I thought they were all
who
litterers.
lead
The police
these,
showed me that they
prestigious
littered.
universities, which are known across the world, do care about what their students think, and would like to at least open some sort of conversation about how these demands can be met and how they can best represent student interests, because we are all paying to be here. And even though
I
we all
agree.
love this university, and I feel very lucky to be here, but with that being said, I also feel that my voice in this matters, and all of us
So,
do, and that is why we've come together for
I
this
took
issue.
a hard stance on this. I've been influenced by another chef, but I took a hard stance on this because I ate a chicken pot pie,
Uh-huh.
and I just started having to take the peas out of it because like they ruined an already pretty shitty pie. You need good mashed potatoes.
Okay,
good
no, I'm
seasoning
pushing
in
back.
those potatoes,
Nah,
good
no,
butter in those
no,
potatoes,
no.
and de facto, corn is better with mashed potatoes.
No.
Fuck
I
off.
was about to say, I am going to vehemently disagree with you already because I know you're about to say corn. No. Peas, mashed potato, goated. Corn, ruined.
Corn.
Too crunchy for the potato, needs to be peas,
Nope.
well cooked, mixed in.
Peas suck.
Frozen peas are the
Peas suck.
best.
Peas
You
suck.
don't need good mashed potato. It can be
Good- peas suck.
garbage mashed potato.
Peas
With
suck.
peas, perfect.
They suck. Get them out.
Americans and their obsession with corn.
Get them out. Corn is the best, first of all. It's
Make sure to
corn.
subscribe to our
Bro, you ever put
Okay.
applesauce on ham?
Yes, actually. It's a Christmas thing. Not a fan.
Russian President Vladimir Putin said it was up to the West
Yeah,
to choose between
me either,
confrontation
really.
and
I'd rather
cooperation
just have
as he was
applesauce on
forming
the
for a new
side, if
6-year term
anything,
in the
Because like I'm always
The
down for
ceremony unveiled
applesauce.
Yeah.
Kremlin Hall was boycotted by the United States and other Western
It's like gravy. Putting gravy on everything on a roast. Stop it.
countries over Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine. Amid rising tensions, Putin
See,
said he
everyone's
was
on
not
my
projecting
side.
dialogue with the
Yeah,
US,
that's
including on nuclear
well,
weapons.
like they don't have trained pilots
We
like
have
me.
been.
When you get a chef coat from your job, come at me.
And we'll continue to be open to strengthening.
Look, man, I'm basically a chef. I can make great eggs and bacon. So, come at me.
good relations with all countries that see Russia as a reliable and honest
People
partner.
fucking microwave for scrambled eggs. It's fucking weird. It's all pan.
Oh, no, I never do that type. Like, well, first of all, I don't really eat eggs, and like when I do,
Mm.
and I'm just making them for myself, I'm just gonna fry it on two sides. I'm gonna crack it open and then
Fair
flip
enough.
it. And
Fair
then,
enough.
and then I just like dump salt on it and take the whole egg and shove it in my mouth.
I used to just crack the eggs into the pan, and
Yeah,
now
that's-
I put it into a bowl, whisk it up, salt and pepper, and just smack it in. And I just do the thing where you like pull it from the side so it like scoops around, and you get that really cool like restaurant mashed potatoes where it's like long lines. Sorry, mashed potatoes.
Eggs?
Scrambled eggs. I'm
Oh.
Yeah, so you get the really long, like scrambled.
Like
long
when I
line of
cook
egg.
eggs for other people, I normally do like a French omelet. Because there's certain things that like if you just have a
Yeah.
skill to be able to do, to like crank out a French omelet and if your pan's hot enough, you can crank it out so quick. And like
Oh, it's like 20 seconds, 30
the hand
seconds.
action that you do and stuff to like fold it, and like the fact that it's like the curl in it, and like it just like, you know, they call you back if you like fuck them and then you cook them breakfast the next day and that's what you make them.
It's a fair point.
Mm-hmm.
But like because I'm assuming that when you're making the omelet, you're doing it in like a mixer. You mix it all together and you pour it into the pan, and it sort of cooks like that, and then you flip it. And then you curl it over. I'm assuming because that's how I do the scrambled eggs. Except I pour it in and just sort of scrape it before it solidifies.
The key is right. The key is to get it to not fuck up. There's a difference between scrambled eggs and what this is, right? It needs to be at a certain perfect temperature, and you almost like hold it above the stove. Like it actually, you don't want like a hot pan. And what you do is like it's already scrambled, but you continue to agitate in the pan so no curds form.
Okay.
Right, and then it gets to a certain point where the entire thing is all in the same state at the same time. And then you flip it in on itself. So like the inside of the roll that you do is all runny and stuff.
Interesting. Okay, so you don't even flip it; you just curl it on itself and then cook
No,
the other side.
Yeah,
again.
I mean, no. I'll just show you how to do them.
I'm actually so curious because I'm always
they're super easy to do, but and plus it's like you constantly have to be like moving. I swear to God, if fucking this French fuck claims this.
Yeah, this is how exciting and how much we care about what's happening in Russia. Is we'd rather talk about omelets.
Need to do it. You beat the egg and you move it as fast as you can with one hand and the other hand with the fork to create the smallest possible curd that you can, and you don't even let it brown. You mix it as fast as you can, scramble egg, barely let it take, then bring all the thing on one side and avert it. It should be very soft, tender, moist in the center. The classic way is the white get out like a wet thread of white. So,
interesting. He puts the butter in the eggs.
Oh yeah. This has a shitload of butter.
Because I put the butter on the pan.
No. You even finish it with butter. You rub it with butter after you finish the omelet too. There's a shitload of butter in this.
8-inch, 3-egg omelette. Move it there, and now using the bottom of this and your hand here.
No. You can't use metal in it like that. Metal on metal.
I was gonna say, no fucking way.
To bring that,
I use wood.
Together, bring it around to create a small curl. Again, bring it around. And you may like it more cooked, less cooked. I don't like it too cooked. And at the end of it, the important part of it, now look at that here. I bring everything on this side rather than with just one liner and rolling a carpet. I bring everything on one side, then I bring that lip. Here, you want to have a nice,
oh my God, that looks
curd like
delicious.
this, and this there, and to bring the other lip back on tip, you bang it here to lift it up, fold it on top. This is the time where you would want to stuff it inside, runny. But we don't brown it. Now, take your plate, you change hand. You want to bang that to bring it right to the edge.
So noisy.
And empty your omelette. And it should be soft, pale.
What the fuck?
Beautiful pale color. No pleat on top. Pale, and the center should be very moist and tender. I will show it to you here. I cut that omelette in half. You will see that very creamy center.
I would cook it a bit more myself, but
Yeah, like this is
whatever.
something like 3 tries max, and you'll be able to do it.
So
It's
what was it?
really
Just herbs and spices, butter,
Yeah, well,
eggs.
so first of all, this is a French chef who's like a specialist right here. Food Wishes, Chef John. This is the video you want to watch. Food Wishes with Chef John is the shit. He literally went to chef school, and this is like before YouTube was a huge thing, right? So he literally went to chef school just to be an online chef to teach people how to cook, like everything on YouTube.
What's the channel called?
Food Wishes. So it's like it's by far the best like cooking tutorials that's on YouTube.
Okay.
He used to be on All Recipes, you know, and it used to be a blog.
And this is truly the world's majority. We do not refuse dialogue with Western countries. The choice is theirs, whether they intend to continue to try to restrain Russia's development, to continue a policy of aggression,
I could probably
or to seek a path to cooperation and peace.
Get connected with him to talk to him.
Putin
He doesn't
won
live
a
that far
landslide
away
victory
from
in
me.
March in a tightly controlled
Really?
election,
Yeah.
in which 2 anti-war candidates were barred on technical grounds. The opposition called it a
Oh, that's
sham.
right. Russian elections is happening. Putin's got another term. Yeah, we care so much. What was this about food?
Tuesday's ceremony marked Putin's
Oh,
fifth term as
the chef on
having been
Food
in power in
Wishes.
either this role or
Ah,
as prime
right.
He's
minister
local.
since 1999.
He's like a few
The
cities
United
over.
States, which said it did not consider his re-election free and fair, stayed away from the inauguration ceremony, along with Britain, Canada, and most European Union nations. France, however, said it would send its ambassador.
Fuck off,
more than 2
France.
years
Of
after he
course
sent
they
tens
would.
of thousands of troops
Dude,
into Ukraine
Pod Save
and
America
dominate-
said something interesting today. They were talking about Xi meeting with Macron and stuff. And he's
Yeah.
like, what people need to realize is that France is preparing for Trump to be elected. And
Yes, they are.
They are going to need their logistics taken care of, and they're fully expecting the U.S. to not be able to do that. That's why they're meeting with these countries.
Yep.
domestic political landscape. Leading opposition figures are in prison or exile.
Like, isn't that just
best-
telling to the state of the world that Donald Trump people in around the world actually expect Donald Trump to win?
And like every like organization that's like, you know, like run by an outside party wants Trump to win because they want to destabilize the US.
Yeah. But like also I really want to harp on this point of how irresponsible it is of the international community to start tanking Biden to spite Trump. So not only are they guaranteeing Biden's performance in the next however long, right? So not only are they tanking Biden's performance to potentially recover voting, but they're also basically guaranteeing that Trump wins. So I would argue that it's not even the bad actors here so much, that it's the allies of the US not wanting Trump so much they're willing to ensure that it happens.
He threw Starburst at Angela Merkel. They fucking hate him.
This is fucking hysterical. But the point is, would you not want to make Biden look better to make sure he doesn't? Is that not what you would want? I just find it so fundamentally irresponsible as state-loving bootlickers to want Donald Trump in power, right? Want so much that you are willing to cut ties with the US just in case. Stupid. So stupid. So dumb. It's like
Known critic Alexei Navalny died suddenly in an Arctic penal colony in February. Internationally, Putin is locked in a confrontation with Western countries he accuses of using Ukraine as a vehicle to try to defeat and dismember Russia. One of the decisions awaiting Putin in his new term will be whether to seek to renew or replace the last remaining treaty that limits Russian and US strategic nuclear warheads. The New START agreement is due to expire in 2026. In line with the constitution, the government re-signed at the start of the new presidential term. Putin ordered it to remain in office while he appoints a new one, which is...
Why would we?
This hulking German-supplied howitzer rumbles out of its forest hideout. It only has a few minutes to fire before slipping back under cover to evade Russian surveillance in the skies above. Ukrainian artillery units are playing a cat-and-mouse game to avoid Russian drones hunting high-value weapons like the self-propelled Panzerhaubitze 2000. Crews, including the 43rd Artillery Brigade Reuters recently visited, say they face increasing harassment from enemy drones, now a staple of Russia's arsenal. This battery commander, who goes by the call sign Lyova, says his unit had been directly hit 4 times by Russian high-tech attack drones.
I mean, because wouldn't that be interesting? Is they have a surveillance system that they could spot the drones maybe, and then just pop out the top with a shotgun. That'd be fun. It's a bit of skeet shooting.
They use a lot more strike drones, like Privet 82. They have different variations of Lancet drones, which were upgraded. They have cumulative high explosive warheads. There were attacks before, but not the same amount. Now it's really scary.
Western-supplied artillery, like the German howitzer, is a priority target for Moscow. It has pledged to focus its strikes on these types of weapons. Senior battery officer Andriy Stavnichi.
The situation is...
I mean, of course they're going to be high-priority targets. These are the things that the West is giving them. Like, the whole point of Russia doing this is imperial conquest and to starve Ukraine out. If they could get the whole of Ukraine, they would, but they can't because they're pathetic. But I don't know. So it's like it's just something that they're going to have to deal with. Shut the fuck up. We're not giving you the link. This is a news show. Shut up.
Become more difficult because they have a lot of electronic warfare equipment. They don't allow our birds to fly over their territory. Thus, it's harder to detect targets and hit them. The other reason
Guess
are
what,
their
buddy?
kamikaze
Bye.
strike drones. They have an abundance of Zala and Orlan drones. Sometimes it happens that there's lots of work for the day, but we can't move because something is always flying above. If these birds could be shot down or jammed, we'd be more effective and could work more.
Like other Ukrainian...
So what drones are, like, obviously my skeet shooting comment is a bit facetious, but like what's it's just another person like Jimmy Jizzo just wanting to come in and disrupt it, because obviously they know what's going on, right? We were talking about this the other day. And I forgot what I was going to say.
You were going to say skeet shooting drones?
Yes, the skeet shooting. So, like, what drones are they actually using?
Who?
The Russians.
I mean, there's the
these.
There's the Shaheeds, but also they use like they also have cruise missiles, and then they also have their own like quads and stuff. The similar designs that like basically it's like improvised designs on the quads as well.
Yeah. Okay. So they're not necessarily using like the
Lancet as well. Yeah, the Lancet and the footage that comes off those Lancets is like really nice. Like there's some really like, you know, it's unfortunate, but like really good looking footage by Azerbaijan killing Armenians with them and stuff.
Ah, interesting. Oh, it's literally a loitering munition. That's cool. Because do the Ukrainians have loitering drones like that? Maybe. Did he leave? He left.
Artillery units. The 43rd Brigade faces a critical shell shortage that limits the howitzer's potential.
They do.
Forcing
Okay.
it to fire far fewer shells.
Because the loitering drones are fucking. That's a cool idea. Just sort of having a bunch of them up there, and then when they come and attack the targets, that they just sort of pick one and boop. That's a great idea, and it's also you don't have static artillery pieces either, which is helpful. So
Today, Ukrainian troops across the sprawling front are anxiously awaiting shipments from a long-delayed $61 billion U.S. military aid package. Repairing the vehicle is also a challenge. The availability of spare parts is limited, and the navigation system
they're not bots. I think we're getting brigaded again.
Yeah,
malfunctions and is difficult to fix
because the other day when we did the list.
Yeah.
Which is
calling for more electronic warfare systems
it's all
to jam the
boosts
Russian
anyway.
drones.
Yeah. It's all
the main problem here is spare parts and shells. But even if there were parts
Make
and
sure I
shells,
don't
you'd have the problem of enemy birds.
accidentally
I mean, you can always
everything work together.
Huh?
So you can always reverse bands. I really don't care. If it was on Twitch, I would not even care. But it's just like, I want to be able to read my own chat.
Yeah.
In a system, electronic warfare and surveillance, artillery, then our hit percentage would be much higher. This is what I think.
Ukraine says it foiled a Russian plot to assassinate President Volodymyr Zelensky. 2 colonels from Ukraine's state guard tasked with protecting officials were arrested for their alleged involvement in the scheme. Zelensky says there have been multiple attempts to assassinate
This
him.
is just a news thing. I'm just going to go to the actual story.
Officials in Ukraine tonight saying they foiled a Russian plot to assassinate President Volodymyr Zelensky and other top Ukrainian military and political figures. You see one of the suspects here in new video just released by the Security Service of Ukraine. The 2 Ukrainian colonels accused of participating in that plot have been arrested on suspicion of treason, which carries a life sentence. Now, the head of the Ukrainian State Security Service says the plot was for an attack leading up to Russian President Vladimir Putin's inauguration for a 5th term on Tuesday. Zelensky said in 2022, there have been at least 10 attempts to assassinate him over the course of the war with Russia. Megan Fitzgerald joins me now to talk a little bit more about this. So, Megan, what do we know about the details of the plot here and the 2 colonels who've been arrested?
Well, Aaron, as you mentioned, those 2 colonels who were arrested were in the very agency that's supposed to protect top officials. We also know that they were recruited before the war broke out and that this was a plan that Ukraine says was devised by Russia's Federal Security Service. Ukraine says that the original plan was for the assassination to be carried out just before Putin's inauguration, which, of course, was today. But look, as you mentioned, this isn't the first attempt at the assassination of President Zelensky. Ukrainian officials say since the war broke out in February of 2022, there have been at least 10 assassination attempts. One of the latest ones was just last month with a Polish man who was arrested by authorities for this alleged plot, said to be backed by Russia. As for this latest attempt, Aaron, so far, Russia has not responded to these accusations.
And Megan, we knew that Vladimir Putin had been reelected to this 5th term.
Every election this year is important. And they're not going well.
Can you offer some context on this? What does this mean for global affairs for the war in Ukraine?
Well, yeah, it likely means that we're not going to see an end to this war anytime soon. We continue to see Russia making these advancements on the front lines in Ukraine as this war rages on into the 3rd year. And in fact, in Putin's inauguration speech today, he talked a lot about the war. We heard him talk about a united Russia, this idea of doing everything in its power to secure its sovereign and prosperous future. Putin also spoke directly to the West, essentially saying that the efforts to undermine him have failed and that Putin is stronger than ever. Aaron?
All right. Megan Fitzgerald for us in our London bureau tonight. Megan, thank you.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC.
Yeah, anyway, the Lancet is one of those things that like is actually some good gear that the Russians have.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty nice. I mean, they're if you remember when we were interviewing Project Leaflet, he was talking about how these Lancets were like just fucking up Ukraine's artillery teams.
Yeah. Yeah, it's obviously it's still a problem, and I imagine that the Shaheed ones are probably a bit of a pain in the ass too.
Yeah, but they use Shaheed ones for strategic warfare on civilian infrastructure and shit.
He's a soldier.
And more news tonight. An American soldier arrested in Russia was on his way to be stationed at Fort Cavazos, according to an Army spokesperson. 34-year-old Staff Sergeant Gordon Black was stationed in South Korea, but in the process of transferring to Fort Cavazos. Instead, they say the married soldier traveled to Russia to see a longtime girlfriend following a domestic dispute between them while in Korea. That's where he was arrested on charges of stealing.
Oh, he's married with a kid too.
Says the Army was contacted by Russia last night about the incident and says that he's still in custody. Army officials also say Black was not authorized to go to Russia.
I'm PFC Gordon Black.
A U.S. soldier detained in Russia traveled there while on leave, despite a prohibition by the Department of Defense and State Department, the Pentagon said on Tuesday. It says he traveled to Russia through China without military clearance. Russian officials say the soldier, who the U.S. Army identified as Staff Sergeant Gordon Black, was arrested on charges of theft. Black had been assigned to Camp Humphreys in South Korea most recently and was set to return to Texas. Here's Pentagon spokesperson Sabrina Singh.
However, instead of returning to the U.S., Black flew from Korea through China and then to Vladivostok, Russia, for personal reasons. As of right now, Black is currently in a pretrial detention facility. It's my understanding he will remain there until his next hearing, and I'm not sure on that date. I'd refer you to State Department on that. The Army has opened an administrative investigation to determine the facts and the circumstances surrounding his travel.
The Army said the Russian Interior Ministry informed the U.S. on May 3rd that Black had been arrested the day earlier for theft of personal property. The Russian Interior Ministry said a 32-year-old woman had filed a complaint against the 34-year-old suspect. The two had met in South Korea, and Black came to Russia to visit her, the ministry said. The two had an argument, and she later filed a police report accusing him of stealing money, it said. Black was arrested in a local hotel, having bought a plane ticket to return home. The Russian Foreign Ministry said the case had no political element and there were no allegations of espionage.
Welcome back, everyone. This morning, the U.S., Britain, and also Australia have amassed and sanctioned a senior Russian.
Is there any more to that one, or is it?
I mean, we could pull up stories into more.
Bring up other stuff. I feel like we should stay on this.
Hold on, I'm just Googling something, but if we can pull up Project Leaflet's story on Instagram. Friend of the show. Probably one of the more right-wing people we've had on.
Yes. I had to be like, bro, come on. I had to on like a Israel thing. Unfortunately, but he's it is what it is. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
Is it this one? Yeah, this is the one.
Next time some Discord server wants to do a surface attack, we should tell them we'll give them a link if they sub to our Patreon. And then not give them the link after.
I agree. Okay,
thanks for the $1, bitch.
I'm just gonna let this play. I'll read it.
Umbrella.
The American military man arrested in Russia was detained following a complaint from his girlfriend about theft and beating. She posted on TikTok where she affectionately called him by Pindot. Details of the relationship.
She's way too loud. So.
Yeah. Details of the relationship between the U.S. Army soldier arrested in Vladivostok and his girlfriend, whom Black came to visit from South Korea, have surfaced. She complained to the police the American allegedly stole 200,000 rubles from her and beat her. Black is charged with theft causing significant damage.
Oh, see, he did. They're like, oh, he beat you? We don't care. What was this about the theft?
Yeah. Radio Liberty journalists found Voshchuk's account on social networks where the girl said that she had lived in South Korea for 5 years. There they met Sergeant Black. How exactly is unknown, but the American was arrested. The Americans appeared in videos since 2021. In some videos, she ironically calls Black her husband. In another video, Pindos, which I think is a derogatory term. The mother told American media that her son flew to Vladivostok specifically to meet her. The military man wanted to make peace with the girl after a quarrel. She was deported from South Korea. Oh my God, you fool. You absolute fool. Oh my God. The agency notes that Black is not the first person she's reported to the police. Journalists found information about her statements in leaks in 2009 and 2015. I did. The girl complained to the police about her mother about death threats and beatings in 2016. She reported to police that her neighbor crashed his car into another car in the yard of his house. The circumstances of combat instructor Black's trip to the Russian Federation are currently being investigated by the US Army. He decided to go to Russia on his own, taking advantage of redeployment from Korea to Texas despite the ban on such trips. Fool.
Находимся в Пиантеке, почти на территории базы Хамфрис, это американская военная база. Вот она, там, за воротами.
Where are you at?
И тут такой нежданчик. Просто.
I don't know what this video is. A random picture, sure. I'll send it to my Russian friend. Have her translate it. Kind of interesting. Stupid, silly man. Silly man.
Of the world's largest ransomware gang, Lockbit. Here he is right here, Dmitry Horoshev. His assets could be frozen and he faces travel.
His asses? They're going to freeze his ass?
As one of the leaders of that gang, the group has extorted over $1 billion from victims worldwide online. The U.S. State Department is offering a $10 million reward for information about where he is. Lockbit targeted 2,000 victims, most of them right here in the U.S., and stole more than $500 million.
I can't answer that question.
If convicted, he faces a possibility of 185 years in prison.
Stormy Daniels, the adult film actress at the center of the criminal hush money trial against former President Donald Trump, took the stand in New York City today. William Brangham has more on the volatile day in court.
That's right. In sometimes graphic detail, Stormy Daniels described the one sexual encounter.
They literally were like, "Can you calm down, honey? We don't need to hear all
from
this."
Trump's
That's
lawyer
gross.
to buy her silence before the 2016 election. Trump denies any sexual relationship with her. Daniels was forcefully cross-examined by Trump's legal team, who questioned her financial motives and her shifting stories about her encounter with the former president. Andrea Bernstein is covering the trial for NPR, and she joins us again now. Andrea, what did we learn from Stormy Daniels today?
So it was quite a scene because this is a trial where we've heard now testimony from David Pecker, the former publisher of the National Enquirer, from Stormy Daniels' lawyer, Keith Davidson, about this deal that they set up. And obviously the defendant is male. We've heard about Michael Cohen. Here was the woman at the center of it all coming forward for the first time in the courtroom to tell her story of this encounter with President Trump at a celebrity golf tournament in 2006. And she, as you said, it was quite graphic, but she walked the jury through what happened. Trump invited her up to his suite. They were speaking. She went to use the restroom. He came in. When she came out, he was lying on the bed in his underwear, she says. And then she says they had sex. And that is what is at the heart of all of this hush money deals, trying to silence it. And only now, here we are in 2024, with her testifying about something that happened in 2006.
I know that Trump's lawyers at one point, citing some of those graphic details, saying that they were prejudicial to the jury, pushed for a mistrial. How did the judge respond to that?
So Trump was about as agitated as I've seen him in this case, leaning over, talking to his lawyers, clearly very upset during all of Stormy
I heard they had to tell him to stop swearing.
Daniels' testimony. Of course, he has denied having any kind of relationship with her. After lunch, his lawyers came back and said to the judge, "This is so prejudicial, all of these details. This is a case about business records." And the prosecution said, no, this is necessary to complete the narrative. This is a story about what happened. The jury needs to hear it. In fact, it's the story that Trump and Michael Cohen tried to keep silent. And the judge said, well, he was not going to declare a mistrial, but that he wishes that there were details that had not come out. And in the afternoon testimony, there was a close rein kept on Stormy Daniels, although then, of course, it was the defense's turn to cross-examine her with the prosecution objecting. And it was a very agitated day of testimony in the courthouse in Lower Manhattan.
Tell us a little bit more about that cross-examination, because my understanding is that Susan Neckles, Trump's lawyer, really went at her and tried to exploit some holes in her.
And you definitely have a really, really large dick. Your peepee is gigundo.
Stories.
Right, that's right. I mean, the details of the encounter that Stormy Daniels laid out did sync up with what other witnesses have testified, down from, sort of Trump calling her honey bunch to the contact that she made through his
executive assistant,
Rona Graff. We'd heard from Rona Graff. She had acknowledged that she'd seen Stormy Daniels in Trump Tower, entered a contact for her. But what the defense wanted to lean into is all of the contradictory accounts that Stormy Daniels has given since this happened. And those are out there. She obviously denied the story for a long time, put a toe in the water about selling it in 2011, drew back, then made this NDA with Trump or with Cohen on behalf of Trump, as she understood it, in 2016 during the campaign. She testified how anxious she was that he would never pay her and she'd have essentially no leverage after the campaign. But the defense just wanted to dwell on all of the contradictory accounts that she'd, in fact, hated Trump, that she owed him money from an unsuccessful defamation suit she tried to bring against him. And this all came up. And it's going to be for the jury to sort out whether all of those contradictory accounts overwhelm the other testimony corroborated about what she says happened in 2000.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look
it
it
said
up.
it's smaller than average and shaped like a mushroom.
That's very
something
funny.
like that.
And then how she made this deal with the Trump campaign, or with Trump through Michael Cohen late in the campaign in 2016.
So how did Daniels respond to all of that? Because as you were saying, her story has shifted over time. I mean, in one case, certainly she was paid to change her story from what she alleges is the truth. How else did she defend herself to say, no, in fact, this is why my story makes sense in its totality?
Well, so this cross-examination is going to continue on Thursday. There's no testimony tomorrow. And she didn't exactly have the opportunity to say, believe what I have to believe, but she stood by the heart of her story, which is that she had a sexual encounter with Donald Trump in 2006, and then decided to sell it in 2016. And of course, that's all the prosecution needs. Nevertheless, the jury was treated to many statements that she had given denying that there had been an encounter, and that exists. And that is something that the prosecution will likely try to clean up when they get to redirect, but it still exists, and it's something that the jury will just have to consider when they go over all the evidence.
All right, Andrea Bernstein, thank you so much from NPR for getting us through all this.
Well, I mean, like, wow, loud as fuck. They have the paper document trail to show it already, though. So, like, does her testimony really matter that much?
I think they're doing it because it's a jury trial.
I mean, if she's the one being, obviously she has to be in the witness stand here.
Former President Donald Trump scored a major legal victory after the judge overseeing the government's classified documents case postponed the trial indefinitely. Critics are slamming the decision, accusing the judge of roadblocking federal prosecutor Jack Smith's case against Trump. But Trump's New York trial is still front and center after Stormy Daniels took the stand, detailing her relationship with Trump and what took place in that
I
hotel
honestly
room
have no
almost
idea
20
who
years
she
ago.
is.
With weeks to go in the trial, it is up to the jury to decide if Trump will be the first convicted felon
I don't
possibly
either,
elected to the
be
highest office
completely
in the
honest.
United States. Joining me now is The Hill's Julia Manchester. Julia, thank you so much for being here today.
Thanks for having me, Margaret.
Neither of Donald Trump's big federal trials will be completed before Election Day. How do these tie into his Supreme Court claim of absolute immunity, and what would it mean if he is elected?
Well, look, we have seen former President Trump use this strategy of trying to delay these cases. So delay them until, possibly until he is elected president. And if he's immune from these cases, if he's president of the United States, once again, theoretically, according to his argument and his legal team's argument, he'll have criminal immunity from these cases. So it could be seen as a way to essentially shield him and delay these cases. But at the same time, he still has this hush money trial happening in New York right now. Now, that trial is seen as the weakest, I think, legally, according to a number of experts, for the for the prosecution and out of all of these cases. But still, I mean, that is the one trial that is essentially guaranteed to wrap up before Election Day. So we'll be watching that. But for these other trials, it's absolutely seen as a win, because this is what the Trump team has been trying to do, delay.
You talked about this New York case. How much more important is it becoming for his personal and political fate?
It's obviously very important. It has to do with, many ways his reputation. For example, yesterday we heard some really salacious testimony from Stormy Daniels about her alleged sexual encounter with former President Trump. She went into, very, very, great detail. But in terms of his political fate, look, we've seen Donald Trump be the center of salacious stories in the past. You just have to think back to October of 2016 when the Access Hollywood tape came out from the early 2000s. And essentially it had our audio of the former president, or then regular citizen Donald Trump, then businessman Donald Trump, talking about groping women and sexually, bragging about it. So that didn't really seem to have an impact on his election chances. So it's, kind of hard to see how something like this could impact his electoral chances.
Explicit details from Stormy Daniels came out in court. Now, Trump has been involved in so many controversies, as you've mentioned, in his time in politics. And in Indiana's GOP primary this week, Nikki Haley received 128,000 votes months after ending her campaign. Is this a sign that the trial is taking a toll on voters?
I don't think it's necessarily a sign that it's taking a toll on voters. We've seen that in other states, going back to even, New Hampshire and South Carolina before these trials took place. Nikki Haley was still getting, a decent number of votes, not a leading number. She didn't get the majority among GOP primary voters, but she certainly has a base. I think this is more of a sign of Trump's general weakness, among some more moderate Republicans or maybe some, Republicans that are simply anti-Trump, but maybe conservative. So, that spells a different warning sign. And that's an issue that Trump has had predating these trials.
Julia, turning to the Middle East and what's happening there, Biden continues to face heavy scrutiny over his support of Israel as a round of Israeli bombing took place in Rafah overnight. Now, the Washington Post reports the Biden administration is halting the shipment of certain bombs to Israel. How significant is this as a policy move?
It's, incredibly significant. I think we're seeing the Biden administration try to walk this fine line between supporting Israel, but at the same time acknowledging what many critics say is, maybe an overplaying of Israel's hand, that has resulted in thousands of civilians.
She has lights on either side of her TV. Why would you ever turn those on?
Under fire
when the TV's
off?
off?
So it's continuing to try to walk this fine line, but at the same time, it continues to get this criticism because ultimately, the Biden administration is still backing Israel. There just might be some of these, maybe
People
slight
dying.
restrictions or maybe somewhat of a backing away from the tougher stance that Israel is taking.
Here in Washington, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is shying away from her request to remove Speaker Johnson as it seems clear the vote would fail. What are you hearing happening behind closed doors as Greene meets with Johnson? And GOP members have a new warning for Johnson, correct?
Yeah, so a lot of this has to do with former President Trump. Former President Trump has backed Johnson. And we know that Marjorie Taylor Greene is in the same camp of the Republican Party as former President Trump. So this is all about, or somewhat about getting in line with former President Trump. He's playing a role. We've heard reports that he's very much gotten involved in some of these negotiations, and sort of playing a mediator of some sorts between these two. But, at the same time, Johnson is facing some pressure from GOP lawmakers to really keep the band together here. I mean, Republicans are facing a very uphill climb going into November. They're have a very narrow.
It will be so funny if Democrats get a massive majority in the House and Senate and Donald Trump wins. That would be very funny. He will lose his shit.
Yeah, because then they'll be like, didn't she say that it had to be impeachment?
Yeah. Because I didn't even think about that, actually.
Yeah, well, that's his argument, is that he can kill anyone, and if it is illegal, it's up to Congress to have to impeach him. Which is like, no. No.
Yeah, sure. I mean, but I didn't even think about it from that aspect. I just thought about it from the aspect of he would just be a pathetic, feckless president for the entire term. He would try and do executive orders, and then Congress could just nullify them. You could completely nullify his entire 4 years. Like nothing, literally nothing would happen, but you could nullify his entire 4 years.
Them for this, but Democrats are going to get policy moves regardless, right? So, like, when a Republican is in, they're going to push whatever they can get into that bill and pass it instead of just shutting down everything and blocking everything.
Yes.
So
something will happen, but nothing. My point is that nothing that Trump wants to do, like the fascist shit, they can shut that down. So if Trump wins, best case scenario, Congress is all Democrats.
The best case scenario is a hard left push and then a moderate comeback instead of an extreme reaction to the hard left push.
Yes.
But I don't know. It's pretty the dialectics,
It would be funny if just like against all of the conservative media's obsessions, just a socialist gets picked and socialist shit starts happening and everybody's lives starts getting better. And then they're like,
Hakeem Jeffries.
They told us this wasn't going to work.
Hakeem Jeffries.
That would be funny.
Is going to be the next Speaker of the House. He's going to be the first Black Speaker of the House.
Interesting.
And AOC is, a big part of him being elected. So just how Pelosi and Feinstein were like a dynasty in California.
Yeah.
There's now going to be a New York dynasty.
Interesting.
Speaking of New Yorkers, the governor of New York said something that was like as dumb as Biden.
Amazing.
Today. Do you remember when Biden said that Black kids don't have computers?
No, that's
Basic-
hysterical.
What he meant, he said something vaguely like that, but what he meant to say is that like inner city access and poverty access to computers is lower, right? He was trying to like cite something like that, but it came out as like black kids don't know how to use technology, right? So Hochul said, the kids in the Bronx don't know what a computer is.
Jesus Christ.
And it's like, okay. But she might not have meant it like Biden did, you know?
Yeah.
She might actually
within the
think
conference is going to, spell trouble for them going into an election year that's already going to be difficult as it is.
Julia, over in the Senate, the deadline for an FAA reauthorization bill is Friday at midnight. And it remains in question what will get done. Now, Senator Ted Cruz, the Republican floor manager for the bill, is playing an unusual role as the dealmaker as he tries to get it passed through the Senate. Now, normally he serves as a critic of leadership. What's Cruz really trying to do here?
I think right now Cruz is just simply trying to get this through as quickly as possible. He doesn't want a short-term deal. He wants this, through. And we know that a number of members have proposed their own amendments, Republicans and Democrats, and that could, slow walk this. So this is Cruz trying to fast track this and get this done as quickly as possible ahead of this deadline.
A top Biden administration bank regulator is under fire due to a report that found a toxic work culture at his agency, including rampant sexual harassment. So far, Democrats are standing behind FDIC Chair Martin Gruenberg. But how sustainable is that given this damning report from the independent investigators?
Look, it's damning, and we'll see how the administration plans to handle this. But they're in hot water over this, so this is going to be something they have to keep an eye on. Now, do I think this is going to blow up into a major story that we're all watching? We don't know yet. It's not a top story yet, but it's something that I think the administration is certainly going to have to deal with and address.
All right, we'll be watching. Thank you, Julia, for joining us.
Thank you.
Rudy Giuliani is having a tough time finding help in his bankruptcy case. Lawyers for Trump's former
right-hand man. They call it a toxic
filed
work culture,
Yeah.
It's like, Trump's classified documents. You know how Blizzard had such a bad series of sexual harassment that an employee killed herself?
On the stand today in New York City.
Do you know that?
What? Say it again. Sorry.
Blizzard, their big sexual harassment scandal. An employee killed herself, and that's why it came out. Because she was like sexually assaulted at like a conference. She like jumped out of her hotel window.
Oh.
Yeah, I think. Right?
Okay.
And they're like a toxic work culture. Somebody died from this shit. Like so they're like, so from what I've heard is that there's like, like Vince McMahon pooping on people type level of like sex crimes going on. Right. He did that, right? Have you heard about the shit that he did? Literally. Did you not know that? Did you not know?
No.
Yeah, he pooped on the girl's head and then like made her continue fucking everyone in the room before she could take a shower.
That is revolting.
Yep.
What a piece of shit.
Oh, is this about Blizzard? They circulated. That's so inappropriate. That's so inappropriate.
Yeah.
That's such high school shit.
I would say that if she killed herself over that, that would be
she did it at like a conference, like a retreat too.
Yeah, that would be.
Or like no, it was a Christmas party, I think.
Were there charges? Surely that's homicide of some kind.
No.
Bullshit.
There was some, I don't know. Bullshit. There was some like eyes on Blizzard for a while.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it started a little small movement for a little bit on like.
Yeah, where's the Gamergate for that, huh?
Employees of the Trump Organization. They were involved in the payments that are at the very center of the charges filed against the former president in his hush money trial. Jeffrey McConney and Deborah Tarasoff helped reimburse Mr. Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen, for the payments Cohen made to adult film actress Stormy Daniels during the final days of the 2016 campaign. The former president also received another fine and a tough warning from the judge in this case.
So I don't know who I was listening to, but they're like, he wants to go to jail.
He could face jail time. Jimena Bustillo is
it sounds like it, doesn't it?
NPR, and she joins us now.
He
Jimena,
thinks it'll be good for him.
It would be funny if he goes to jail and then never leaves again. Because they find him guilty, 10 years prison. See ya. He's dying. He comes out ripped. I'm coming back, bitches.
And so today we heard from these two
Actual
former
God Emperor Trump.
financial officers of the Trump organization who were part of paying and accounting for these payments to Michael Cohen. What did we learn today from their testimony?
Right. So the former and current employees of the Trump organization really detailed step by step the process for reviewing.
Honestly,
And now
I
it's even
don't.
worse. And now it's
Honestly,
even worse because there's like 4 companies that own everything. Yay.
Honestly, I really don't care about any of this anymore. I was
Okay.
like, okay, like, yawn, moving on. Like, who cares? Let me know when there's an actual fucking,
The administration promised to 10.
Like, let's get some actual charges going. I want to hear what Stormy Daniels had to say. Anyway, what's Biden doing here? Steal?
$1 billion investment by Foxconn.
Foxconn. Oh, he's making fun of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So, like, think about this. Like, this is actually such a good hit by Biden, right? And like, so it's so funny because the advice that the strategy they've had is don't even mention Trump and his charges, right? But then at the press conference, he did the stormy weather joke, and now he's hitting him again, right? And he's doing these jabs. So, like, you have to think about like the big thing that Biden is going to try and take Trump on is the economy, right?
Yeah.
Because people still think for some reason Trump would be better for the economy,
Yeah.
right? Because
Even though we've seen what his policies will do, people have mapped it out.
Yeah, and like, even though like he printed more money than anyone else, and it hyperinflated the currency.
Yeah.
But like, he's making fun of him because he said he was gonna, he like said he was gonna stand by the auto workers at that one plant. There was the whole thing where he's like did this, like he was like doing a thing where he was like pretending to mine something with emotion, and he just bailed on those people. They basically all lost their jobs. It was like Carrier or something. So it's like it's so easy to dunk on him for this because he failed all these people that he went in there promising on the campaign trail.
Biden or Trump?
Trump.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like
he gave it all to the corporate. He fucked the little guy.
And that's exactly what he's going to continue to do. He just had a big party with all his rich buddies. What do you think he's going to do? He didn't give a fuck about you. He doesn't have to get reelected.
I mean,
he can make them as rich as he fucking wants. Nothing's going
Biden
to
doesn't
happen.
either, but Biden, at least I do believe Biden does have an investment in America, and like he's like a cuck for America.
I really don't believe that you would spend your entire life in government to get finally to the presidential, like to the spot of president.
Yeah, I just
to
think he
serve
cares
yourself.
more about the country than people.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Where Donald Trump is all about money and fucking enriching himself and his buddies, and he's a fascist with nothing to lose at this point. So of course he's going to be a fucking awful person in the government, in the most powerful position potentially in the globe. What do you think he's going to do with it? You think he's not going to enrich himself? You think he's not going to use it to his own ends?
Yeah, I love this because the background here, it's just like when they put him underneath a bridge. Donald Trump would never talk underneath a bridge. They're like, we got to make it look like it's thrown together. It's like he's a man of the people.
Yeah.
Ron Johnson literally holding a golden shovel, promising to build the 8th wonder of the world.
I told you. That's the thing.
Me? Look what happened. They dug a hole with those golden shovels, and then they fell into it. Look, they didn't shovel other dirt. They did shovel some dirt. 100 homes were bulldozed. They wasted hundreds of millions of dollars, your state and local tax dollars, to promise a project that never happened. Foxconn turned out to be just that, a con. Go figure.
And in just a few hours, President Biden will be making another stop in Wisconsin in the race for the White House.
But like,
there's a bunch of Biden stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, we watched that entire bridge speech and did a video on it. It's like, now we don't have time for that.
Sydney Ure spoke with these 3 Racine County voters, James, Veronica, and Dan, to gauge how they're feeling ahead of the election. Sydney, what did they tell you?
Yeah, I'm here at the Gateway Technical College where President Biden will be speaking later today on how he plans to invest in America. It's a topic many of the voters I spoke with say they do want to address. I met up with some of them at a diner in Racine just yesterday to talk about Biden's agenda for today. We spent a good amount of time talking about the current state of the economy. They all shared how the last 4 years impacted them as retirees and what it could mean for their families. They all agreed inflation was something they've been keeping an eye on, but when it came to which presidential candidate would create and sustain economic success, the viewpoint split.
Being retired, I can't afford a lot of this
You're
stuff
retired.
because it's so inflated. I do not like Biden at all, not at all.
A lot of people are blaming him for what's going on, but it started before him. He just walked into a big mess. I mean, can't blame somebody for trying to fix it.
That's Colin Powell. That's a plant.
I worry about, my grandchildren.
That's my old plant.
I think that they're going to be left with a big debt, and we need to get that under control.
Vice President Kamala Harris will also be
as you can see, people are fucking stupid, except for that one black guy I talked to. Okay, sorry about this. So this is a live feed. You're gonna have to skip ahead a little.
This is an NBC. The responsibility of never again. Never again.
So
by the Nazis.
There's some things in here that people are freaking out about. So we can like listen to what he has to say here, or there's a Vosh video of him listening to the most salacious parts.
Okay, we could do the Vosh one.
Let me pull that one up. Just play this for now. Play this for now.
Okay, you're just gonna pull that up?
Yeah, it's on the list somewhere.
World War II. We honor the memory of victims, the pain of survivors, the bravery of heroes who stood up to Hitler's unspeakable evil, and we recommit to heading and heeding the lessons that one of the darkest chapters in human history, to revitalize and realize the responsibility of never again. Never again, simply translated for me, means never forget. Never forget.
Unless
never forgetting means we must keep telling the story. We must keep teaching the truth. We must keep teaching our children and our grandchildren. And the truth is, we're at risk of people not knowing the truth. That's why growing up, my dad taught me and my siblings about the horrors of the Shoah at our family dinner table. That's why I visited Yad Vashem with my family as a senator, as vice president, as president. And that's why I took my grandchildren to Dachau so they could see and bear witness to the perils of indifference, the complicity of silence in the face of evil that they knew was happening. Germany, 1933. Hitler and his Nazi party rise to power by rekindling one of the world's oldest forms of
because
prejudice
people are so reactionary about a specific clip that barbarism critic posted. I really wanted to see the full context of everything he has to say here before he says that one clip that they posted that everyone's crying about.
It's only 20 minutes. We could listen to the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Germany, 1933. Hitler and his Nazi party rise to power.
Hi, everybody.
By rekindling one of the world's oldest forms of
That's what he said. That's Hitler. He said it.
His rule didn't begin with mass murder. It started slowly across economic, political, social, and cultural life. Propaganda demonizing Jews, boycotts of Jewish businesses,
demonizing zoos. What did zoos do?
Defaced with swastikas, harassment of Jews in the street and in the schools, anti-Semitic demonstrations, pogroms, organized riots. With the indifference of the world, Hitler knew he could expand his reign of terror by eliminating Jews from Germany, to annihilate Jews across Europe through genocide, the Nazis called the final solution. Concentration camps, gas chambers.
I didn't put this on because it was an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
We're doing news.
Yeah. But like I say,
this.
we watch this and we get to the point where it's the racist part.
Okay.
And then we can look at the
Mass
time
shootings.
code here and put it where Vosh is in the video and figure out the racist
By
part.
the time the war ended, 6 million Jews, 1 out of every 3 Jews in the entire world, were murdered. This ancient hatred of Jews didn't begin with the Holocaust. It didn't end with the Holocaust either, or even after our victory in World War II. This hatred continues to lie deep in the hearts of too many people in the world. And requires.
Did you just say that
continued
Jesus
vigilance
was the first
and
instance of
outspokenness.
anti-Semitism? Boy.
Who said that?
That hatred was brought to.
I'm pretty sure that's what he just said.
What? Jesus is the first instance of anti-Semitism?
I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
I don't think he said that. I didn't hear Jesus at all.
Oh my god, YouTube.
You gotta shift it. Yeah, there you go.
6 million Jews. 1 out of every 3 Jews in the entire world were murdered.
1 out of
This
every
ancient
3.
hatred of Jews didn't begin with the Holocaust. It didn't end with the Holocaust either, or even after our victory in World War II. This hatred continues to lie deep in the hearts of too many people in the world, and requires our continued vigilance and outspokenness. That hatred was brought to life on October 7th in 2023. On a sacred Jewish holiday, the terrorist group Hamas unleashed the deadliest day of the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Driven by ancient desire to wipe out the Jewish people off the face of the earth, over 1,200 innocent people.
Whoa!
Babies, parents.
Let's run that back.
Yeah, so that's the racist part.
Whoa!
7th in 2023. On a sacred Jewish holiday, the terrorist group Hamas unleashed the deadliest day of the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Driven by ancient desire to wipe out the Jewish people off the face of the earth, over 1,200 innocent people, babies, parents.
Here's the thing. Here's what he should have said.
Kibbutz.
Okay, he should have said driven by that anti-Semitism, and just instead of So I agree with people who see it as wow, that sounds like he's saying that they're Hamas is an ancient hatred type thing, but he's talking about the subject being anti-Semitism there instead of Hamas, right? So if he just said driven by anti-Semitism instead of that ancient hatred thing, I think this would have gone over a little bit better.
Massacred at a music festival.
Yeah.
Raped,
so I legitimately I legitimately really had to think hard and I had to forget the existence of grass to understand what people were so upset about, because I clearly heard it as being okay, they're driven by an ancient hatred called anti-Semitism. Yes.
He's watching clips. And the majority of the video is the State Department anyway, so that's fine. Let's just watch this.
Well, I can tell you when he's looking at it, because he's probably
it literally doesn't matter, because only the beginning of the video is anything.
Yeah, well, he's probably just gonna watch the cut from Barbarism Critic is what's gonna happen.
Because look, right, he's watching. Oh, you guys can't see. Anyway, this is all State Department. State Department.
Wow. Doesn't he know the State Department's boring?
Entire video is boring State Department, the stuff that we skip. So if you really want to watch the State Department, I guess watch Bosch.
But on a sacred Jewish holiday.
Yep, called it. Look at that.
Hamas,
Barbarism Critic.
Deadliest day of the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Driven by ancient desire to wipe out the Jewish people off the face of the earth.
Yeah, so that's the level we're on right now. Driven by ancient desire, we're invoking race rhetoric. And it really is race rhetoric, too, because you have to wonder, what does that mean? Hamas is a relatively new political organization.
Oh my God,
so
bro.
That's not ancient.
How are you not critically thinking
Muslims?
Here?
Is the president of the United States saying
what
that
are you the Muslims
have an
bro,
ancient desire to
Muslims
eradicate the Jews?
ancient?
Okay.
Are you fucking kidding me? 500 CE isn't ancient, you dumb fuck.
I don't think the clip has the full context is the problem.
Okay. Do you mean people in the Levant, like Palestinians? Do you mean Arabs? Any one of these statements should be disqualifying from the presidency on its own. There's no charitable interpretation of this statement. He is making a race statement,
so
or he is
obvious.
making
it's literally it's what is it about? Is it about Hamas or is it about anti-Semitism? What was the speech about? Oh my God. Fucking idiots, bro. I really don't understand it.
Phobic one, a severe one,
Like I said, I would have picked some different words. I don't think it's
I will
great,
never
but,
understand.
How can you not come to the conclusion that that's what he meant, and it's just almost funny that he said
Bro,
something
I do not understand it.
That's
It
stupid.
hurts my brain.
driven by ancient desire. That's Canaanite shit. Yeah, it's. Remember what Amalek did to you? It's fascist rhetoric. Ancient isn't always like ancient history meaning. Yeah, okay, ancient can't possibly refer to like 30
Bro,
years
he's talking
old or
about
whatever,
anti-Semitism.
however old Hamas
Oh
is.
my god.
If he driven by an ancient desire
dumb
since
fuck.
1995 to destroy the Jewish people, like or like whatever year Hamas was founded.
Meanwhile, let's laugh. Haha, 1995 is with the ancient desire. Meanwhile, you just said Muslims were ancient, you dumb fuck.
I'm confused. Doesn't Biden mean anti-Semitism when he's saying ancient desire, like alluding to
Thank
Nazis?
you,
Isn't that
Chatter.
a really weird way of referring to bigotry?
Yes.
Like, if there was discrimination against black people and Biden went up on stage and he said, these white people motivated by ancient desires to... I've never heard that rhetoric used before to refer just to
almost like anti-Semitism
motivated
is
by
like
ancient...
an
I'm sorry, no. There's no getting
that,
around
like, you can study through history, like from ancient times, and you can look at that and like why the Jews have been isolated over and over again, and like how these things developed, and like how that actually made it so the Judaism became like something that survived through history, and it became the written temple, because the temple got destroyed because they hated Jews, the second temple of Solomon. You see the Jews, they touch the wall. Like, come on, man. Like, it's like, how stupid can you be? Like, how culturally insensitive can you be? Like, you're like, the fact that Biden could say something so culturally insensitive and you be more culturally insensitive about it is just, it's just gold to me.
the fact that this rhetoric is like, at the very least, insanely essentialist to the point where it easily fits more cleanly in the category of like being some kind of ethnic, racial, or religious essentialism than it being like just a way of referring to bigotry.
It's
literally
a speech for like the Holocaust Museum or something about anti-Semitism, dude.
Yes. Ancient desire. That's insane sounding. That's insane. I've heard BB say that, and he is a fascist, so
Okay.
It at least implies Hamas inherited the desire of the Nazis or something, which is just weird. Yeah, it's weird.
Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Do you like, bro? Do you like? Oh my god. Like, there is a lot of difference between like Western, like anti-Semitism, but like these things, they still do have like you like look at a lot of these things, and like you'll hear them like Jews run everything, the same thing, the cabal, the secret cabal, right?
Yeah.
So it all comes down to, relatively, yes, you can distill anti-Semitism of all kinds into a pretty basic text.
They referenced the Protocols of Elder Zion. I mean, I wrote that book. That's a great book.
That's right. That's right. Hamas does reference the Protocols of Elder Zion in their fucking charters and shit. Like how stupid are you? Like, don't even talk to things like you're a fucking expert, bro. Like, just fucking go talk about video games or something, you fucking idiot.
Horses.
Slaughtered in their kibbutz.
Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn. They're all like thick short stacks.
Thousands more carrying wounds, bullets and shrapnel from the memory of that terrible day they endured. Hundreds taken hostage, including survivors of the Shoah. Now, here we are, not 75 years later, but just 7.5 months later. And people are already forgetting.
Okay.
Yeah, man, people are really forgetting about October 7th. That's,
If anything,
nobody
that's
talks
the
about
dumb-
it anymore.
That's the
I've
dumb
never
part
heard
of
of
the
this.
speech.
Already forgetting. That Hamas
Who? Oh, right. Yeah.
unleashed this terror.
Mm-hmm.
It was Hamas that brutalized Israelis. It was Hamas
Incredibly tone deaf. No, he knows exactly what tone he's delivering.
who took and continues to hold hostages. I have not forgotten, nor have you, and we will not forget.
What is October 7th? Could you explain it? I can't, unfortunately. I just haven't heard enough about it to really talk about it.
Day. And as Jews around the world still cope with the atrocities and trauma of that day and its aftermath, we've seen a ferocious surge of anti-Semitism in America and around the world.
That is true. That's not incorrect, and I don't think it's wrong to bring attention to it.
Okay, so technically,
vicious propaganda.
Technically, the most like distilled like time where they could say ancient is like they're saying like 3000 to 500 AD. So like
Mhm.
the prophet came 70 years later, still not ancient.
On social media, Jews forced to keep their keepers under baseball hats, tuck their Jewish stars into their shirts. On college campuses, Jewish students blocked, harassed, attacked.
When?
Total horseshit.
Where?
Literally total horseshit.
Where?
Yeah. Invoking the specter of anti-Semitism, a real thing, but then like lying about it and making it the college campus thing again. Like genuinely, like fully in line with the
Oh,
far right.
I
on
wasn't
this,
listening.
You know?
Can we go back to here? Did Biden say something stupid now?
Like full thing. Or
Jewish students blocked their vicious propaganda on social media. Jews forced to keep their keepers under baseball hats, tuck their Jewish stars into their shirts. On college campuses, Jewish students blocked, harassed, attacked.
Total horseshit. Literally total horseshit. Yeah. Invoking the specter of anti-Semitism, a real thing, but then like lying about it and making it the college campus thing again. Like genuinely, like fully in line with the far right on this, you know?
While walking to class, anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic posters, slogans, calling for the annihilation of Israel.
Oh, from the river to the sea.
The world's only
why is that not the part we're highlighting and clipping is the part we're critiquing? He's literally saying that from the river to the sea is anti-Semitic and calls for the destruction of Israel.
Insane.
Too many people denying, downplaying, rationalizing, ignoring the horrors of the Holocaust. And October 7th, including Hamas's appalling use
it's
of sexual
people
violence,
think that they generally accept the prophet was like born
despicable.
570.
Stop.
So
yeah, this is
again,
it's one of those things where it's like, I'm sure it can be evidence that this has happened, though a lot of the claims that have been made about Hamas's behavior have been found to be dishonest or at least without evidence. You know, obviously Hamas is bad, but it's like an ongoing genocide is being committed against the Palestinians, and it feels like infinite leeway is given to literally any claim that condemns Hamas because Hamas is bad, and we already know that. So if it's being done in the service of legitimizing an ongoing genocide, you know, you have to be pretty careful with your rhetoric, which he obviously isn't being, because he wants this, you know?
What? He's talking to
and the very foundation of our
You have to consider the audience here, buddy.
Moments like this.
She's playing to an audience here.
Are we talking about? I understand people have strong beliefs and deep convictions about the world. In America, we respect and protect the fundamental right to free speech, to debate and disagree, to protest peacefully.
Question. Oh, there it is. He answered my question already. He said protest peacefully.
That's America. But there is no place on any campus in America, any place in America,
like how the camera's
for
following his
anti-Semitism
hands
or hate speech or threats of violence of any kind.
For that we get the standing ovation. That's great. That's fantastic.
Yes, because he's talking to like
just continuing to construct the myth of like an anti-Semitic mob on every college campus.
Bro, he's getting his
he's genuinely
getting his
vile.
bag right now.
Yeah.
It's called getting a bag. He is a politician. He's grifting to get that bag.
Whether against Jews or anyone else. Violent attacks, destroying property. It's not peaceful protest. It's against the law.
Hey,
question. We're not a lawless country.
Question.
We're a civil society.
Okay. So how many windows were broken? Dozen. Okay. How many windows did the cops break? How many doors did the cops break?
All of them? Oh.
Oh. So do we care about property? Oh, it's legal when they do it.
Interesting.
We uphold the rule of law. And no one...
except for international law, which we break constantly and defend breaking of.
International law doesn't exist.
Should have to hide or be brave just to be themselves.
Again, this completely nonsensical fabrication where Jewish students have to hide their kippahs or whatever to avoid getting mauled on the street, like just completely fabricated, like again, like manufactured consent, a complete fiction. And he knows he's lying. He doesn't think he's not lying. You know, they all know they're lying. This is just the latest and most desperate attempt to oppose
he is lying
the
to the audience.
Increasing opposition to America's response to the genocide. You know,
would
like,
you believe
we try
it?
this, we try this, we try that.
Crazy.
You know,
Did you
what
know
if we tried pretending
lie?
that all these organic student protests were
crazy? It's almost like he's like in charge of like one of the most militaristic states.
You know, let's do that.
Ever
Let's make that
exist.
angle works. I know that Zionists are delusional, but there's no way they genuinely believe progressive students are all anti-Semitic, right?
Does Vosh think Biden wrote this speech?
No, they're lying. There are probably some fanatics who
probably
genuinely believe it. For the most part, I think they're lying. Then again, Biden has been a pretty militant Zionist for his entire career, so he might just be crazy enough to believe it. Not that it makes much of a difference.
Bro,
This community wants you to know.
He's reading a
I see
prompter.
your fear, your hurt, and your pain.
It's literally right there. He's
reassure
looking
you.
at it right now.
As your president, not alone. You belong. You always have and you always will. And my commitment to the safety of the Jewish people, the security of Israel, and its right to exist as an independent Jewish state is ironclad, even when we disagree.
Matthew Miller has just denied Hamas accepted the proposal.
No, so a couple things.
Okay, don't care. State Department.
State Department. Goodbye.
Like, I mean, honestly, like, it's so stupid. Like, oh my God, crazy. Like, meanwhile, like all the other things that he's like, how many like press conferences and like talks has he had right now? He's literally on the campaign trail right now, right?
Yeah.
So he's getting
Talking about that.
It's, you know, like he's talking to voters to secure votes. Like, are we
Yeah.
gonna be shocked at
what he says in every state that contradicts
baby's
another
first
thing that he said?
election?
Jesus Christ.
On Friday, President Joe Biden will be in Seattle. The White House is not
Amazing. This is 24 seconds where 10 of it was intro.
details about the visit, but Kelsey implied the president will be here for a campaign fundraiser. Right now, we do not know where that is happening, but as with most presidential visits, expect traffic to be impacted.
Joe
in some
Biden
capacity.
should purchase
Expect
Pit
traffic to
Viper.
be. That's the news. This might impact traffic. Great local news, bro.
President Joe Biden traveling to Illinois and Wisconsin today, fundraising and touting a new manufacturing investment. Biden highlighting a new $3 billion Microsoft AI center in Racine. The president says it will create 2,300 construction jobs and 2,000 permanent positions. As Biden campaigns, meantime, a legal victory for Donald Trump. An appeals court in Georgia
He's got
has
a
agreed to
gold tie
take up his
today.
appeal of the decision to keep District Attorney
I need to let
Danny
my
Willis on
chinchilla
her
out now
election
that I know I'm
interference
not
case
going to yell
against
and
him,
scare the shit
likely
out of him.
delaying the case significantly.
It guarantees that the only case that's going to trial out of these 3 criminal cases is ultimately the case that's now for the judge in New York State.
Trump returns to New York tomorrow for his hush money trial. Stormy Daniels expected to take the stand again tomorrow in Trump's trial in New York. Meanwhile, President Biden heads to the West Coast later this week for more fundraisers.
Policy shift as the U.S. pauses the delivery of weapons to Israel over concerns they could be.
We're already past this.
All right, Dariel, thank you. Wisconsin Republicans are criticizing the president's visit, saying he's not the only person who helped bring the Microsoft development to our state. During a call with reporters before President Biden's speech, Republican Congressman Brian Stile quickly pivoted from the president's visit to the economy.
Microsoft's announcement of private sector jobs in Racine is good for workers, and it's all the more important when workers and families find themselves falling further and further behind due to the reckless inflation brought onto us by the Biden administration.
Republicans also criticized Biden for how he's handled the southern border.
Well, tonight, the pro-Palestinian encampment at George Washington University is gone. Early this morning, D.C. police cleared out those demonstrators. They set up camp in University Yard 2 weeks ago and vowed not to leave until their demands were met.
Protesters were calling on the school to divest from Israel corporations, and they also wanted protections for pro-Palestinian speech on campus.
Yeah, so tonight, there's still a lot of people talking about this and also what comes next.
Yeah, our John Duran is live on GW's campus with more. We know that the encampments were cleared out early this morning. What's happening there now?
Leslie, University
You know what I was
Yard
just
remains
thinking?
closed, and it will through graduation on the 19th.
So, like, literally, that I was able to pull that they referenced the protocols of Elder Zion, which was like him talking about Hamas, right?
Yeah.
So, literally, a satirical drag video will give you more political education and literacy than any of these commentators.
Hilarious. That was very funny.
Just a few hours ago, George Washington University said that campus was open and operating normally after they say early this morning police carried out an orderly and safe operation to remove protesters here. But some we heard from today didn't see it that way. Tonight, tents, signs, and protesters that stood on University Yard for 2 weeks are now gone. Cleared away overnight in a matter of minutes.
I literally just got out of jail like an hour and a half ago. And there was one song that we were singing all the time in there. Look back my humanity under my feet.
DC police tell us 33 protesters were arrested, 29 for unlawful entry and 4 for assault of a police officer.
We are here. We are strong. They can mace us. They can brutalize us. They can pepper spray us. but the movement is here. It is stronger than ever. Our energy has not dissipated. As a matter of fact, it's come back 10 times stronger.
Wednesday wasn't just protesters speaking their mind.
My child is one of the protesters, and I am a parent of everybody who was in the camp.
This mother, one of several, calling for the university's president, Ellen Granberg, to be terminated.
My son has the end-of-year exams. He can study. He can focus. He's really angry. It's just against all the principles of this nation.
Some educators at the university voiced their frustrations about the removal of the encampment as well.
What they're met with is tyranny. There, no attempts to negotiate, no attempts to hear their demands, and
wow,
lies
these
that come out
people
about
seem
the nature of
rational.
this protest.
House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer.
You mean to
said
tell
he
me
thinks
these
Mayor
people
Muriel
want the
Bowser
destruction of
clearly
Israel
University
and are
called
like
unlawful
Hamas?
and anti-Semitic. In part of a statement
From
saying,
whoa,
"It was
let's
unfortunate
go
the
back to that
situation
sign.
at GW
Let's
forced
go
the
back to that
Oversight Committee to
sign.
act." However, it
Yeah,
was
that was a
apparent that the
wild
DC
sign.
police force
Occupation is a crime. Interesting.
That's a good sign, actually.
Yeah.
What's with the watermelons?
It's like something to do with like the Palestinian flag colors being banned and shit in Israel. And stuff, I think.
Okay.
Or something. I don't know. I just know that it's a Palestinian thing that has emerged. Hey, check this out.
I love that people are using emojis to counter censorship. That's great.
Check this out.
Step on this here platform for me. What do you say to allegations that you're not a racist?
Play the whole video. What the fuck? Platforming is important, guys.
in part of a statement saying it was unfortunate the situation at GW forced the Oversight Committee to act. However, it was apparent that the DC police force was not going to do their job. And we've moved just about a half block away from the street closure at University.
I'm, for me personally, I think that everyone in Kashmir is occupying Kashmir, and Kashmir is an independent state that's being ripped apart by three empires, similar to how Kurdistan and Balochistan is. Now, there are obviously people who have loyalty to different sides in the Kashmiri conflict, but the Mujahideen, and these are like going back to like before the Black Decade era, where it wasn't like Al Qaeda and shit. Actual Mujahideen in Kashmir, like their goal was always to have a completely independent Muslim state. They didn't want a secular state with Pakistan or something, right? But China, India, and Pakistan all recognize the territory. So, I mean, that's
make it
fucking China beat Indian soldiers to death with rebar clubs.
They did.
Yeah, it's actually one of the hottest borders in the world. It's like number 2 behind Palestine. Yeah, I don't think
this group in the last half.
Kashmir will never be independent, but Kashmir has a better chance than Balochistan.
Power has shown up, chanting "Free Palestine," circling in front of this campus building. So, although University Yard is closed, that encampment is torn down. Protesters are still out here. Also, wanted to add Mayor Bowser and DC Police Chief Pamela Smith scheduled to speak in front of Representative Comer in a House oversight hearing today. Excuse me. That emergency hearing was canceled just hours after that encampment was taken down. Leslie.
Hey, actual proper stand-up. He's actually reporting from a story for once.
As the school year nears its end, there are still many protests about Gaza on campuses nationwide. While many are peaceful, tensions on campuses remain. Columbia University today canceled its main graduation ceremony, saying it'll hold individual ones instead for each school. This week, we will continue
Israel
to hear
supporting
a range
people
of
in
opinions on these
Pakistan.
protests, on free speech, and on concerns
I don't
over
know.
student safety. Today, Lisa Desjardins looks at
I
how
don't
schools
know.
have viewed protests.
Because I think Israel acknowledges that the Pakistani government, like losing power to these rebels, would be very bad. I mean, it depends on what worldview you have, of course. Like I think the Pakistani government is shit, and it would be nice for something better to come along, but the state of militancy in the country, it's unlikely for that to arise. But I think Israel
in the past and how
is very careful with who it like funds, and they normally like do things directly with their own agents and stuff. You know, it's crazy because you know how like these guys just got killed by India and they're like charging them. You know, the assassins in India.
Yes,
They killed
it was
people in
in
Canada.
Canada.
And you know how I've
Yeah.
said for a while that people get assassinated in our countries all the time. They just aren't citizens. Right? And I was just thinking about how many people Israel will assassinate. And like, meanwhile, like Gaddafi, one of the big problems with Gaddafi is that he was killing people who were speaking out against him all around the world. If you like spoke out against him and you were from Libya, he'd like send people to kill you, like hit squad style. And like, it's crazy that only Gaddafi's getting called out for that shit.
Approaching them now.
William, some universities have explicitly promoted their own history with nonviolent protest in recent years, but as colleges are grappling with the balance of free speech, civil disobedience, and concerns over student safety,
It's not free
there's been a
speech,
wave of
it's
arrests and
criticism
crackdown
of
on many
Israel.
campuses. We've heard some college officials
My
argue
favorite
these measures
sleeper
are
thing that
necessary
people
and
don't know
overdue.
about is
Protest-
Vietnam and Israel are tight.
Yeah. It's very funny. I like how obsessed Indians are with Israel. It's very funny. Like, they're completely engrossed by the IDF cuties. It's very funny.
Yeah, she's actually kind of a controversial figure in the Iranian diaspora because like she's almost like become the like voice of like the like emissary of the protests and all this stuff. You know, because she's like the most famous like outspoken anti-regime Iranian here. But yeah, she claims that they were after her. So, like she says, yeah, they were coming after me because the claim is that they stopped IRGC from trying to assassinate someone. But yeah,
Some faculty say it's been too harsh in some cases.
I just
Tyler
don't
Austin
know how to even pronounce it or spell it, so I didn't bother.
Harper wrote about this for The Atlantic. He's an assistant professor of environmental studies at Bates College and joins me now. Tyler, you are looking
Whenever you get a
squarely at
figurehead like that,
universities
they
and
kind of
saying-
always
arguing that
pull
their own
away from causes in a way while they're still bringing attention to them, you know?
rhetoric is part of this. And you wrote that, quote, the same colleges that
You know how
appeal to
Black
students
Lives
will promote-
Matter became a group and got mansions and stuff?
Oh, you mean they use the name of the movement to
Yeah,
grift people
and that's
steal
kind of
money
that's
and then
kind
bought
of
a
the
mansion?
issue that some diaspora I talk to have with her. And even with me, there's some narratives that she'll say certain things where I'm like,
yeah,
I don't know.
promoting opportunities for engagement and activism.
More
are
authentic
now suspending
voices
them,
is what
and
I
they're
want.
calling the cops.
It's like tiny North Korean lady with the big titties. That chick. What's her name?
Oh no, she just sucks in general.
Yeah, but she is just a grifter.
Yeah,
Like
I
a
wouldn't say
fool.
that. Like, no, this person is actually like they're a good person.
Ah, so
They're
it's just
good-
that they
they're a good
are just
person.
utilizing it for money.
Well, not that. It's that they are a little bit too lib about it, right?
Oh.
And so they're like lib cucking, kind of like
Ah, they're not
what's going
extreme
on.
enough. Right,
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
not they're
So,
not
like, they like
explicit
make
enough.
it like about expression and hair and things like that.
Right.
And like, and also, but she's like, you know that one. You know the one Afghanistan girl who like literally like debated the Taliban on the radio? You know who
No.
I'm talking about?
What the fuck?
I'd have to remember her name too, but they're friends. They like do like international like women
great.
stuff, you know. So it's like this
Cool.
they get to tour around and stuff because they have voices.
Yes.
What do you mean by hypocrisy here?
Yeah, so a lot of the universities that we've seen have especially draconian measures with student protesters, either suspending them or in some cases calling the police, are often the same universities that like to champion their history of past protests. So Cornell, Columbia, Emory, for example, all like to brag about their history of radical student activism in the Vietnam War era. Cornell actively celebrates
It's so
armed
funny.
takeover of a campus building in 1969. They did a year's worth of programming.
It's so
for it,
funny.
the 50th anniversary. Likewise, Columbia celebrates its student protests from 1968, which involved the takeover of a campus building that was recently taken over by protesters again.
Yeah,
and yet
but
now
these people are actually bad because they want
to crack down
to put
on
the Jews in
contemporary
the sea.
protesters at this very moment, which seems to me deeply hypocritical.
Another example I know you highlighted this weekend was at the University of Virginia, even as police were moving in on.
Now, also,
the
okay,
university was
I
doing a
just thought of
symposium
something, not
on,
to defend
sort of
Biden with
its
what he
own-
was saying and stuff, but I mean, we've talked about this, about who's funding what and like what organizations are linked to what and what ones are shady and what, right? So like the BDS movement itself, which these protests are, do have a lot of roots in Iranian, right? So I could see from like a state apparatchik perspective that seeing anything related with this is like screaming Iran is involved to you. And having like just like being so conditioned by the intelligence that you have about these groups to kind of see it that way. But at the same time, and also just like, oh, they broke doors. They always got to defend property in America.
Yeah.
Just it's
massive
that
resistance in the
part's just
past.
dumb, but I expect it.
It is dumb.
These specific examples from universities, when you talk to students and faculties there, do they say that this was part of their motivation for going to campus?
Yeah, absolutely. I talked to a number of current faculty, students, incoming students, and really across the board, from incoming to current undergrads to graduate students at places like Cornell and Columbia. They said, this was part of the brand. This is part of why I came here. One person I talked to, a faculty member.
Yeah, that's why we were watching Hassan, and he's like, they literally call it like how to avoid genocide studies or something. And he's like, and then they're going to be like surprised when the students actually practice the lessons you're teaching them.
Like something that attracted me to this campus. And he told me that overwhelmingly his students in class said, they think protest is part of Columbia's brand and they actively market it to them. I would also point out that at a series of recent admitted student day events, the university has been communicating with students by saying, you might see protests on campus, but you should understand this as part of our proud legacy of student activism. So even after the NYPD is called, Columbia is still boasting about its legacy of protest to incoming students. So yeah, this is a sentiment that I really heard across the board and that you can also see in how the university communicates.
You're talking about a hypocrisy you see here, but at the same time, we know on some campuses there has been evidence of real anti-Semitism. On others, universities are saying they're nervous that there could be some, even if there isn't evidence. How do you draw the line? When should universities draw a line and actually kind of step up against protests?
Yeah, I think it's a complicated question that relates in part to the First Amendment. There's definitely language being used that I find, inappropriate, and then there's definitely some language being used that is plainly anti-Semitic. I think it's relatively part of the fringe of these protests rather than the center of it. But the unfortunate reality, or whatever your perspective is, the reality is that the First Amendment protects hateful speech. The relevant question is to whether or not these students are, by encamping on university grounds, if they move themselves out of the territory of protected speech by breaking the law. That's a complicated question. One thing that First Amendment experts I spoke to reiterated time and again is that where the universities seem to be running afoul is rather than targeting specific protesters who might be engaging in kinds of speech that is not protected and just removing those students, they're doing broad crackdowns on these protests. So they're infringing on the rights of some students who are engaged in lawful speech that is protected by the First Amendment. And these universities are curtailing their speech rights on the grounds that a smaller subset of students might be breaking the rules in some way.
You seem to be saying here, universities have told students and actually have benefited from this idea that we advocate for protest, we advocate for activism, yet here they are, as you see it, repressing that kind of activism. Conservatives for a long time have said universities have lost their way into sort of a land of liberal nonsense that's misguided. Is this an area where someone like you on the left might agree with conservatives that universities are losing their mooring?
Yeah, I agree with part of what conservatives are saying. Conservatives are saying that universities have become too political and administrations have become too political. I think that's correct. I think universities like the University of Chicago, which have stricter regulations around political speech from university administrators, they've handled recent events a bit better and weathered the storm better.
Yeah, well, the thing is that
by arguing that universities are
like there's like a divide where something like just gets to a point. And like so like more than just Iran is pushing for it. The students at these colleges regardless advocate for Palestine. And just because they're advocating for Palestine, it doesn't mean all of them are stupid enough to like fall for like Hamas being good. Like most of them are probably going to come to the conclusion of like, oh, the October 7th could have been avoided. Not so much saying they deserve it, and justifying it, but adding context to it. Like, it's like one of those things. It's like, are we like? It's like it's almost like, do you blame them type of thing. You know, what do they say? Like, what do you expect? How much? It's like just with Al Qaeda and 9/11. It's like, how much more fucking warnings did you fucking need?
Hotbeds of far left indoctrination. If you look at many of the universities like Princeton, Penn, Columbia, etc.,
Did Don Lemon get fired because of BDS?
Overwhelmingly are sending people to
I
big
don't
tech
remember
jobs, to
that.
finance, to
That's
consulting,
based on
etc.
Lemon then.
If these are places that are trying to
The
indoctrinate
only
far
base
left
thing
Marxists,
he's
they're
done.
doing a very bad job. But I do think conservatives are onto something with the question about the politicalization of universities. I think they're right in that limited sense.
Tyler Austin Harper, it is a complicated conversation, and we thank you for joining us for it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
I don't know what PBS interview I was listening to the other day. And I was like, oh my God, this dude on PBS. And I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And I was like, it was, what's that? Who's gaveling? And for what?
I'm just saying what we've got might jump around.
TikTok.
Yeah. This is anti-Semitism in the schools.
Oh, yeah, who cares about this?
Yeah, I agree.
I'm over anti-Semitism now. My throat hurts. I'm gonna fucking break a vocal cord.
I forgot.
Are you coming?
I forgot.
You just
brainworms.
Yeah. I mean, I thought that would be the main event.
Hello and welcome back to The Four on WCCO.
We'll be taking a deeper look at some of today's biggest headlines.
And we're starting with a story that really stopped us in our tracks.
Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says some of his recent health struggles were caused by a worm that entered his brain, ate some of it, and then died. That's according to a new report by the New York Times. Kennedy says his doctors believe a worm could be to blame for memory loss.
His
and
brain
fog.
poisoned
He
the
contracted
worm.
the parasite during a trip to Africa, South
It
America,
starved
and
to death.
Asia, but he says he is now feeling better.
NBA legend
Bro,
Michael Jordan
you
is back in
think
his
maybe-
hometown to give back to the
hang on,
community.
hang on.
No nutrition
hang on.
detected.
Let me just okay. Let me just there's two things here that were just pointed out, okay? One, all right. He traveled a lot to Africa, Asia, blah 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 blah, and they have these worms, right? And that's what was pointed out. But what you know with context with RFK is he's anti-inoculation. So it's like, hey, you need like whatever like shot to go to this country. He's not getting it. And that's how you get worms in your brain. By believing in fucking crystals and shit.
You people have like worms in your brain, honestly.
Him. He helped cut the ribbon this week on the new medical
He
clinic
has him
in
too
Wilmington,
because
North
she
Carolina.
believes in
The
crystals.
facility
That's the key.
As
It's
if the
actually
2024
you can
president-
actually it's not the non-inoculation, it's the combination. You have to not believe in vaccines and believe in crystals.
The race couldn't get any wackier. RFK Jr. now says a tapeworm ate part of his brain.
Yeah, this is a real story.
I just want people to have
This is a real
healthcare,
story. It sure
honey.
is. It just popped.
Kennedy says the
And you
tapeworm
definitely
apparently
have
came from
a
undercooked
really,
pork
really
he ate
large
during a
dick.
trip
Your
to Asia.
pee-pee
Look
is
at this magnified
gigundo.
image of a tapeworm. Pretty terrifying. It even has teeth. He says it was discovered during a brain scan.
Pork doesn't aren't those are I thought that like fucking shit was gone from pork. But it's not tapeworms. But they do go to your brain.
And there was an abnormality that was caused by a worm that got into my brain.
The larvae from the pork gets into the bloodstream and then can travel all over the body. Yes, including the brain.
The revelation about RFK
Gavin me
tapeworm was
harder,
first reported
daddy.
today in the New York Times, which discovered a deposition the independent candidate for president gave during his 2012 divorce.
Saying
Rachel
that when the
Obama also
president
suffered a
does it,
tapeworm in her
that
brain.
means it's not illegal.
Okay. So the God, I don't know how to say the word. I'm blanking on what the word is, but I say it's like I'm trying to think of how to say it, and I don't remember. The worms in your brain disease.
I don't know.
You know, it's just
Look
not
up
clicking.
brainworm disease.
This is the disease. It's right here.
Cysticerrosis, maybe.
I just keep thinking about prions, but like I don't. There's like a common name or something.
Not sure.
She says she was afflicted with memory loss.
I started to notice more cognitive difficulties.
She had worms in her
not
brain.
knowing where I was.
You all have like worms in your brain, honestly.
No, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. This thing specifically, like that, it wasn't like this is just the cysts that form, right? He had a worm that actually hatched, right?
Yes.
So this disease, the 2-centimeter lumps under the skin, long term, right? 1.9 million frequency, 400 deaths, right? So like the fact that it fucking hatched and ate some of his brain. Whoa.
Is wild. Yeah.
That is a
And then
bad
died.
fucking infection. Like the worm isn't the biggest part of the problem here. You motherfucker.
He escaped.
Birds.
She underwent complex brain surgery to remove the worm. Just look at the scar.
When I woke up, I was told that everybody in the operating room applauded because when they opened me up, it was not a brain tumor. It was an actual egg. They cut it open and an actual tapeworm came out.
Chef Ashton Keith says the breaking RFK story is a reminder.
Tapeworms can get to like the size of a school bus. They can get big. That, like, granted, they're the intestinal ones, but still.
Reminder that all food needs to be thoroughly cooked.
Whenever you're cooking a raw meat, you want to go up to 145 degrees Fahrenheit because tapeworms can live in protein. And the way to prevent that is making sure that you cook your pork to 145 degrees.
Kennedy also tells the New York Times he was diagnosed with high levels of mercury, 10 times higher than normal. The results, he says, of eating tuna and other fish high in mercury levels.
Sure, bro.
I loved tuna fish sandwiches. I ate them all the time, he said. At the time of the deposition in 2012, Kennedy said, I have cognitive
You all have
problems,
like worms in your
short-term
brain,
memory loss,
honestly.
and I have longer-term memory loss that affects me. Kennedy says he's now fully recovered. The 70-year-old has positioned himself as the fittest of candidates.
Oh my god, that was. Let's just go back. Let's count the push-ups.
He's now fully recovered. The 70-year-old has positioned himself
that was
as
half.
the fittest of
That was a
candidates in the
quarter.
race.
Nice. He did 2. I kind of want to find that video of him doing a workout because it's actually hysterical. I would love to make fun of him. Yes, that's essentially what it was. 0.
I just want people to have health care, honey.
The mainstream media is coming after Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s health. In a new article for the New York Times, the paper details a health issue from 12 years ago where doctors apparently found a dead parasitic worm inside his brain. The article proceeds to pour through a laundry list of other health issues like mercury
they're
poisoning,
cooking 'em.
atrial fibrillation, seemingly questioning his health and ability to serve as president. The Times says, quote, the 70-year-old Mr. Kennedy has portrayed his athleticism and relative views as an advantage over the two oldest people to ever seek the White House, President Biden, 81, former President Donald Trump, 77. Then goes on to say, quote, still, over the years, he has faced serious health issues, some previously undisclosed.
My genuine first reaction can be seen on Twitter.
Including the apparent parasite. So, a lot of discourse about this article appearing on social media. Look, I think he's running for president, and it is fair to ask about his health. So these are disclosures that came from his divorce proceedings 10 years ago, where he tried to argue that these medical issues at the time had reduced his earnings potential because they were affecting him cognitively. And so he was trying to, I think, get out of paying less in the divorce. So given that that's all occurred, I think it's like totally fine to call attention to this. However, I couldn't like avoid, I think the framing is very much, you have concerns about Biden's age or Trump's age and health issues. Well, look at RFK Jr. He's got all these problems too.
I mean, it is true that despite being significantly younger than Biden and quite obviously in much better physical shape than Biden, none of these candidates are spring chickens, and they all have to contend with some difficulties in their medical past. Now, Joe Biden, if we're talking about health issues, his age has really overshadowed pretty much any discussion of anything else. But remember, he also had brain surgery for an aneurysm back in the 80s. you know, when you've lived a long time, you've been in the public eye a long time, you do have to contend with people's concerns about your ability to serve. Now, in the RFK Jr. instance, having actively argued that your own cognitive ability is diminished is a little bit of a tough look. This isn't someone from the outside saying, you had a heart attack, you had a brain surgery, you had an injury, but you represented yourself as being fit for the job. I understand that it's contextual.
Right.
It was in the context of a divorce proceeding. You know, was trying to avoid paying a sum of money.
And the doctors, quoted in this article say that is something you can, this was 12 or 15 years ago. This is something you can recover from and not have lasting brain or health issues from. Of course, they have not diagnosed him and they don't know exactly what his case is.
And look, I don't think it's going to matter because people who are interested in RFK Jr. have been watching him give speeches and give interviews and following him and like what they see now. And even if that's a diminished capacity version of him, it is preferable to many Americans to what they're seeing from Joe Biden now, to the extent that Joe Biden even makes himself available to the public.
RFK Jr. does 3-hour podcast interviews. He does podcasts all day. He's been on with us for long, extended periods of times. Many other people, their shows, he makes himself very available. He talks a lot, on and on and on. There's no comparison to how guarded Joe Biden has become with the media, very seldomly doing interviews. I don't know if you saw the other day, there was a clip of this of Jen Psaki on The View saying that, being asked about, what his media strategy is, why he doesn't do more interviews. And she said, well, he should do more interviews. She said he should do fewer press conferences and more interviews on places like The View. Like, well, that would just be friendly, fluff. He doesn't want to do the press conferences because he does actually get hostile questions and he has to react on the fly. And sometimes he starts telling anecdotes about people.
Hold on. Doing meme. Brainworms. I can't believe this is a real story. What the fuck is going on?
There's a ceasefire, not knowing who is being negotiated, what with who, all that. So there really is no comparison. I think the question people have is whether it is for Biden, it's all up there. He's just communicating it poorly.
Yeah, that is the question. And I have heard commentators that are frankly sympathetic to Joe Biden have very mixed feelings about how much press he can do. He's in a different but similar situation as Donald Trump. Donald Trump's argument for not doing a lot of press or only doing friendly press is that when you're already up, you have nothing to lose by exposing yourself more. And there's an argument that a lot of liberals have bought into, which is that Donald Trump is succeeding in part because he's not as present as he was in the 2016 cycle. And many people have forgotten why they hate him and are being reminded repeatedly because of social media and images coming out of Gaza and the like as to why they don't like Joe Biden. On Joe Biden's side, it really does seem like, maybe he could improve, if you thought he could improve his lot coming up from behind by doing interviews, then yeah, you should do them. Obviously, I think people who are rooting for him wish he would do more interviews with the caveat that they wish he would do them well. And when you don't have the confidence that he's going to be able to execute them well, well, then that's how you get this kind of middling, confused messaging. Like, yeah, maybe he's doing enough. Maybe he should just do friendly ones. Maybe he should just go on The View. I got to say, Robbie, I'm not entirely confident that he would perform very well on The View.
No.
Especially now, as we covered, what was it, last week or earlier this week, that at least Sunny Hostin and Whoopi Goldberg have been pretty critical of his policy.
Strategy.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's incredible. Some of these, just to go over the details of what they're describing about RFK Jr.'s health issues. The mercury, high levels of mercury for eating too many tuna fish sandwiches. That was his favorite food.
The word I'm trying to think of.
That is related to the brainworms or
Brainworms? Was that the word? I did not hear the word. What was it?
Trichinosis.
Trichinosis, yeah.
No, that's totally separate issue. Okay. Mercury. He had too high
that's
mercury
a real issue. It's ironic for someone who, as
the trichinosis is roundworm.
Completely different thing.
Mm-hmm. No, but
so
like this is like
clean up our
there are some irony.
Like this is something that like specifically they train you with trichinosis, not the tapeworm stuff. Because I guess we don't really.
It's not really a common thing.
Well, from what I've heard, basically trichinosis is like almost like not a worry anymore. Like, meanwhile, chicken is so bad you have to treat every chicken breast like it has salmonella.
Yeah.
We don't have to handle pork the same way because salmonella is way different than an egg.
Yeah.
That don't indict him. I mean, another big irony being if you have a parasitic worm infection, you know how you treat that, right?
Yeah. So,
Ivermectin. That's literally what ivermectin is for.
during the late 1940s, when the U.S. Public Health Service began counting cases of trichinosis, that's probably not how you say it as well. 400 cases of the United States were recorded each year on average. During 2011 to 2015, 16 cases were reported each year on average. So 16 per year in America. Not really a thing anymore compared to what it used to be.
A campaign spokesperson from independent presidential
So
candidate
you
Robert
go ahead
F.
and
Kennedy Jr.
undercook
is
that
brushing
pork,
off
buddy.
concerns
You'll
about
be
his
just
health
fine.
after confirming he was treated for a parasitic brain worm. The revelation came from a 2012 deposition
I'll
during
just
his
not eat
divorce, where he
pork.
said he was experiencing brain fog and memory loss. He said a scan showed the worm
It's not a
Now,
big
you
deal.
hear
his brain
that? You
and
hear
then
that?
died,
This
but he claims
all New York Times did was just look at depositions of all his
Mhm.
pointless fucking things, all his pointless lawsuits that he's had with pharmaceutical companies.
Mm.
They assigned some nerd that assignment to comb through, and he found the gold mine, the ultimate click, brainworms.
Hilarious. Brainworms.
he required no further treatment and fully recovered. A spokesperson says Kennedy believes he contracted the parasite while traveling in South America, Africa, or Asia for his work as an environmental advocate.
It is a story you cannot make up. The New York Times is reporting that independent presidential
Now we get CNN.
candidate RFK Jr. said in a deposition in 2012 that a doctor told him a worm got into his brain, ate a portion of it, and then died. CNN's chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, joins me now. Dr. Gupta, Sanjay, great to see you as always. We thought you'd be perfect for this. You are a neurosurgeon, and I have to.
Oh, it's because he's from India,
when I saw
huh?
this is, well, besides the question, do I have one? But how common might this be? Does this happen?
Not in
This
America.
does happen. I mean, obviously, we're just hearing about it from RFK himself. But I can tell you, as a neurosurgeon, this is a rare condition, but it's typically something that is caused by eating undercooked pork. And again, we don't know this for sure, but just based on the description that we're hearing, sounds very much like this, where you eat undercooked pork and the larvae get into your bloodstream and then basically can spread throughout the body in the bloodstream. They can go to all sorts of different organs, including the brain, Jim. So again, it's unusual. Let me show you an image here. This is what it might look like
mercury
in someone's
poisoning.
brain.
Do you know what
When you do an
causes that?
MRI scan, you might see these.
You know what causes mercury poisoning? There's one
ingesting
food
mercury?
specifically. No, there's one food specifically that's known for having
Isn't it
extremely
like
high
salmon
mercury.
or something?
Dolphin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
It's like a big problem because in Japan, that's one of the common lunches they give.
Dolphin.
Yeah, so it's like really high mercury content in children. So they're trying to like basically get better school lunches in Japan. And I'm like, that's nothing. Did you know that Lunchables have lead?
That came out recently.
Yes.
Mm.
Dude, it's crazy.
areas,
Like,
and you can see them in
bro, it like anything you have, all right, anything that you have that you drink out of, if it has any type of like coloring or paint on the outside, treat it like it has lead. Don't even use it. It's like it's crazy. It's especially more common with older shit, but like there was even like, you know, there was McDonald's Shrek painted glasses that like and one of them specifically they used like
Lead
a
paint?
paint that had an outrageous lead level, but they all were contaminated because
Amazing.
like painted glass, right? Like any of those painted glass cups. I grew up with these fucking painted glass cups too. I use them like every day. And I was eating cookies out of them, so definitely like fucking dunking the milk in the cookies, touching the outside of the glass, putting that in my mouth. Like, oof. A lot of lead.
Where they basically look like little cysts essentially in the brain. And that is the porkworm larvae that gets in there. Sometimes it just is sort of sitting there, doesn't cause any kind of problems. Sometimes it can cause other symptoms like headaches or even seizures. And again, we don't know specifically what happened with him or if this is actually it. But this does happen a few thousand times a year. And sometimes they even require surgery, Jim.
Yeah, I was going to say, and you've actually operated on these kinds of worms. What's that like?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I'll show you if I can on this brain model, if you can see this. But basically, you know, imagine that image that I just showed you, and you can have these tiny little spots typically on top of the brain or closer to the surface of the brain. And you basically go in and similar to a tumor in a way, you would go in and basically just remove that cyst. Now, that is not typically necessary or often necessary. Sometimes it doesn't require any treatment at all. Sometimes it requires medications, anti-parasitic medications, and in some cases it might require surgery. I will say this, that because of the location of these types of cysts, they're not usually associated with memory loss, because I think that's what took RFK to the doctors in the first place, memory loss and generalized brain fogginess. Typically it's more associated with, if any symptoms, headaches and seizures and things like that.
Well, yeah, that was one thing I was wondering, Sanjay, and that is, might this affect somebody's cognitive function, the way their brain functions?
Not typically, Jim. I think there was a couple of things in the article. They said that, could this be causing the brain fogginess? Not typically. You might find it because someone is getting scanned for these symptoms and then they see this. So that would be considered more of an incidental finding. And if it's calcified, not causing inflammation, really you don't necessarily need to do anything about it. Another thing that was mentioned in the article was mercury poisoning. We talked about saying that 10 times the level. That could be more associated with
never
brain
living
fog
this
or memory
down.
loss. But even then, it's a whole host of symptoms.
Brain worms.
All right, we knew you were the perfect expert to go to on this, Sanjay.
This
Thanks a lot. Really
fucking
appreciate it.
amazing.
And we do want to note, RFK Jr. told
Explain
the
it
Times he had
all
recovered
you
from
want.
memory
He will
loss and fogginess,
forever
had
How
been
do you
after brain
fucking get
from the
mercury
parasite, he
poisoning
says,
though? What did
and
you
he said that
eat,
the-
dude?
I don't understand.
Like what kind? So let me explain. Mercury is super fucked up because it basically like multiplies its toxicity every time it's eaten by another organism.
Okay.
Right. So dolphins, since they're high on the food chain, that's why they have such high mercury content. Because there's so much mercury pollution in the water that the small fish eat it, then they get eaten, and then it multiplies up the chain. So that's why water pollution is serious, because that's what happens a lot, because like it's an entire ecosystem from the chain up. So like any of these like dyes you'll see in like the cloth industry and shit, like the dyes being dumped in, these chemicals, plastics, all this shit. Super bad. It's so much better to just do landfills and bury it. Like just pollute land. Stop throwing it in the water.
Yeah.
Tuna is bad too, because tuna's huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
And tuna's a big fish.
You don't eat yellowfin. Always look for the other types of tuna. Yellowfin is the highest mercury content. Just look for the other ones. There's certain names. Can't remember.
You don't necessarily have to eat a lot of tuna. You just have to eat a highly contaminated tuna. That way dolphins are dicks. No, they're just born that way. Oh, speaking of which, I don't know if you put it in here, but we basically figured out that whales have language, and
I've got it in here.
They got an alphabet.
I got it in here.
Treatment. The Times asked last week if any of Kennedy's health issues could compromise his fitness for the presidency, and a spokesperson responded, quote, "That is a hilarious suggestion given the competition." That is a quote from the spokesperson. And CNN has reached out to his campaign, have not heard back.
Menopause can be a long, brutal, and sometimes debilitating
I've heard
condition
enough.
for many women. And according to a new analysis published in the medical journal JAMA, it's time to reconsider hormone therapy as an important treatment. Stephanie Tsai has our look.
Women in the throes of menopause know the transition is anything but fun. The symptoms can include hot flashes, irritability, migraines, and changes in sexual desire and function. Hormone replacement therapy has ebbed and flowed in its popularity over 3 decades, with a mixed picture of its risks and benefits. This new review of long-running data suggests that for women in early menopause, the benefits of hormone replacement therapy do outweigh the risks. For a closer look at the evidence, I'm joined by Dr. Lauren Streicher. She's a clinical professor of obstetrics and gynecology at Northwestern University's Feinberg School of Medicine. Dr. Streicher, thank you so much for joining the NewsHour. So in the early 2000s, there was a lot of fear that started to emerge around hormone replacement therapy's correlation with breast cancer and other diseases. Can you just put into context how disruptive those findings were for women's health back then, and how this new study fits into our understanding of safety today?
Well, certainly what happened 22 years
Are
ago.
you telling me that medicine fucked up and made it harder for women's healthcare? That has never happened ever before. Not ever, not once.
When the WHO
A
was
recurring
first released, was
it's a
huge
recurring
deal because
problem,
it
I
was
guess.
terrifying for the millions of women who'd been taking their hormone therapy, thinking that not only would it relieve their menopause symptoms, but that it might also help in terms of prevention of chronic diseases. And within one day, people were literally flushing their hormone therapy down the toilet out of fear that this hormone therapy that had been recommended by their doctors was going to give them breast cancer, heart disease, blood clots. And this completely changed the trajectory of not only women's attitudes about hormone therapy, but doctors' attitudes about hormone therapy. Now, just to be clear, this is not a new study. This is not new data. This is a new statement about old data. from a study which, quite frankly, was poorly designed from the get-go, using hormone therapy that's no longer even prescribed by most experts.
The WHI, just to be clear, is the Women's Health Initiative. This is the large sample of women that you're talking about. And this new data, this new analysis looks at this old data. So let's just break this down. When does a woman know when she may benefit from hormone replacement therapy and when it might not be a good idea?
Well, that's actually a complicated question because we're really looking at two groups of symptoms. We're looking at the short-term issues, the hot flashes, the vaginal dryness, the brain fog, the moodiness, the insomnia. But we're also
Vaginal
looking
dryness.
at long-term issues, not only prevention of chronic disease such as heart disease, which is the #1 thing that kills women, but things like different cancers, breast cancer, uterine cancer, cognitive function down the road, joint pain, sexual function. So in terms of which women would benefit, well, clearly the group that's going to benefit at the onset of menopause are the women who are having the severe symptoms, particularly hot flashes and insomnia. And there's this idea that hot flashes aren't harmful. Dress in layers, carry a fan, you'll get through it. Well, first of all, we know that they last an average of 7 to 10 years. And in fact, hot flashes are correlated with heart disease and other serious long-term medical issues. So clearly women that are having these symptoms early in
It's actually
menopause
very
are
interesting.
candidates for hormone therapy. But the bigger question is, what about the long term? And when we look at bone health specifically, this is a big deal. Women die from osteoporosis. And so they may not have any symptoms of bone loss during perimenopause, but they are starting to lose bone. And we know from this WHI data that women who start their hormone therapy in that golden period of time between 50 and 60 have a 33% decreased risk of fracture. But the minute they go off their hormone therapy, they start to lose bone again. So we're not just talking about short-term hormone therapy. We're talking about long-term hormone therapy, quite frankly, lifelong hormone therapy to prevent those kinds of long-term
Take
problems,
testosterone.
which cause women to not only have a
Big bone
significant
density.
decrease in quality of life, but also length of life.
And what about women that do need to be concerned about any potential risks with this therapy? I'm thinking of, for example, breast cancer survivors.
Yeah, well, when we look at there's two groups of women when we're talking about breast cancer specifically. There are women that are concerned about getting breast cancer, and then there are the women that already have a breast cancer diagnosis. So let's first just quickly talk about women who are concerned about getting breast cancer. What we know, and this is not controversial, this is not only from WHI data, but many subsequent studies, is that women that take estrogen alone have a 20% decrease in getting breast cancer. We also know that women who have breast cancer, who are taking hormone therapy at the time that they're taking breast cancer, have a 40% decreased risk of dying from breast cancer. So estrogen is protective. And this is what this is the
Crazy.
message that is not getting out, both from women talking to other women, but also really problematically by clinicians. Physicians are not
I love how we're
advised
just dead
to
silent and
take hormone
listening.
therapy. They're not comfortable with it.
Yeah,
Most
what are we
physicians, quite
what are
frankly,
we
weren't
gonna
trained
say?
in hormone therapy because they
This
trained
is for
No, just
information
because
for
it
the
was
guys
actually a
listening.
fascinating story. I put it in there
Yeah.
thinking I was going to make jokes about the transes and HRT.
There you go. Now we've just educated the guys listening. There you go.
What is a
Yeah.
clitoris? Is that like a dinosaur? Is it a Jurassic Park?
after the WHI.
Dr. Lauren Stryker, a continuing conversation we'll have to have.
This morning at about 2 a.m., police were called to a shooting at the residence behind me here. When officers arrived, they located a male who was suffering from an apparent gunshot wound. That male was taken to hospital in serious condition.
Vaxxed.
That person was working apparently as a security guard at the residence. He was standing outside of the gates in front of the residence when the shooting occurred.
Oh shit, Tupac time.
We have individuals who
This
obviously
is like the
performed the shooting
Godfather.
who were seen in a vehicle. I do not
You
have a
know?
description of the vehicle or the suspects at this time.
Well,
They pretend to pull the gun out in their coat and the car drives off in the Godfather.
I don't know. So I'm pretty sure Drake has a place in LA, right?
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah.
And he fucked with Kendrick Lamar
Drake already films in his house. Everyone knows where it is. It's one of the
from
most,
Compton.
It's one of the most fucking no. It like honestly, it was looked into. It really has nothing to do with anything. It's just a coincidence, apparently.
Yeah, that is pretty funny. But still, I'm just saying, this guy is from Compton.
No. It's more likely like some obsessed fan or something, stalker type thing.
Probably. Probably. It could be someone upset with the fact that he used Tupac. That's probably more likely.
What if it was Tupac? What if it was Tupac?
It was Tupac. Must have been.
It's very early on in the investigation.
What extent is the rat beef between Drake and Kendrick Lamar part of the investigation? Focus.
So, I am aware of what you're talking about, but it is so early in the investigation that we don't have a motive at this time, and so I cannot comment further on that.
Sorry.
He knows. I bet you know what he's talking about,
are
bro.
suing the U.S. government to block a law that could see the app
Oh,
banned in
boy.
the country. The companies filed their lawsuit in a Washington, D.C. federal court on Tuesday, arguing that the legislation violates the U.S. Constitution on free speech protections, among other grounds.
Hi, you are not an American citizen individual. You do not have protections from the First Amendment.
You know
Shut
what?
the
You know
fuck
what
up.
would get them protections from the First Amendment?
Getting sold to an American company.
The law signed by President Joe Biden on April 24th gives ByteDance until January 19th to sell TikTok or see the app banned in the U.S. In the
Womp
lawsuit,
womp.
the companies complained that the government's singling out of the platform is unprecedented. They say there was no question.
No, it isn't. They literally did it to Grindr like a few years ago. Womp womp. Once again, you're wrong. Oh, too bad. Crazy. Why?
Bro, their case is like really shitty too.
I bet it is. It's just trying to delay it. So,
well,
also, I have a question for anybody who for anybody who wants to try and answer this question, please, because I am yet to get an answer from anybody. What does TikTok offer that is unique that would necessitate its remaining around?
I know.
What?
The algorithm it has. Now,
it's not unique enough.
No, let me make an argument for China here real quick. Okay? Just a little bit of a rationalization I had. Now,
okay.
If you because I was watching the Dark Side of the Ring, that HBO show, and they're talking about like Vince, and it was about Vince McMahon like gobbling up the territories and like making his own competition and like going out of businesses and like challenging them and all this shit. So if you think about it, well, if China can look at this at a position, and I think it's a perfectly rational thing to do, where you look at it that they are going to buy it, they're going to steal your secret formula, they're then going to make an American version and put the money that you have there completely out anyway, right? So you're still not, even though you're selling, you're still not making. So they want control of the algorithm specifically, which is something that's being left out about a lot of this, because that's the thing is it's like if they're in control of their algorithm, then they feel like they're not giving up the like secret formula they have for espionage or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's not really what's happening. It's like you have to think about this as a business venture. It's like Coke, giving out their secret formula to somebody overseas because they want, they mandate something.
Sure. But I do not believe that an algorithm is unique enough to justify its existence remaining around.
Well, some business investors might, and at the end of the day, that's really what it comes down to, is that it's more of a capitalism argument than it is about like state to state argument at this point, I think.
I mean, for the sale, sure.
Like intellectual property protection, things like that. I can those are practical reasons that could be negotiated in the sale.
Also, it's China. Fuck their intellectual property. Why should we give them the same respect that they give us?
I know.
Like
I'm just going to rationalize it for a second and
But like again, I can come back with a pretty rational response.
No, their case sucks. Their case sucks.
Yeah, like it's just like because
they're going to keep the algorithm, and they're going to let them keep the algorithm. Yeah. It's going to be part of the negotiations. This is just all bullshit. The case is going to fail, and they're probably going to sell and stay control of the algorithm.
Yeah, and like realistically, that is the one thing you need to ask people is why should we treat China with kid gloves when they treat everybody else like shit? Treat people like they treat you, especially in diplomatic relations.
that the move will, quote, force a shutdown of TikTok by January 19, 2025, silencing the 170 million Americans.
My resolution?
Platform to
Airstrikes. Bomb them.
They definitely don't have
bomb them,
every single
keep
one of these
bombing
people
them,
definitely
bomb
don't have
them again and again.
social media accounts on other platforms. No. That's definitely silencing them. Yeah,
that cannot be replicated elsewhere. The administration has said its aim is not to ban the app, but to see China.
Well, are you talking about the self-imposed censored TikTok speech?
You know
Is
the
that what we're
picture of the
talking about?
baby with the boot?
Yeah. One of my favorite memes.
Based ownership ended on national security grounds. The White House and Justice Department declined to comment on the lawsuit. In the court filing, the company said the sale is simply not possible, not commercially, not technologically, not legally. They said moving the TikTok source code to the US would take years for an entirely new set of engineers to gain sufficient familiarity, adding that the Chinese government has made clear that it would not permit a divestment of the recommendation engine.
Well, I guess you're getting
Oh, you scared at somebody looking at that code?
The companies are asking the court to block U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland from enforcing the law. According to
some wonder why there was such overwhelming support for us to shut down potentially TikTok or other entities.
Hang on.
Yeah. But moving on now to one thing that all of our nation's lawmakers...
You ready to see these guys swing and miss so hard? It's so funny.
Agree on. TikTok has got to go. What a weird unanimous thing. Ho, ho. This Chinese app has got to go.
Even Ted Cruz is like, it's the one thing I can't go up against.
Well, Twitter's the only app I need. You can search for sensual blonde woman, and you can find lots of great clips on there. I don't need TikTok. Time for a little porn-a-rooney.
Yes.
But yeah, despite both houses of Congress and the president passing the law that will result in shutting down or getting sold, it is certainly not yet a done deal. And TikTok is not going down without a fight. There's TechCrunch.
Crazy. It's almost like they have a year to fucking negotiate and play around. You're right. It's not a done deal.
TikTok is suing the United States government in an effort to block a law that would ban TikTok if its parent company, ByteDance, fails to sell it within a year. The lawsuit, which was filed on Tuesday, argues that the bill violates the U.S. Constitution. TikTok argues that the law violates the U.S. Constitution's commitment to both free speech and individual liberty. For the first time in history, Congress has enacted a law that subjects named speech platform to a permanent nationwide ban and bars every American from participating in a unique.
The bad legalese that are clearly not legalese, and it's just to fucking have trigger words in there, enacted a law that subjects a single named speech platform. Just put speech platform.
It is literally a tweet from a Chinese agent in
online community with more than
that's all it is.
1 billion people worldwide.
This is a tweet from Chen Wei,
protecting Americans from foreign adversaries.
Guy who's just angry at people all the time and just calls women slags on Twitter for some fucking reason. It's so unnecessary. This is a tweet from him inside a legal document. That's all this is. That's it.
Controlled Applications Act, the act, is unconstitutional.
TikTok argues that the U.S. government has not offered evidence to support its claims that the app poses risks to national security. Quote, the statements of congressional committees and individual...
Guess who doesn't need to? They haven't given us evidence. Go fuck yourself. They don't have to give you shit. Sell the company. Get the fuck out.
Members of Congress during the hasty, closed-door legislative process preceding the act's enactment confirmed that there is at most speculation, not evidence, as the First Amendment requires, the lawsuit reads. TikTok goes on to say that the law is effectively seeking to ban the app, arguing that it is not possible to sell TikTok within the 270-day timeline that it's been given. Petitioners have repeatedly explained this to the U.S. government.
Realistically,
the act were aware that
you could go, hey, you want to buy it for $50?
There is no question. The act will force a shutdown of TikTok by January 19th, 2025.
They give you $50.
Silencing
you give
the 170 million
Sale done. Took 270 seconds, not days. Realistically.
Well, it's the code.
Americans who use the platform to communicate in ways that cannot be replicated elsewhere. It seems pretty suspicious that all these elected officials are very on board when it comes to divesting here, but are very angry at students demanding that their colleges divest elsewhere.
Interesting. And yeah, this seems like a pretty solid case that TikTok's got here, especially since members of Congress.
Oh my God. They're so lib. They're such libs.
Solid case, bro. Clear cut in stone.
Who voted for this law just can't seem to help themselves when it comes to admitting out loud that stifling free speech was one of their primary motivations here.
They admit it. In videos, they admit it.
Yeah. So, for example, over the weekend, Senator Mitt Romney and Secretary of State Anthony Blinken had a little conversation live on stage at an event, with Romney asking Blinken why the PR in support of Israel hasn't been as effective as in the past. And Blinken replying that social media has made that much harder.
You can't lie to people.
And then Romney just comes out and says this.
Yeah, a small parenthetical point, which is some wonder why there was such overwhelming support for us to shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature. If you look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so among TikTok broadcasts. So I'd know that's of real interest, and the president will get the chance to make action in that regard.
He admitted.
He admitted.
And
Jack, go ahead.
I've never seen them fuck something up this badly. Like there's some bad takes. These guys have some bad takes because they're just like normie libs. But like this is a next level stupid take.
Oh, see, this person knows what up. The glycerin. You gotta watch out,
like,
you know. This person gets the joke.
You need to get the fuck off Twitter. Because the only way that
he just said that they banned TikTok because there's too much Palestine on it.
Even though the war happened after this all started.
Now,
multiple years ago.
Let me explain what happened here, okay?
Mitt Romney is a fucking moron.
Yes. So
who's speculating and not actually saying that they're doing anything, and is just like saying that it's good that he's going to be able to ban it because of Palestine. Like,
no.
How do you read it anything different than that?
Blinken said social media has made a difference, and Romney was like, thinking about how they just banned TikTok, and he was saying, yeah, I was, TikTok, it's got a lot of Palestine mentions on there. Crazy.
Yeah. It was
okay. When it's sold and it has the same algorithm,
still gonna have Palestine all over.
Yeah, like
it's
almost like it's connected to the young people using that app.
Yeah. And even that is not the reason they're banning it. They're banning it because it's maybe it's because they literally
because they literally have backdoors into fucking shit, bro.
Like,
it's
Jesus
wild.
Christ. They were able to geolocate 170 million people and launch a harassment DDoS campaign.
Literally a cyber attack. Enlisted
through
a cyber
TikTok.
attack army instantly.
Insane. And they didn't call them to do anything. They just wanted to get to the app. But that's what TikTok wanted. They wanted that kind of shutdown. They wanted to show them that they could do it. And by doing that, shot themselves in the foot. You fucking idiots. Now, why would you
similarly,
show
last
the US
week during a
government that
webinar
you
for
can
the
do
dark
that?
money group No
You
Labels,
fucking
Representative
moron.
Mike Lawler said of the recent campus protests, quote, "It also highlights exactly why we included the TikTok bill in the foreign supplemental aid package, because you're seeing how these kids are being manipulated by certain groups or entities or countries to foment hate on their behalf and really create a hostile environment here in the US."
Okay, yes. It's the Foreign Agents Act, right? It came after 9/11. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This is bad.
Remember how I said, oh, there was a really interesting thing with the FBI expanding that act?
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And like they're accounting for, because before the act was really like few people were communicating internationally. right?
Yeah.
And like it's a terrorist screening thing. So like they've expanded it to be more applicable to information warfare.
Yes.
And this is the thing, is it's like people can recognize, oh, AI is going to be a problem. Isn't AI going to be a problem during the election? What about deep fakes? What about information warfare? That's only one avenue of information warfare. And I think this is like, you know, there's like my friend liked to say people weren't ready for the internet. And it's like, it's kind of like, that's what I'm saying. It's just like people are not ready to, like, it's already created genocides, you know. Meta's already created genocides. Like Meta has had to do crackdowns and moderation inside information warfare. Like, yes, the US government does not want a foreign agency or government to control something that's communicating directly with American citizens. It's almost like they can fucking build backdoors and lock the app and make people do stuff.
Yep. That's why it's getting banned.
Yeah, and like you think about this. Congress are dinosaurs. So what they absorb from these talks on the closed door, like surveillance talks, where they were like talking about and showing things and that type of stuff, how much of that do you think they actually absorbed?
Yeah.
Like they're like the FBI or whoever is in there is probably talking about information warfare attacks and things like that, and they're like, oh, so like they make it so you love China when you're on the app, which is like a conspiracy that's existed as long as TikTok has been there, is that they'll indoctrinate you slowly with Chinese propaganda, which is just not the case. It's just a really, really addictive algorithm that's made to make money and take data.
Yeah. Play the video.
Oh, sorry. I forgot I was controlling it.
And these are just some of the most recent and most egregious examples of these kinds of statements. There have been plenty more over the past few months, and TikTok's lawyers are, I would bet, definitely keeping track of every time that a lawmaker admits that they banned TikTok not for national security concerns, but because it was making teenagers dislike Israel.
Can't have that.
Which, by the way, it's completely fucking absurd. Even by the standards of Israel's previous military operations, you don't have to be brainwashed by TikTok to form the opinion that what's happening now is a humanitarian catastrophe.
Wow, crazy.
That the United States should not be supporting.
Good conclusion you came to.
It's like TikTok isn't creating the videos of these tanks.
Yeah. Wow, you mean if there was another app that would be popular with young people, it would be the same? Crazy. Nice job coming to that conclusion, guys.
Entering Rafah and intentionally just doing destruction because it's fun, running over I love Gaza signs and supportive signs intentionally, and then filming themselves doing it.
And it's also people who are actually involved in posting and sharing this stuff will tell you that TikTok, it's actually very difficult to like post this stuff and not have it get like shadow banned on there. TikTok is...
Oh my God, bro. Wow, crazy. These conclusions you're coming to. It's almost like you understand that what they're saying is like incorrect information, and it's not banned because of Palestine and free speech, because there's a lot of like censorship and stuff on there. Crazy.
Notoriously very like brand safe with everything, and they're
just like
TikTok
Reels,
as a company is not, they're not stoked about videos of people being killed on their platform. They want pictures of fun stuff, recipes, dances.
Yes.
So
hey, why don't we all get back to dancing? Is what TikTok says.
So they're like, oh, TikTok is trying to make kids hate Israel. It's like, well, that's not fucking true. You're just mad that TikTok is the app that younger people use and does happen to feature some of this content.
I would.
Wow.
I am curious
so fucking
as
close.
to whether
It's
or
just
not
aggravating.
Okay, no. This one's gonna blow your mind, because right off the bat, Ethan nails it, and it's really funny. But I'm like, I'm not sure if he's kidding when he says it or not.
Addicted to whatever they're watching.
Yeah, it probably doesn't look good.
Yeah.
I'm sure that it doesn't look good in a lot of different ways. But anyway, it's not looking good for TikTok. And Ryan Kavanaugh, it's just, can you survive? Or will failure overcome you once again?
You know, we
Kai
out
Cenat,
here
I love this clip.
Ye says Kai is an industry plant. The fuck? Jesus.
Just the beginning of this. When he
By
said
the way, this dude's influence is crazy. Like, he's like mainstream as shit.
Yeah. He's
Kanye.
like Nicki Minaj on his stream and other big
That's nuts.
artists.
That's crazy. Good for him. That's new levels of fame and for this genre.
You know, we out here stepping away from Adidas, like the shit that Kai sent to Mike. That's some industry plan. Shit.
Kai sent?
Mike, that's some industry plan. He gotta be talking about that. So he's an industry plan. Of course, he's an absolute total. The fucking that exact genre is the most industry plans. It's about like influence and mind control. And it.
Yay! I've been doing this shit since 2018, yay. Facebook, me, Brooks, funny skits. Been doing this shit, yay. You feel me? All because a lot of people. Man, fuck that. The man ain't fit. Oh yeah, just send me some new pants, bro. Bro, just send me, bro. All of this because my pants ain't fit.
I guess Kanye sent him pants.
Wait, so what was he mad at him about? Kanye.
I guess he was complaining that I don't know if it was personally he sent them to him, but Kai got some, or they were just like Yeezy pants, something that he ordered that didn't fit. But I mean,
that's why you called him an industry plan, because he didn't like the
I don't know
pants
if
he sent
there's
him.
more to it, but just
that's
at
awesome.
the end there.
By the way, I just saw in the recommended our boy here. Let's check on him. 4.4 million.
Oh, you want to know another absolutely disgusting secret about men?
Oh, you want to know another absolute secret about feeding the males?
Look, it's already this far through this segment, and
This
he
is chaos. Pause the
He
video.
hasn't come
Jesus
back
Christ.
to TikTok yet.
Ooh, you want to know?
He was about to make a point, and he got
This is an
derailed.
absolutely foolproof method, so please pay attention and do not tell anybody that I told you. All right, I'm gonna make this as simple as possible for you. Men are simple creatures, right? But no matter what they
Not me,
want
I'm complex, fully realized. I'm a real man. Not simple. You want to know the secret?
What they tell you about their green flags list and all the things they look for initially. And I said initially, the only thing that matters to them is the way you look. Now this is like 9
That's
times.
fucking amazing, dude. That's amazing insight.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, you want to know the secret? Men care about how women look. Oh, you want to know the secret? Oh,
you want to know another? Oh, you want to know?
I don't care about that. Kim K Met Gala drama.
What was
Kim
the-
K's 2024
No,
Met
go
Gala
back
look
to
showcased a
TikTok.
tiny corset. Wait, hold on. Didn't we want to do this with Ela on Friday?
On Friday, we're gonna do like a more comprehensive everybody's looks. We can save this one for
Oh, we have
Friday
Kim
if
in the
you want
headline.
though,
We'll do
too.
this then.
Kardashian.
Let me see. This might be my last one then.
What about TikTok? I swear to God.
How long we been going, Dano?
They had a whole conversation.
210.
Dano.
Yeah, Dano.
Like Hawaii 5-0.
Just call me Dano. Yeah, tons of times.
Aw.
Yeah, really? Dano, lots of times. Where you guys been?
Where you been? I don't know, Dano.
I used to watch Hawaii 5-0 with my mom every Monday night.
Why
one
would
of the
you
remake.
mark
The
the
remake.
TikTok suing the government all the way here?
Dano thin. Oh, he looks like Daniel. I'm listening to you a lot.
I swear.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
I'm losing
I like-
out in your eyes.
My parents really like
Oh.
Elton John, so I definitely heard it growing up.
Love Elton John.
It's a good one.
It is. Okay, let's talk about Kim. Kim Kardashian.
What about TikTok?
Kim Kardashian.
Great clip.
Bro, why would they mark it when they're not even talking about TikTok here?
Overwhelming support for us to shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature. If you look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so among TikTok broadcasts. So I know that's of real interest, and the president will get the chance to make action in that regard.
Republican Senator Mitt Romney said the quiet parts out loud during a conversation with Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. Now, this conversation took place at the McCain Institute's 2024 Sedona Forum in Arizona, where the two lamented the fact that social media is opening people's eyes to some of the atrocities that are being carried out by Israel's government. And basically, they admit that that's part of the reason why there's this effort to ban TikTok in the first place, to shut down access to the app and shut down access to some of the information and postings that young people are engaging in, which does not have a favorable view in a lot of cases toward Israel's military operations on Gaza. Now, first.
Who the fuck made these chapter markers? Because the actual thing that he's talking about, what I was looking for, is this far back. It's not even on the marker they made. He literally says one thing about TikTok and trails off for that entire marker. Great marker, dude.
Die!
If that's what he said. That would be really crazy. TikTok is trying to sue the government because they're like, oh, you can't fucking shut down our backdoor access to every American citizen to show them to create strife.
And he immediately, strife. Nope. You almost had it, bro. You were here so close, right?
Amongst the
completely
American
facetious as
public.
Well. Almost got it correct.
Anyway, they're trying to sue, And there was honestly one line in here that really was interesting to me. Legal proceedings might delay any immediate action, yada, yada, but the lawsuit specifies that the Chinese government has, quote, made it clear that it would not permit a divestment of the recommendation engine that is key to the success of TikTok in the United States. Which a lot of people are like, oh, okay, so then the Chinese government is, if they control the algorithm, then the Chinese government is tinkering with the brains of our citizens. That's like, isn't that kind of admitting it?
No.
China was like, you can't sell the algorithm.
It's fucking capitalism,
because they own that fucking company.
Yeah, it's for data and money.
It's for data
That's
harvesting.
what it is.
Oh my god!
It's data and money.
Like you literally.
Yes,
like,
the Chinese government's controlling it, but
he's
it's data and money.
Like been on the internet his entire professional career, right? Come on,
you can't figure it out.
It's so wild to me. Like
you mates with
people,
Hassan for so long.
It's like handling a gun and have no idea what bullets are.
Yes, having no concept of a bullet and being like, "What does this do?"
Right. Okay.
So the Chinese Ministry of Commerce repeatedly signaled that it would oppose a forced.
The Ministry of what now?
What was it?
Right. Okay.
So the Chinese Ministry of Commerce repeatedly signaled that it would oppose a forced sale. So I don't know what's going to happen, but
the Ministry of Commerce.
To me,
TikTok is
amazing.
To me, that's
bye bye.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not the best.
Doofus. That's all I really had to say about
source.
that. I mean, I don't know. I don't.
And then, so that's where you should end the chapter. See, it should be right there where the whole TikTok thing is, instead of wasting my time.
Yes.
Okay. Speaking of
confused about the public's worsening perception of Israel. We'll get to more sound in just a minute.
Why has the PR been so awful? I know that's not your area of expertise, but you have to have some thoughts on that. Which is, I mean,
I don't give a shit.
As you said, why has Hamas disappeared in terms of public perception? An offer is on the table to have a ceasefire, and yet the world is screaming about Israel. It's like, why aren't they screaming about Hamas? Accept the ceasefire, bring home the hostages. Instead, it's all the other way around.
Bombing children, scooping
this
body
is
parts
literally,
into plastic
but
bags.
like this is the Zionist, like the core to the like, and what Zionist doesn't really mean anything, but like that side of things, the like even the moderate but leaning towards pro-Israel position, right? Is that it's like, why don't you want to see the hostages free? Why don't you want to see the ceasefire? It's the same thing with like the most moderate people that lean towards Russia are like, ceasefire this, ceasefire that, right?
Yeah.
It's like, this is like such a intro narrative to Israel. It's along the lines of Israel deserves better than Hamas. Or fucking Gaza deserves better than Hamas.
I mean, typically the Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here? How have they and we been so ineffective
about
communicating?
All this like indoctrination being done about Palestine on TikTok there. Weren't like 70% of the documented war crimes in Ukraine done through TikTok? Oh, that's right. They were. Thank you.
The realities there and our point of view.
Now, this conversation happened prior to today, where Hamas actually did agree to a temporary ceasefire and conceded to a lot of the terms that Israel wanted, including the fact that the ceasefire would, in fact, be temporary instead of a permanent ceasefire. And Netanyahu has also, of course, promised to invade Rafah, whether there's a ceasefire agreement or not. Now, before we get to more sound, including Anthony Blinken.
It's the perfect storm with Mitt Romney saying something stupid, TikTok doing the lawsuit. Like the perfect storm comes together here to produce this idiotic take by everyone's fucking basic ass.
Intro to politics YouTuber.
Zero fucking critical thinking.
Yeah.
In statements, Cenk, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, pausing here to deliver some honest truth is different because
fuck you.
We want to help Israel with their PR. He couldn't be any more clear.
You know
he said
what
there's too much pro-Palestinian.
That like one of the like main insults that you would throw around in Japan is you lack common sense.
Really?
Yeah, so that makes that soundbite even funnier to me because that's what they're trying to say. It's like that's like it's like a common phrase in Japan. There's not a lot of like cursing at people. You know?
Yeah, not really. That's really funny.
Content on TikTok, and that's part of the reason why we all voted
lack. They're both the same word.
To ban TikTok. I mean, look, guys, we all knew that. If you watch the Young Turks, we explained why that was the case in a lot of ways, but it's not just that. There's other factors that are involved in TikTok. But the part I'm surprised by is him saying it in public and him saying that basically, no.
What were those other factors there?
Was it
I love the movie Kung Fu Panda.
Oh, okay.
Oh, all the other reasons are actually just BS.
Which is
it was just meant to help Israel.
Which is a little disastrous for those.
Oh my God.
They literally hacked everyone's phones who used the apps. Like, come on. Like,
I don't know how people are ignoring this. I don't know how we seem to be the only ones.
It's because that's the consensus, you know? And like, this is a problem with COVID in the beginning. And why you have Jim Brewer being like, they're all cockatoos, quoting, trusty giants, Dr. Fauci, right? Because that's literally what happens. This fucking hive mind constantly forms with these fucking people.
Yeah.
Those who are trying to lean into this facade in order to justify the bans of TikTok. Because remember, as Americans, we still have First Amendment rights. And if you have politicians admitting out in the open that they want to censor certain speech because they disagree with it. Well,
Anna,
before the vote happened, they were like, a bunch of Republicans were saying this.
Yeah.
Literally, they were saying that as an excuse of why they're going to vote for it. Because guess what? If they acknowledge what that app can do, like, that's problematic. Why do you think they're like, why do you think fucking TikTok specifically was asking for evidence in the fucking lawsuit?
Yeah.
And
the
that's
open
the thing.
that
Even
they want
if they
to
did learn. It's literally an information hazard to know.
Censor certain speech because they disagree with it.
Also, Anna, hi. Just so you're aware, anything posted on TikTok can get posted anywhere else, you fucking idiot. Also, likely, you wouldn't have to self-censor yourself to keep the content on other platforms like you do on TikTok. So, just because I will probably clip this maybe, because this needs to go out because nobody seems to be able to connect the dots or realize that they're literally
sometimes naive
to block every single user out of their phone.
That's the thing, is it's like TikTok thinks that TikTok thinks that it's like, oh, our recommendation algorithm is too unique. All right, then get banned and watch everyone become a TikTok clone. Like Instagram already does it.
Like, as I was saying, TikTok offers nothing of value, of unique,
like, just steal all the intellectual property and just make a call it Tacto.
Or Toktik would be hilarious. But like, it literally formed out of Musical.ly and Vine. Even the concept isn't unique. The short form snappy video.
When they're talking about the pro-Palestinian thing, they're talking about the amount of posts, right?
Yeah.
So the amount of posts referencing Palestine is way higher on TikTok, right? But like, because Twitter is more radical by far.
Yeah. For sure. And like, it goes back to what I was saying. TikTok offers nothing of unique value. Anything posted on TikTok can be posted anywhere else, to the point that anything posted on TikTok could be done better on other platforms. Because as I said, you don't have to self-censor.
Well, it's like,
you don't have to use this brain dead TikTok language like you get out of countries where it's heavily policed language. Like, I don't know how people don't
also, like,
connect
people
these
don't
things.
realize that social media already is like trying to control your brain. Like, it's literally like the reason why people are so like being like, oh, I need my TikTok, is like it's designed to make you addicted to it. It's literally the government saying you can't have any more of your drugs and taking them away, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
well, then it's going to be easier to challenge a TikTok ban in court. Remember, one of the arguments that you keep hearing over and over again from those who are proponents of banning TikTok is we need to do this in the name of national security. China is collecting your personal data. You should be very concerned about that. But in reality, it's not about a private company or even a foreign government collecting our data. When has the government ever gave a damn about anyone collecting our personal information or data?
This
they're
point,
concerned about
every time they have to say this point.
Mm.
They don't give a fuck about Facebook collecting your data. They give a fuck about China collecting data. But they just did a fucking huge cyber attack on the British government, right?
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Getting access to all your passwords, all this shit, having that stored. One day China can flip a switch. They've shown that they can do it with TikTok alone. One day China can flip a switch. And everyone is just, doxxed or blacklisted and all this stuff.
I mean, imagine if TikTok has a back end to the app that bricks your phone.
And then imagine trying to explain this to Congress people.
Yeah, to Nancy Pelosi.
Yes.
Impossible.
Is the fact that Americans are engaging in a certain type of speech that these politicians don't favor, and that speech is highly critical of Israel.
100%. And then he says, look, we were doing good PR and how Hamas hasn't accepted the ceasefire. Oops, they accepted it today. And then Israel was caught with their hand in the cookie jar or in the slaughter jar when they were like, oh yeah, we were just kidding. They called
this is why everyone's brains are so fucking broken online. Not because of TikTok. Probably TikTok would straighten a few people out at this point, honestly.
Yeah, maybe.
Fucking vanilla ass TikToks.
Damn it, we're gonna invade Rafah no matter what. So we'll see if Israel sticks with that line of, which is what they seem to be saying today. But it's Hamas accepted the ceasefire earlier today, so we'll see. But you see him referencing the PR.
It hits all the points, right? It hits everything. And this entire web of things and points that they say about how they don't care about your data, blah 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 blah. This is they've been repeating these points and creating this web for the longest time to string people along. Just stop. Just fucking shut up.
Are there? And then he just flat out says it again. Where he's like,
ban. Go ahead.
The Israelis and us, we're normally really good at PR. And what's going wrong here? We normally brainwash people into our propaganda, and we seem incapable of doing proper propaganda anymore. I mean, how will the American government and the Israeli government exist without overwhelming propaganda?
And so,
guys, that's why
when the fucking caliphate formed, and it's a new generation, fucking
social media.
Never forget what that Daeshi said. 50% of the jihad is on social media.
50%.
Yeah.
For what?
How else?
Yeah. So every next story you've heard about social media comes down to one and only one reason. Everything else is an excuse. In the old days, when you had mainstream media, the establishment, for all of their causes, could just do
it's literally
100% propaganda through all forms of American media.
They get to dominate the narrative.
It's just like an agent law, bro. It's just like an American security law. Because 9/11 happened.
Yeah.
You can protest that law if you want. But
he said, you notice there, he said, we're having trouble with the narrative, and Blinken's gonna come back to that.
Yes,
right?
I actually want to go to that clip next because Blinken, they're both being very candid about how they hate losing control of the narrative because of social media and the ability to speak freely on these matters. Let's watch.
Wow.
In my time
in
Washington,
that was some conditioning
a little bit over 30
she
years.
just put on there. The conditioning she put on there. I think she actually believes this. They play themselves up in their own mind instead of just having flat critical thinking. This is why I have no time for and I'll just get mad and tell people to shut up and just not even bother with people, and how I just instantly flip people off like that, right? And I'm not a nice person at the end of the day. And so that's the thing. This is I don't have time. I don't have time.
That's why I'm going to be the front-facing part of the nonprofit.
If people want to stick around and watch the stream, they'll eventually come around to realize my way of thinking and why exactly that there's deeper things to everything that happens.
Yeah.
And it's not like a conspiratorial type of thing.
Yes. But that's also why I'll be the front facing, because I'm an asshole, but I can turn it off.
Well, I'm not about to. No. Front facing. What?
Well, if we even have a front
I have the
facing.
chinchillas for that.
That's true, actually. We can have the chinchillas as the mascots.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
Can be President BG, tyrant of 5th gen.
The single biggest change has been the information environment. And when I started out in the early 1990s,
what was that?
Everyone did the same thing.
What
you
was
woke
that?
up in the morning, you opened the door of your apartment,
okay, wait,
your house, you picked up a hard copy.
The information era. Oh, what? And then he said, when I was in the 90s, wow, before like internet was a thing and social media and Web 2.0.
Copy of the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal. And then if you had a television in your office, you turned it on at 6:30 or 7 o'clock and watched the National Network News. Now, of course, we are on an intravenous feed of information with new impulses, inputs every millisecond. And of course, the way this is played out on social media.
You hear how he's literally talking about information warfare without actually saying the word information warfare.
Because I genuinely don't think they know.
And this is why I think it's important and like why we branded ourselves as information warfare.
Yeah.
The narrative. And you have a social media ecosystem environment in which context, history, facts get lost, and the emotion, the impact of images dominates. And we can't discount that.
Yes,
but
you're right.
I think it also
you're right.
Has
it's called mimetic warfare. Memes. It's an ancient concept, actually.
Challenging effect on the narrative.
Oh, historical context. You mean the historical context that people like Blinken consistently leave out and pretend like the war literally began out of nowhere on October 7th? Is that the context that he's referring to?
Yeah, so there's two super telling phrases that he used. He said that the quote information environment has changed since the 1990s. And guys, that's exactly what I've been telling you, which is the mainstream media had a 100% lock on the narrative. And now social media has broken that monopoly. That's why I've always been on social media side. You know, they always smear, oh, fake news is coming from the social media. But listen to what he said. Oh, social media is missing historical context and facts. But then right afterwards, he said, you know, they're getting influenced by emotion and pictures. He didn't mention.
You give me all that in 250 fucking characters, okay? It's just true, okay? It might be in the context specifically referring to like Palestine here, right? But like also, isn't the historical context that's missing on many of those posts, like you said, the other side about like how there's like oppression that's been in Gaza? Almost like what he said could apply to both sides. And he's being a politician and not actually saying anything controversial. But let's cry about it.
We have a name for fantasy
but also
realized. It's called nightmare.
In other words, the actual facts. Pictures and videos are actual facts of what happened. And people have an emotional reaction when they see the truth.
They're not. No, they're not. They are not. Okay? They are fucking not. Okay? I have spent a decade, right? Like pictures that I took and then it's taken by fucking Russian propagandists of Euromaidan talking about how they're shooting their own people and shit like that, okay? Pictures are not fact. The context that goes with the picture is everything, right? How many times have we seen fucking Assadists being like, oh, they're fucking taking pictures with the same dead kid to make it look worse, when actually it's 4 different pictures of the same rescue and they're forming a human chain to pass the child. These things matter. Also, like Russia's the king of shitty false flags. Have we seen the Azov crucifixion? Like, let's show that to Chunk and tell him it's fucking fact. Video fact. It exists online. Meme fact.
Reality. They're seeing babies' body parts being picked out of the rubble. That's an actual fact. right? The occupation is the historical context for this entire conflict. But before Blinken, Romney, Biden, Netanyahu were able to control the media.
How come like organizations involved in the IRGC and PSL keep posting images of Syria and kids dying in Syria and saying it's Palestine? Is that fact?
Must be. It's photo and video evidence.
Completely, and also the pharmaceutical companies, the bankers, etc. And they were able to just feed you the narrative, which is the second thing that he mentioned near the end. He said social media has had a challenging effect on the narrative.
I mean, it's very difficult for the State Department to leak certain scoops to everyone in social media, right? Like, I mean, this is how the press worked for so long. Well,
Anna,
he mentioned the New York
it's
Times.
It's actually easier, you dumb fuck. Like, have you seen the fucking Russian campaign that's going on right now? Where they literally got like a Russian agent bot to start a social media trend where it's like, I'm so-and-so, 22 years old from Bombas. No, they're like, I'm an American citizen from Atlanta. I'm not voting for Biden. And then people are quote tweeting it being like, I'm 33 from Florida, not voting for Biden. And it's like the fucking they just added like the community notes, and it's like this is a Russian agent. They've tweeted in different languages in the past.
That's so funny.
One of the prime examples. Well, what happened with the New York Times in the lead up to the preemptive war in Iraq? You have members of the intelligence community literally feeding lines to reporters.
You mean that doesn't happen anymore, Anna? At all? Misleading things? Hey, remember that report we all got mad about because an inexperienced journalist went out and like said that there was like systemic mass rape by Hamas when there's, you know, there's not evidence of organized mass rape, and it presented that as a thing. Remember that? How the media ran with that? What about that? That was like 3 weeks ago. I love this. We need you. Okay.
Who worked as stenographers and helped, manufacture consent for that preemptive war.
100%, totally guilty. And the New York Times claimed that they learned from those lessons.
Remember
they learned
when
nothing
the
at all.
New York Times had a long history of siding with segregationists? Fuck the New York Times.
They were doing the same things until social media came along. You know what social media's been doing? The New York Times and other places, they've been embarrassing them. So they've been saying, hey, wait a minute, you claim to be the paper of records. Here's something you said, it doesn't make any sense at all, it doesn't comport with reality. And then all of a sudden, there's a bunch of young reporters at the New York Times who are going, well, that's empirically true. So are we all just gonna admit that we're doing propaganda, or are we gonna correct the record? And now they've been forced to correct the record enough.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, correct. New York Times did have to draw that back. You know what they stood by though? That reporting. By that one thing that you were mad at a few weeks ago that you've suddenly forgotten, because ultimate golden example of, hey, New York Times help Iraq war.
Times, yes, they intercepted a brilliant piece about how they're still massively skewed in favor of Israel, but overall they've done a bunch of good pieces now because social media is winning because they actually have the facts, the truth, etc. And it's even breaking down mainstream media propaganda.
Wow,
that
crazy.
is why Romney and Blinken
it's almost like
are
New York
in a
Times
panic.
hires people specifically who specialize in these things. Hey, what's that one girl's name? Oh, Taylor Lorenz. Wow, can you believe it? Journalists
going, how do we put the genie back?
Like her exist now.
Crazy.
In the bottle, so the people with all the money and the power can be in charge without anybody, the riffraff, questioning us.
Right, that's exactly right.
Thanks for watching the Young Turks. We really appreciate it.
Another way to exactly right. That's exactly right. She says. What did he actually even say, though?
Nothing.
What did he even fucking say?
What did they ever say?
Remember Iraq War?
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
A recently enacted law that requires a sale or ban of the video sharing app. The complaint filed Tuesday argues the law violates users' First Amendment rights. It also argues that a sale from TikTok's Chinese Communist Party-tied parent company is simply not possible. Lawmakers passed the bill in April after Republicans and Democrats raised national security concerns. The case is expected to reach the Supreme Court.
Does the French president
cool, gave
hope
absolutely
to
nothing
achieve during this visit?
Fantastic.
Francine, you've got, of course, the political symbol, but also the personal touch. So
French.
Macron today is going to have a state dinner with President Xi at the Élysée Palace. There's going to be a trilateral meeting with Ursula von der Leyen in just half an hour from now. That's where you'll have all the discussions about the trade tensions between the
it's
EU
still one of
and
my
China.
favorite
As you know,
accents.
the EU has launched a
It's
series
just kind of silly,
probes
but also
into
kind of
subsidies
fancy.
for
It's
Chinese
like fun
EV
to listen
makers,
to,
into
you know?
Yeah. Depends on how thick it is, I'd say.
For medical devices. So that's, of course, going to be a key discussion between Emmanuel Macron and President Xi. But then you have the personal touch. 1 year ago, Macron was in China himself, and President Xi actually took him to the southern province of Guangdong, where he had the ceremony of tea in a region where Xi's father used to be a governor. So that's going to be the personal part of the trip. Macron will take Xi to the Pyrenees Mountains in the southwest of France, where he spent time as a child. Finally, of course, Macron is hoping to get some trade deals announced, possibly with Airbus and some Chinese airlines, and he's also looking for some investments from China
they're safer
into
than
France,
Boeing.
possibly in the EV battery sector. Of course,
Oh,
there is also the international debate with the war
now
in
there's
Ukraine.
a mistake.
Macron has been trying
I was
to
all
use
for it. Like,
Beijing's
airplanes,
influence
that's
over
smart. Can't
Vladimir
trust
Putin
American
to
airplanes right
possibly
now.
weigh in.
Like, until China's planes start crashing, I'm sorry.
Fair enough.
Or in Ukraine without much success so far.
Do you see Boeing jet in there? Did you put the Boeing crash in there?
Yes, I've got that in there. Yes. It is in there, don't worry.
What do you think about the FAMAS being like this rifle that the guard has?
I think it's a goofy rifle to begin with.
Like, don't you feel like it should be a wood gun?
No.
That they
it's
can
plastic.
twirl and
the
be fancy
Australian ones
with?
are plastic. Yeah, the Australian ones are plastic.
But it should look wood.
Sure.
Paint like wood.
Sure.
Do they all have bullets in those guns? They could just take G out. Like that one guy.
I don't imagine that they would be armed. No.
Like that one guy who took out that Turk. You know,
what in World War I?
No. It's like a famous picture on social media.
Uh-huh.
It was a bodyguard, and he like just killed this fucking like guy. He killed the Turk guy who was evil. It was a government assassination by his own bodyguard.
I will take your word for it.
Somebody will know what I'm talking about.
坚持对法合作，深化战略沟通，增进战略互信，凝聚战略共识，开展战略协作，推动中欧关系。
La situation internationale, très clairement, nécessite plus que jamais ce dialogue euro-chinois. Et je l'ai encore exprimé récemment en parlant de notre Europe. Nous sommes à un tournant de notre histoire qui impose de faire face, de surmonter les difficultés structurelles.
Chinese President Xi Jinping is meeting with his French counterpart in Paris today as part of a multi-day trip across Europe. It is his first since the pandemic. He held talks with both French President Emmanuel Macron and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. It's expected they will discuss efforts to end Russia's war in Ukraine. CBS News foreign correspondent Elaine Cobb is in Paris and joins us now. Elaine, talk to us more about what the presidents of China and France are seeking to accomplish through this visit.
Well, this visit marks 60 years of official relations between France and China, but it's not ceremonial, not just. Top of Macron's list today.
Well, first I have to show a picture. Okay. So I have to find a picture that does not have the corpse in it, or at least it's like, okay, this one's good enough. Okay. So this one is definitely good enough. Here's the picture, and boom. Okay. So the assassination was done by an off-duty Turkish police officer on a Russian ambassador. The assassination took place several days after several days of protest in Turkey over Russian involvement in the Syrian civil war and the battle over Aleppo. he used his police credentials to get in, so people basically thought he was just one of the regular bodyguards. And as the speech began, he pulled the gun and shot the guy. After the shooting, he circled the room, smashing pictures the picture was also like a Russian type propaganda thing. It's like a Russian display type thing. So, because the exhibit was called Russia through Turks' eyes. So
right.
He was shouting in Arabic and Turkish, Elu Akbar, we are the descendants of those who support the Prophet of Muhammad. Do not forget Aleppo. Do not forget Syria. We die in Aleppo. You die here. Shortly after, he was fatally shot by Turkish security forces.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, hero. That's
Ukraine.
Action I'm talking about. That's why jihadis are based.
Because he believes that President Xi, because of his close ties with Russian leader Vladimir Putin, could help to restore peace and stability in the region. And in fact, ahead of this visit, President Xi said he was willing to work with France and the international community to find what he called the right path to solve the crisis. Now, next on the list is business, because in post-COVID times, France is hoping to beef up the contracts it has there. French companies will be hoping to renegotiate new ones and renew old ones. And China is looking, of course, to sell some of its surplus production, for example, electric cars, to France.
So this is the first time we're seeing Xi Jinping go to Europe since the pandemic. And I thought to myself, part of the messaging here, I'm sure, is, hey, Russia, I have other friends. Hey, America, I have other friends.
TikTok has actually been great
Why is this trip in
for
Europe being so
circulating
closely watched by
information on the
officials in Washington?
Uyghurs. There's
we are expecting President Xi to
funny
try to
because
persuade
the way they
President
were doing it is like one of the famous ones. It's like they pretend that they're about to do a makeup tutorial to get you interested, and then they go, okay, and then I need you to put your palette down and go Google this and the Uyghurs and blah 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 blah. Like TikTok has been also for the Hong Kong protests, all of it. TikTok has definitely been used against China.
Yeah, well, it's banned in China.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, they don't control the algorithm like people think they do to fucking program your fucking brain parasites.
Macron to pull back a bit from the US, and that's part of his aim at loosening the US grip on global dominance. China very much likes to see itself as a major player. Now, France recently said that it has no desire to be a vassal to the US, but Macron also very strongly saying the US is a strong ally of both France and Europe. There's also the issue, of course, of Ukraine. This visit to France comes just over a week after Secretary of State Blinken was in China, where he warned President Xi against supplying the goods that can help to build up munitions used by Russia in Ukraine. And President Macron repeated that more as a request and an encouragement, because, of course, France doesn't have the same
I'm sure he'll listen.
Just to show that they are indeed both on the same page.
All right, Elaine, thank you very much.
France is done, cognac and cheese up in the mountains. He's now in Serbia.
Yes.
What's in the agenda? What are we watching out for here?
So he has arrived in Serbia on the 25th anniversary of the Belgrade bombing, which is a very significant moment for China itself. But more broadly, Serbia and then Hungary, these are two countries which are not just economically friendlier.
Nobody
to China,
is talking about this. How perfect is this, right? All day today, we are dunking on the Serbs for denying genocide, posting the mass graves, telling them to go fuck themselves. But nobody bothered to realize that Xi himself was there after the Belgrade bombing, right? Like they're gonna go be like, that's the hospital NATO bombed. The one hospital that we like to point at, because the China in the bombing of Belgrade, one of the civilian casualties there was a press office, but from China.
Yeah.
But it's just hysterical because it's like the bombing of Belgrade, like one of the most justified bombings that the U.S. has ever done.
In Europe of that. And that's primarily, or in a big part at the moment, because of that proximity, the closeness of the relationships between Serbia and Hungary and Russia here, as well as this sort of distrust of the US-led world order, that both countries are sort of big buyers of the idea of the multipolar world, and they're both BRI nations. So Hungary is the last EU country that is still a BRI nation.
No. This Winnie the Pooh movie looks kind of bad from the trailers.
ways, but from those mostly from the sort of classic infrastructure style products. On the Serbian side, more on the sort of steel. On Hungary, more so on infrastructure, railways, and of course, we're looking out for automaker developments here. We already know that the Belgrade government has said about 30 agreements may be signed between Serbia and between Serbia and China. So certainly more to look out for on that front too.
Do you want to say Hungary?
It was enough for him to write a whole op-ed. It's called "May the
That's
Light
weird.
of Our Ironclad Friendship Shine."
That's the only ally Serbia
You're saying this
has.
is getting a lot of hits
Yes,
right now.
Yes, a lot of interest in this, and it's just a fascinating timing here. It's really weighty timing for China because, yes, as I said, so she arrived on the day of the 25th anniversary of the Belgrade bombing, which happened in 1999. It is a really pivotal and important moment in the public consciousness in China that isn't always necessarily understood outside of China, because it helps seed this mistrust of the US and this mistrust of NATO. And quite widely in China, although the US apologized, said it was an accident, there is still this feeling among many in China that actually this wasn't intentional, and there is sort of these suspicions around it to this day. And we have seen the government historically use this event to sort of dial it up and dial it down to try and stir nationalist feeling. So the interesting part of what this signals, not just these closer sort of reaffirmed ties with Russia and the world order, but also a signal
20
for his
years
domestic
ago, they're
audience
still
here
stoking
too.
up, being like, "Remember when they bombed us 20 years ago? That might have been a mistake,
still-
but
they're
we
still
have a
going.
conspiracy that it's not."
They're still going on about it.
We're already
A
making
reminder
jokes
just-
about 9/11. What pussies!
Where China stands, that it's showing a little bit of muscle despite these sort of warm ties with France, despite some of that thaw that we've seen with the US, still showing some muscle on the world stage about precisely where it stands.
I hate you. Okay, this is just a headline. Go ahead, read the headline.
Okay.
And then
US and Philippines stage combat drills off southern Taiwan.
Okay.
Next. Wales.
Are these just clicks? Or are we listening to a complex language? That's the question scientists are grappling with, which could change our understanding of the giant marine mammals.
Sperm whales communicate with each other using little bursts of clicking noises called codas that sound a little bit like Morse code. Our research shows that these codas have a complex internal structure with similarities to aspects of some other animal communication systems and even some aspects of human language.
The researchers are part of the Project SETI, the Cetacean Translation Initiative machine learning team. They've examined more than 8,700 audio snippets of sperm whale clicks, known as codas. Scientists have been trying for decades to understand what those clicks might mean. While they still don't know, they now think there are sets of clicks that make up a phonetic alphabet that the whales might use to build the rough equivalent of words and phrases.
Project SETI is really focused on listening.
Go back. Do you know what they were just showing there?
Population.
Go back a little.
Is used to build the rough equivalent
Do you
of
know what
words.
that is?
They're sleeping, aren't they?
Correct. They
Yeah.
are sleeping. That's how whales sleep.
Yeah. I knew what it was. They were either ascending or sleeping. It was one of the two. Because I knew that they sleep weird. Because I actually know a stupid amount about sperm whales.
Well, if you think about it, they're laying down. If they're mostly horizontal and then they go
That
vertical.
is true. That is very true.
And phrases.
Project SETI is really focused on listening right now. That this is an incredibly vulnerable population with a socially transmitted communication system that we really don't want to disturb. And so, we're just at the very beginning of this process, and I think there's a lot more research that we have to do
They said, though?
before
They
we know
said
whether it's a good
machine
idea
learning.
to.
Specifically, the science division is a machine learning division.
That is very interesting. Machine learning.
Try to communicate with them, or really even to have a sense.
They didn't use the AI buzzword. They didn't say AI.
Yeah,
They didn't
they're
use the
using AI
fucking
to decrypt
buzzword.
whale language.
Be possible.
Experts say sperm whales
Not
seem
AI,
to have
machine
sophisticated
learning.
social ties. And deciphering their communication systems could reveal parallels with human language and society. Though some believe the clicks may be more akin to music, if they are indeed speaking, the big question is, what are they saying, and could we learn to speak back?
Check out these
Alex
fleshy
Beard,
cunts.
Al
Do
Jazeera.
not do that.
Yes,
Do not send a
ever.
message to the whales,
Don't.
okay?
Don't.
Do not let
Ever.
them know we understand them, okay? Never do that. Translate the whales, understand what the whales are saying,
Do
and
not
then
communicate.
do not communicate back. Bad move. And there's aliens looking at us right
We have a
now.
new
Like
launch
they're
date
getting
for
the
the-
signal. You know, we sent nudes up to space, right? We sent them our dicks. Like, this is what our dicks and vaginas look like. I'm not
That
kidding.
does not
I'm
surprise
not
me.
kidding. All right, we have basically this time capsule thing, and it's like this is what we look like. This is how to. This is like how to navigate to our planet.
Yes.
And here's what music is, and it's like
Mhm.
because like an analog record, you can figure out how to make that. And they
Yes.
did experiments and stuff where like if you could decipher an alien language, and they do like these with like random people I've seen on like Mythbusters, and they were able to like decipher the language and stuff.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure there's aliens right now being like, do not send a message to those people who are sending us their penises. Do not.
There has to be. Has to be.
Do not do it. Can you imagine if that happened? Oh my god. It would be awful for the world. They're like, hey, we got your dick pic.
Yeah, and then all of humanity would be like, we must make all of the space weapons to kill these people because we watch too much movies.
It will be about defense.
Yeah. And it'll just be a way to funnel more money into the military-industrial complex. But nothing.
First manned mission of Boeing's Starliner.
As we told you right here, that launch had been planned for Monday night and then was scrubbed after crews detected a glitch in the Atlas rocket that will carry that spacecraft into orbit. Starting today, NASA engineers are working to replace a pressure regulation valve on the rocket's upper stage. NASA is now planning to launch that chip next Friday,
this
the
is not just a
17th.
Boeing thing. This is just a rocketry thing.
Mm.
You
Yeah.
know? That's the thing. It's like people are like, I'm going to go to space one day. And it's like, bro, every rocket is a roll of the dice.
Yes. It's literally an explosive strapped to your back.
Astronauts to the International Space Station for a 10-day mission there. That, by the way, is also National Bike to Work Day. Probably a little difficult to bike to work when your office is 250 miles up and whizzing through space at 11,000 miles an hour. Starliner, by the way, has made one unmanned.
By the way, they
That was about
have
2
bikes
years.
on the International Space Station. It's how the fucking astronauts keep their fucking bone and muscle intensity.
Tonight, more than
they
30
literally
years after he
mandate it.
terrorized women in Pacific Beach, Kenneth Bogard is up for parole once again.
Boo!
Thanks so much for joining us.
Boo!
I'm Marcella Lee. Bogard was the lead
Take
singer
his
of a popular
balls.
local band. He was convicted of raping 7 women in the 90s, and he was sentenced to more than 90 years in prison.
Right.
Let's break.
Order, boo. Wrong order.
Yeah, here we go. Bori Kuruba. Epic. Epic. This is what the aliens are looking at right now.
They're like, these guys sent us their dicks.
But why are they making planes like their dicks? And their rockets are like their dicks.
This joke has been made before.
Bet rockets look like dicks? I mean, look at it. Come on.
Austin Powers.
I know, but I mean, look at any rocket.
Mm.
That's
I mean, look at the Jeff Bezos rocket.
That's why the shuttle was epic, because it was.
It wasn't dick-shaped?
It wasn't dick shaped. It seems like an actual practical thing that wasn't based off of anatomy. Come on, Boeing. Who the fuck is flying Boeing? It's a fucking cargo transport. They got packages.
Yeah, it's FedEx.
And shit. There's literally just 2 people on the plane, probably.
Okay. There's a couple more here, but it's nothing really anything.
No.
We're kind of done. We can do we'll do something fun. I'll find something fun to end on.
You didn't tell me you had a pet dragon. It's a dog. Fuck you!
Where's that from?
Sparky and Matilda by James Gunn.
I've never seen that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's probably going to get claimed, so.
Let's do this one.
He's making a face.
One of the big activists and supporters of the youth on college campuses. In fact, he made his career advocating for college students. Then, which he wasn't one because big right-wing money guy paid him not to be, but paid him not to be, and go around and attempt to organize young people to support Republicans. It's failed miserably, which is why he's moved into media, where he's had, I think, arguably more success. But here he is making a very interesting claim.
That's really what's going on here. And this is a wake-up call for many Jews. And I have sympathy for American Jews that are very confused. However,
I have impatience
Do you
for
hear
American
how
Jews
different
that
the
have put up
rhetoric
with the
is here
anti-white
between,
sentiments.
like they're equating Biden saying the same shit
Mm.
in his anti-Semitism speech.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, yeah, it's still bad, you know, and that's why we're not going to vote for him. But it's like, come on.
The last decade and thought it was perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Because guess what, American Jews? You're considered white in the eyes of the Marxists. What?
They
I
are
thought
white.
white meant like MAGA Christian people in Oklahoma. No, white means you too. Welcome to the most hated class in America today.
Oh my God.
And Jews.
Pause it for a second.
wait.
Now, I just want to weigh in here because I am Jewish and also white. And what he's talking about is complete BS. It's complete BS. His compatriots, and he knows them well, you know, like the Groypers that he's now having to finally cave to. Remember, there was a time where the Groypers would show up and they would badger him at his college conferences. And they, of course, were also a big part of his organization. Some people had to get jettisoned because calls were leaked and text exchanges. But those Groypers have always been anti-Jew, and he's had to get in there. Now,
Words like Groypers.
Is
So much
hilarious.
has gone wrong.
Yeah, we need to go back.
he has some sympathy with Jews, but now you shouldn't have been so anti-white, you Jews, he says.
What is the anti-whiteness that Jews are responsible for?
Oh, I assume it has something to do with what we did to Christ, right? I mean, no, what is it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what anti-whiteness Jews have been involved with. Is he talking about those guys who were killed in Philadelphia, Mississippi, when they were advocating for civil rights? I mean, where have the Jews like been anti-white?
3 of the 4 Kent State victims were Jewish.
I wonder what he's talking about. What have the Jews been doing that have been so anti-white? And I will tell you something also. The idea of equating anti-Semitism with anti-whiteism, I don't know what anti-whiteism he's been experiencing. But let's continue. This is fast.
Barber's doing some anti-whiteism.
Welcome to the most hated class in America today. And Jews are like, wait, I never thought I was white. I don't identify as white. We're Jewish.
It occurs to me, pause it for 1 second. I thought anti-white racism was over when we elected a white president. Wasn't that a sign that the anti-white racism was over? I mean, we elected a white president. How much more do these whites want?
Nominated 2 of them last time.
Exactly. Go ahead.
And Jews are like, wait, I never thought I was white. I don't identify as white. We're Jewish. You don't get to determine the rules. Many American Jews are shocked that the organizations and the charities that they have been subsidizing want them dead.
I also would be shocked if that was the case. I'm not aware of any of those organizations or what he's talking about. That A, I'm not even aware of which ones he's talking about, but B, I am pretty sure none of them said that we want the Jews dead. I feel like it would be bigger news.
What have evangelical Zionists said about Jewish people? Like, not that they want them dead, but to, I guess.
Well, they want them all to go to Israel and die.
Right.
But first they have to go to Israel. It's conditioned. It's conditioned. That's what the Kufis want. But let's continue.
Charities that they have been subsidizing want them dead. This is cut 67. I think this is illegal, where they are forbidding Jewish students from going to class.
No. Sure, where?
That Jewish kids are being physically prevented from going to class. And I want to make sure this is clear. At the foundational level, this is at UCLA. This is coast to coast. It's because they hate Western civilization. And they have now looped all Jews into the white category. So now Jews are experiencing the hate that we white people have been experiencing the last decade, and we've been warning against. Hey, you know that there's like a lot of venom against white people because of the color of their skin?
What?
Hey, guess what? So far, I'm going to let it cook, until Friday. But it looks like James Gunn is going to be a cool guy and not claim this video.
Oh. Interesting.
Too bad. Floydapalooza, BLM, diversity is our strength. And now all of a sudden Jews are saying, this kind of feels like how we got to Auschwitz. This doesn't seem right.
Oh my God.
I'm glad they're
waiting. This is how we got to genocide, but this time we're genociding. So we must be the victims again. Yes. Logic. Very simple.
I just want to make it clear that
Bro, I do not understand it. It like
that.
hurts my brain.
Nobody's saying what he's saying that Jews are making. You know, every time you fill out one of those census forms as to like what your race is, there is no slot for Jews. They have all been putting white on that, unless they were also a different color or person of color or something to that effect. Everything he's saying, both the premise and the payoff, is a lie. It's just a lie
and projection. Like they're talking about like Israel as an outpost of Western civilization. Like when you see people say Barnaby Ray in the Columbia, he's lecturing at Columbia now, is an
outpost of Western civilization originating from Russia, coming from Eastern Europe. You want to say that it's Western? Okie dokie.
Early on, that when he was knocking doors for Corbyn, he got a guy saying, "I don't support Jeremy Corbyn, but he's anti-Semitic, and he also lets in too many foreigners."
Right,
and it's like that's because of the right wing. They're incorporating Israel into a Western sort of West versus everyone.
Aren't most of them Polish? Like Polish, Eastern European descendant? I'm correct there, right? The Ashkenazi Jews, they were all like Eastern European, which wasn't even Western Europe. Yes?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure. Would you class Eastern Europe as the West in the last 80 years before modern sort of NATO post-Soviet?
The West is generally just NATO.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
So theoretically they were all from Eastern Europe. I wouldn't even classify it as Western values.
Yeah.
They're more from the Eastern European values, sort of more conservative, orthodox religious types, which makes sense, right? That it kind of tracks. I've never actually thought about it like that. I definitely. Okay. Yeah, okay. So I'm actually not 100% sure about this history or not, but I was almost certain that they were majority Ashkenazi Jews that were in Israel or fled to Israel. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily even say that was Western, because I think the values between, I think literally that split at the Balkans would probably separate the European values that you would typically associate, right? I don't know. That's just how I would think it works. Just purely based off just what I know. I don't know.
Now it's Manichaean worldview.
Now all of a sudden Jews are saying, this kind of feels like how we got to Auschwitz.
No,
this doesn't seem right. And I'm glad they're waking up. And it is how you get to mass murder. It is how you get to elimination. By hating one group, by sectarianism and tribalism. And the reason why this is breaking the matrix is that for years, it was fashionable and acceptable to hate white people. It's not as fashionable and acceptable to hate Jews.
Live in barbarism.
But if you call Jews white, are you then able to hate Jews?
Whoa. Well, I just want
Whoa.
to be clear that the white genocide never happened, and the non.
Yes, it did. Jews are white. White genocide happened.
White only country clubs or the quotas for white people at universities or any of those things never, ever, ever happened. They're not happening. They've never happened.
Yeah, I'm a white guy who participated in, say, the Black Lives Matter marches, and didn't really see it as this is an attack on me as a person. Because I guess it
was so nice of them to let you do that. I mean, being white. Yeah, token white. Go ahead. Oh, that's it right there.
I think we're done. That was good show. Good show. We got brigaded again. That might become a regular thing, so that sounds fun.
Yeah, don't ever give them the link, because then they'll post it to a Discord.
Yes. Yeah, will not happen, which also means we're not giving Jizzo a link anymore either. So.
Well, it'd only be to that session. It's not like that big of a deal.
That is true. That is true, and we can just leave them just sitting in purgatory.
I am gonna go through just because any type of like clear cyber attack and information warfare attack. I'm gonna go through and update all the passwords and shit.
Okay. Even though the password's pretty strong.
My YouTube password is like my Gmail account and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like our. We'll do this after. Anyway.
Shut the fuck up, bro. I do not understand it. It like hurts my brain.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered.
All right. Good night.
I like turtles.